coming through. This is going to be a hitting for super effective versus this pitch. You can hear the crew going wild. He's going to go ahead and scoop the game. And there's the choice bell. And the echoing horn.
Can't fire complete.
And there it is. Boom!
What you did previously done. Gozo is now eliminated.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the Pittsburgh Pokemon Regional Championships, our first stop in our 2024 Pokemon season. Exciting stuff ahead of us and fantastic competition, I'm sure, to come, and I cannot wait to be kicking off the day. My name is Sierra Dawn. I'll be your host this weekend, and I am joined by the wonderful duo here, Gabby Schneider and Joe Brown. The first regional. I feel like we just came back from Worlds, and now we're looking ahead at this brand new season of Pokemon.
It's been a real whirlwind for sure, but here we are. 2024 is kicking off already, and we're going to decide one person who qualifies this weekend for the World Championships next year, which is crazy exciting.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy that only a few weeks after the World Championship finish, we'll already have one person planning their trip to Honolulu in, next summer. So it's really exciting because the journey starts today.
It does. And for anyone sitting at home like, man, I wish I was in Pittsburgh right now. I wish I was competing. It might be the first regional, and I'm sure it's going to be a blast, but there is so many more opportunities to keep competing throughout our season. So make sure to be putting these down on your calendar, booking those flights, getting things ready. Next up is going to be Peoria, just a month away, and then Sacramento right after. All of October actually is stacked. So that is going to be a really exciting Pokemon time.
I am so excited for this packed regional schedule here in the U.S. There's also, or here in North America, I should say, Toronto and Vancouver. Shout out to Canada.
Shout out to Canada.
But there's also some incredible events happening throughout the world. Barcelona regionals happens next weekend, or special event, excuse me. And there's also going to be some incredible regional championships in Australia as well. So definitely go to the Pokemon website and check those out, because you too could be qualified for the World Championships in just either one event or several, depending on your path.
I think for a lot of competitors out there, it's probably going to be looking more like several, not going to lie, because only one person's going to be getting that coveted spot by taking down the entire thing. Especially, too, there has been some changes heading into our current season. So looking at the championship points required to be getting that invite, well, we're definitely going to make you work for it, that's for sure. We're now looking at 500 for US and Canada, and of course, all around the world. The amount is different based on the location. So make sure to be planning out your year. Of course, there is going to be plenty of locals to be getting points at as well, or you can just win an entire regional. That was a huge change coming into this season. One event, you could have your world invite.
That's one of my favorite changes, honestly, in this entire system that we have. We had it in Pokemon Go, right? And it felt so natural for the other games that if you are a regional champion, the level of skill it takes and the caliber of players that attend these regionals throughout the world are so high that you're definitely worthy of qualifying for the World Championship with a regional victory.
Yeah, and of course, qualifying for Worlds is what these players are looking for, especially with the caliber of competition that is there. And we just had a fantastic World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. So let's take a look back at how that went down.
This entire season had led to this. Trainers from around the world gathered in Yokohama, Japan for the 2023 Pokemon World Championships after earning their invites through fierce competition. In day one, trainers battled over 7 rounds of Swiss. Players with 5 wins qualified to compete in day 2, where the day 2 invited players were added into the mix to compete over 7 more rounds of Swiss to determine the asymmetrical top cut. Most of the meta was as expected. Fluttermane dominated the usage charts with over 70%, but Iron Hands, Rillaboom, and Urshifu Rapid Strike weren't too far behind. Despite the fact that Pokemon were familiar, trainers pulled out all the stops to make sure their teams were unique enough to stand out and beat their competition. Ahead of the event, Japan was favored to win the whole thing, having shown unique techs leading up to the event. The top cut was no different. We had things like Curse Dondozo and Taunt Urshifu, which surprised many and saw major success. In juniors, we had Kohei Ukai and Sora Ibisawa, each bringing similar styles of teams leading into the Tailwind offense with a touch of bulk. Sora got the upper hand, getting KO after KO to take the title. In seniors, it was Tomoya Ogawa versus Robbie Scribe. Tomoya used more creative Pokemon like Sylveon and Zapdos to grab the win versus Robbie's more standard team of 6 with smart leads, board positioning, and impressive reads. And finally, in the Masters division, it was newcomer Michael Kelsch versus veteran Shohei Kimura. Both trainers had such impressive seasons, and it came down to this final best of 3. All eyes were on Michael's Dragapult, a unique but complex addition to his team. Shohei was relentless though, putting Pokemon to sleep and setting up for a fantastic endgame in a tough matchup. With that, Shohei Kimura became the 2023 World Champion and finished a clean sweep for Japan of each age division title. And now, we look forward to the 2024 season and a brand new chapter to qualify for next year's Worlds. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out how you can get involved and maybe become the next World Champion.
And big congratulations to all of our new World Championships champion, so well deserved. And diving a little bit more into our Masters division, I mean, Shohei, what a match. I feel like when he hit that stage, just how he approached the matchup, you already knew that you had a world champion ahead of you.
Yeah, I think Shohei had so much confidence going into Yokohama that for a format with no prior tournaments to, build a team around, this is about as optimized of a team of 6 you could possibly make.
Yeah, and he really identified as well that his Amoonguss was such a key Pokemon for victory. It felt like he was able to land those spores on the exact right targets, and unfortunately just really limited Michael's options because of that.
I really do want to be giving a shout out to Michael, because getting second at the World Championships is something that a lot of people could only dream of. And being able to do that with Pokemon like Burgraff and Dragapult is incredible. So it was a really, really tough matchup in the finals, but making it to that point, I mean, there is so much to be proud of there.
Yeah, and that Dragapult was really cool. I mean, it had Choice Band, right? And it was just getting the right knockouts. It felt like a very powerful Pokemon, and something that I'm hoping people take inspiration from as they come into this event.
Dragapult, don't be too inspired if you can't play with Dragapult, because it is a very difficult Pokemon to use optimally compared to some of the simpler things like Urshifu, or it's a Pokemon that continues to perform well at regionals and international level events, but that's from great trainers that have really figured out what Dragapult's best role is, like Michael did.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to see which trainers are inspired heading into this event from Dragapult or other Pokemon like that we got to see at Worlds. As of course, continuing on with Regulation D, we'll be able to see trainers revisit that format heading into Pittsburgh this weekend. And having had played this World Championships, being able to see how others perform, this isn't going to be trainers' first little look at Regulation D. Instead, evolving off of those concepts in Pokemon that we already know.
Yeah, if I were to give one tip to anybody watching the stream this weekend, keep an eye out for your Urshifus, keep an eye out for your Tornaduses, your Chenpaos. I think that core that Shohei was running and that some other trainers have taken inspiration from in more recent grassroots events is the team to watch out for this weekend. And you're either going to play with it or play against it.
Sorry about that, guys.
That's okay.
I really enjoy watching Regulation D battles because they're fast-paced. There's a lot of heavy hitters, a lot of one-hit KOs depending, but it's a very punishing format if you make mistakes. And so when you're some of the best players in North America like we have in Pittsburgh this weekend, they know how to not put themselves in those positions. I think that's what I'm really looking forward to this weekend, is how people will play safe in a inherently unsafe format compared to what we've had before.
I mean, playing safe, I feel like is kind of the unsafe option, funny enough, when you're talking about it heading into this, because there's so many strong Pokemon that were introduced with Regulation D, and of course the home Pokemon being added, but there's still really strong Pokemon kicking around that you really have to be watching out for. So revisiting those Treasures of Ruin Pokemon, they were something that made a huge impact when we head all the way back to Series 3 and like Regulation C, and yeah, I mean, for good reason, especially too when you're looking like things like the Qianpao and the Chi-Yu. Qianpao in particular, it is so consistent, it is so dangerous. How are you playing safe up against that?
I think your best way to play safe against it, honestly, is just get rid of it as quickly as you can. I know some people are running Life Orb now on Qianpao rather than like a Focus Sash, which means you can just hit it once and then remove it from the field, but that's a big prediction to make. And if you attack into a Protect and you're not an Urshifu, you can definitely be punished for it.
But I also think some of the best utility that Qianpao and Chi-Yu can bring to a team is not their own massive amount of damage output, but inherently from their abilities, helping lower physical defense or special defense, making their teammates even stronger by just existing and being on the field, using Protect, trying to, Focus Sash if you're not using the Life Orb. Just being on the field inherently helps the team out.
And we're talking about Treasures of Ruin. Where are they now? Where's the Ting Lu and Wo Chien? Or do we expect any of those kicking around?
I mean, it's hard out here for Pokemon weak to Surging Strikes.
Yeah, I think maybe eventually they'll make an appearance again because they really do slow the metagame down a lot, and I think that we'll cycle around to that point once again, but for now, I just think Urshifu is unfortunately keeping them at bay.
Yeah, Surging Strikes and Close Combat for Wo Chien or Ting Lu respectively, yeah.
It's a rough time for those Treasures of Ruin, but what do we then expect to see this weekend, other than all the Urshifu and Fluttermanes in the world, because that is, standard. And Gabby not really playing fun with her choices either, because there is going to be a lot of Iron Hands here at Pittsburgh.
Hear me out though, hear me out. Fake Out plus the Regidrago Dragon energy, you can flinch the Amoonguss and then one hit knock it out depending on if it's fully invested in bulk or not. So it's just for the carry of Reggie Draco, who's going to be the real MVP this weekend. I'm telling it right now.
I would love if we see Reggie Drago, but for me, my number one choice obviously makes sense. Landers is the GOAT. It's actually surprising that this Shohei, that was only the second time in VGC's history the Masters Division Landers won. You'd think it'd be a lot more, but that's why I have Landers there. With 2 Intimidators there, who knows, maybe King Gambit Defiant brings comes back a little bit.
King Gambit's definitely an interesting Pokemon because, of course, it's not going to be one that appreciates a close combat from Urshifu, but that's why we have Terrestrialization around here, right? So, looking on here, definitely a lot of strong Pokemon, and ones that could be really interesting to make an appearance. Rowan Moon, I think, is one that could be good. The Slitherwing, I mean, I will always put it here on the graphic, just in case, but I think just like the Lanternflies out here in Pittsburgh, they will be squished on site, so I don't really expect to see that, but I think the other contenders we might be able to see. But those are the Pokemon that we're kind of looking out for. What about the players? Of course, coming off of last season, a lot of really strong contenders for these coveted slots. First off, we'll go left to right here. Looking at Justin Tang, I mean, the fact that you win 2 regionals is enough to be on here. He also just won the PC that was here yesterday, so technically number 1 NA.
Yeah, it's been the first event that has given out championship points, so number 1 NA.
Yeah, for sure. I think Justin definitely going to want to look to keep that on there. But the other member of the Tang gang, and Shiliang Tang, is who I'm looking at this weekend. Very impressive regional victory in Hartford last season, knocking Wolf out of the World Championships this summer. I think Shiliang is primed to join that list of one of the best players. Currently is already in that position, but could be one of the best players in North America by the end of this season.
Yeah, and Kyle as well, looking out for what he brings this weekend. I mean, there are so many strong names here in Pittsburgh. We might not have the most people, but wow, the talent is stacked.
For sure, for sure. And we're just going to have to see how the event unfolds, because I think we're almost at the point where we're going to get started.
It is. And of course, if we want to know who you're looking out for, not only players who you think is going to be taking down Pittsburgh, what Pokemon you're looking out for, and how you're enjoying the event overall, and you can interact with us on a variety of platforms at Play Pokemon, hashtag Play Pokemon on X, /Pokemon over on YouTube. If you want to be looking back at Worlds or any of our past events, you will not regret it. You need to know what's going on. /Pokemon on Facebook, or hashtag Play Pokemon over on @Play Pokemon on Instagram. We do have an event to be kicking off though. Cannot wait to get things started. And for that, we're going to be sending over to our caster desk of Evan and Len to kick it off.
Good morning, everyone. I hope yins are ready and are ready to steel yourself for some big battles here in beautiful Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. My name is Evan Latt, and I am so thrilled to be kicking off our first regional of the season next to my good friend Len Duell behind the desk here. Len, welcome to the team. Welcome to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, thank you. So excited to be here. So excited to see the tournament today. It's going to be some great matches.
Yeah, absolutely ecstatic about these matches coming up. I think we have some of the top trainers in the world after having even seen the World Championships last season. Coming off of the World Championships, we're going to be seeing some of those top trainers here in Pittsburgh as everyone is competing to get the first Worlds invite of the season. Unlike any previous years, we're actually going to know our first person who's going to qualify for the World Championships this weekend.
Yeah, we're going to have a qualifier straight away after today's Swiss tournament. Several rounds of Swiss, and then moving into more Swiss tomorrow, and a top cut that will eventually bring us to a winner.
Absolutely. It's going to be a long weekend for these players, but as you mentioned, those Swiss rounds in day 1, qualifying into day 2 Swiss, into top cut, and these players are going at it with everything they've got because pricing has gone up and that guaranteed invitation to the World Championships. That is huge. I mean, Len, you qualified for the World Championships last year after sort of the longer season. How much would you have felt relief to have qualified after one event instead of after a whole season?
Oh man, it'd be amazing to be qualified in September, looking ahead to August of next year to play the World Championships. And walking home with a huge prize. Like you said, pricing's gone up this season, so much more at stake for that first place winner.
Absolutely, and these trainers are going to have to bring some of the strongest Pokemon, and I don't think there is any surprise to see at the top of this list that Fluttermane, who ever since it was introduced in Regulation B has not dropped from that #1 position.
Yeah, Urshifu trying to give a run for the money to Fluttermane, but
came pretty close.
Yeah, probably closer than much else has this season, but still Fluttermane uncontested, up there at the top, almost 60% of usage in day one.
Yeah, and that is just a wild statistic. We have not seen that kind of domination from a single Pokemon in the past, really. As you mentioned, that Urshifu Rapid Strike, also joined by the Urshifu Single Strike down there at the bottom of our top Pokemon. And some of the other Pokemon that came up towards the end of the season, that Hisuian Arcanine, also one of the new additions here in Regulation D, kind of dropped off. We saw its Cantonian counterpart Arcanine throughout the entire rest of the season, but now we have the Hisuian Arcanine with that rock typing, bringing itself some new utility into this top 12 Pokemon.
Yeah, it gives it a bit of a twist, lets it hit with spread rock slides and do a lot of damage to things like tornadoes.
Yeah, Rock Slide, one of the best moves in the game, one of those moves that can just always give you a 30% chance to claw back victory from defeat.
Where there's a rock slide, there's a way. You can always find your way back in.
Absolutely, and especially in, like you mentioned, with like Tornadus, and we have some of the other genies. Thundurus is also around, not as prominent as it has been in the past, but if you are running one of those Tailwind teams with Tornadus, that Hisuian Arcanine being able to deal incredible damage with those rock slides as well, in addition to having that Intimidate support.
Yeah, another target it's going to find for itself is Shine Pow, which is up there in the top 5 in usage, becomes the kind of dominant Treasure of Ruin Pokemon, and something we saw a lot of success from at the World Championships, and I expect that to continue this weekend.
Absolutely. You can see that Qian Pao has slowly risen up the ranks throughout the entire season, and especially now getting those new partners like Urshifu, like Hisuian Arcanine, not just locked into that Choice Band Dragonite Extreme Speed type pairing. But we are going to be taking a look at some of our matches, and you could not convince me that this was round 3 of a regional championship if you tried. If I wasn't here looking at these pairings and I knew that this was actually what is happening in round 3 of a regional championships, I wouldn't believe what you're seeing on your screen, but I can guarantee these are real pairings for round 3 of a regional championships.
Yeah, some amazing matchups. A real Clash of the Titans for a stream match. Last year's number 2 and 3 ranked players from North America finding their way to fighting each other here in round 3.
Yeah, I see Joe Ugarte up against Nick Navarre as well, I believe. No, Grant Weldon. And then Nick Navarre also on there, Aaron Traylor, some of the other players who are competing here in the 3rd round of the regional championships. But we are going to be watching Chuppa versus Paul, like you mentioned. These are titans of the last season. Chuppa in 2nd place in championship points at the end of the season. Paul in 3rd place. So number 2 and number 3 in North America headed into the World Championships, now here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but right now reset back to 0 CP
back
each,
to 0.
And trying to climb back up that leaderboard once again, and gonna need a win right now to keep moving on.
Yeah, this will be a big win to continue on undefeated through Swiss. And you can see your teams on the screen there as we are starting to hop into team preview. Joe will be very proud of Chuppa running the double Intimidate of Landorus Therian form and the Hisuian Arcanine that he picked as some of his standout Pokemon. Also is going to be running the Heatran, Iron Bundle, Iron Hands, and Rillaboom. So going with the Iron Bundle, which sort of fell off heading into Regulation D, was really popular in B and C with that booster energy to make sure you have those lightning fast icy winds.
Yeah, but you can see why you'd find success here in Reg D as well. We have so much usage from Urshifu, obviously is something that can hit hard with a freeze dry, but also things like Rillaboom are excellent targets for those freeze dries, the genies as well, Tornadus, and that speed can be really valuable with the booster, and then icy wind to suppress things like Shine Pow and Flutter Mane back below the speed of your other Pokemon, like the Landorus or the Heatran.
All right, well, he'll be going up against Paul Chua's team of Urshifu, Flutter Mane, Chien-Pao, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Iron Hands. And I think this Urshifu, we have to mention it, has been one of the most talked about Pokemon heading into Regulation D, as this is going to change the meta, it's going to be dominant. As we see, it was number 2 in usage here, just under Flutter Mane. Paul is going with the variant of Urshifu. It's still the Mystic Water, but it only has water type attacks. So only the Surging Strikes, only the Aqua Jet, no close combat here, opting instead for Taunt, which would normally be great against Pokemon like Amoonguss, but you don't see that on Chuppa's side, and really with just the Surging Strikes and Aqua Jet up against double Intimidate and having Pokemon like Iron Bundle, might be really difficult for Paul to bring this Pokemon that we thought was going to be a dominant factor.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting matchup for Urshifu because it's up against several targets that love to hit hard. The Heatran, the Arcanine, 4 times weak to water, the Landorus as well, but of course there's some real Urshifu hunters on Chuppa's side as well, things like Rillaboom, Iron Hands, and Iron Bundle, all looking for their chance to be the one to take out Urshifu.
Yeah, and the other top threat here, Amoonguss, also feeling really threatened by a lot of the Pokemon on Chuppa's side, but Paul is not too threatened right now, going to go ahead and lead the Amoonguss next to his own Landorus Therian form, and Chuppa will be starting off with the Rillaboom and the Heatran. And like I mentioned, Chuppa has a lot of tools against that Amoonguss, and 2 of them are on the field now, threatening with that Heat Wave and potentially with a Wood Hammer if that Amoonguss tries to go for a defensive Terra.
Yeah, exactly. You have to be a little bit careful clicking that Terra Water button because you don't know if Wood Hammer's coming in, and even if you use it to successfully get 1 defensive turn off this turn, you still have to be looking forward to those Wood Hammers in the future. But right now, that Life Orb Heat Wave is looking pretty threatening from Chuppa's side of the field. Easy to use Fake Out to suppress this Landorus and make sure that Heat Wave can go off.
All right, well, Amoonguss switches out immediately from Paul's side, going to bring out the Iron Hands instead. That is a Pokemon that is happy to tank some Heat Waves and Wood Hammers coming out from that Rillaboom with the Assault Vest item. We are going to go ahead and have the first Terastallization here, first turn. Heatran is afraid of that Landorus. Of course, the Fire Steel typing does not match up very well against the ground type of Landorus there. So just going to go ahead and Terastallize into the Fairy. Fake Out actually was targeting the Amoonguss, so gets the Iron Hands on the switch in, and that Terastallization saving Heatran's bacon there. And Heat Wave misses the Iron Hands on the switch in. That's not going to be a whole lot of damage, but you see the Life Orb coming out from Heatran. That would have not been insignificant damage on the Iron Hands on the switch end.
Yeah, it would have been a nice chunk to have. You can see Chuppa using the Fake Out to prevent a Spore from coming in if that Amoonguss had gone for Terra Water. And instead just relying on the Terra Fairy to make sure Stomping Tantrum wasn't threatening too much damage, and creates a pretty safe turn where he gets a nice chunk of damage onto this Landorus. The Grassy Terrain helps heal off that Life Orb recoil, and still looks to be in an okay position here, but has to watch out for what Iron Hands is going to Fake Out this turn.
Yeah, Iron Hands exerting some Fake Out pressure now on Paul's side, an inverse of what Chuppa had in turn 1. Also has to be a little bit afraid of that Landorus going for a Terastallization, but instead, Landorus is just going to go for a U-turn. Hits that Rillaboom. Rillaboom's going to go ahead and eat its berry, heal up a little bit, and Paul is going to opt to reposition in this turn 2.
It'll be interesting to see what he sends out. Not a lot of targets in the back that would like to take that Heat Wave. We've already seen the Amoonguss. Of course, it can't Terra and come in right here, so it's not going to be the Amoonguss. The Urshifu is going to be the choice to try to take this Heat Wave.
Yeah, perhaps the only Pokemon left on Paul's side that doesn't mind taking a Heat Wave. Going to take a little bit of damage, and as you can see, there would be good damage on that Iron Hands on the switch-in. So dodging the Heat Wave there. Coming up pretty big for Paul, keeping that Iron Hands healthy as the Grassy Terrain is going to go ahead and give a little bit of recovery to everyone on the field. You know, Urshifu is the one that was probably best positioned to switch in there, but you always feel a little bit nervous switching your heavily offensive Urshifu into an attack that you know has the opportunity to cause burn.
Has the opportunity to burn, and also switching it into the Rillaboom. Of course, bringing it onto the field against one of the Pokemon it least likes to see, especially with no close combat on Paul's side, doesn't have a great way to threaten this Rillaboom with a lot of damage. Of course, that's why that U-turn and Fake Out chip is valuable to start wearing through this Rillaboom and making sure you can eventually get it off the field and kind of clear the way for this Urshifu.
All right, Iron Hands, the teeny out on the field for Chuppa, going to take this Surging Strikes. Small Iron Hands, big bulk, going to be able to take a good amount of damage from the Urshifu and shrug it off with its massive bulk and a little bit of the recovery from Grassy Terrain at the end here. But Rillaboom is going to be able to fire off a Wood Hammer, connects with Urshifu, and gets that KO pretty easily here. So trading about 50% damage on the Iron Hands for the close to full health of the Urshifu. While Iron Hands goes ahead and keeps targeting down that Rillaboom, Paul has identified that as the #1 threat on his team to his team right now. So continues to try to deal a lot of damage there, but Rillaboom is no slouch in the bulk department either. Takes that Drain Punch, heals up a little bit with the Grassy Glide as well, or the Grassy Terrain, not Grassy Glide. And Landorus comes back in for another Intimidate, this time on 2 physical attackers.
Yeah, this is a really nice Intimidate, but Rillaboom probably doesn't mind leaving the field here, getting close to time to reset that Grassy Terrain anyway, and can get rid of those -2 attacks. And really, Rillaboom's kind of done his job here. It's found that target in Urshifu and taken it off the field. Paul gets very little value out of the Urshifu in this game. It comes in kind of necessarily to take the Heat Wave, because that Life Orb Heat Wave was going to do so much damage, but then only finds Iron Hands as a Surging Strike target, deals less than 50%, and that less than 50% shrinks by the turn as this Grassy Terrain keeps healing that Iron Hands back. It means that Chuppa is kind of finding his way through this team, because the damage is fairly little from Paul's side. We know that the Amoonguss is back there. In Iron Hands, we saw what damage it is providing last turn. Really is missing some of those big offensive threats now.
All right, well, Iron Bundle's coming in for that Rillaboom, so we'll be able to, like you mentioned, reset the terrain later on, but also potentially exert some more fake-out pressure. Chuppa goes for fake-out onto the Iron Hands, does not want to take a Drain Punch on the switch-in for that Iron Bundle. But Paul's able to finally pick up a KO here with that Stomping Tantrum, knocks out Chuppa's Iron Hand, so Chuppa is going to be able to have a free switch-in here. Iron Bundle out on the field, threatening some big damage on that Landorus, and no safe switch-in. We know that what's in the back is the Amoonguss, so really threatening a lot of damage to this, potentially to this Iron Hands. It's the only thing that can really feel safe in this moment.
Yeah. You can see how well positioned the Landorus can be in this matchup. Already forced one defensive Terra from the Heatran, which meant the defensive Terra wasn't available there for Iron Hands, and so Iron Hands just went down pretty easily. But of course, Landorus does not like to see that Iron Bundle up on the other side, threatening so much damage and obviously outspeeding this Landorus. Heatran, again, finds itself here. Terra Fairy isn't too worried about what Iron Hands can do, and if it keeps just firing off these Life Orb Heat Waves, that keeps Amoonguss from coming into the field, keeps these Pokemon kind of stuck here, taking lots of damage.
All right, Chuppa is opting to go for a Protect on the Iron Bundle, a Protect on the Landorus Therian from Paul's side, and another Protect from Heatran. So Chuppa is trying to get some extra healing in, or potentially just see what Paul wants to do, and Paul wants to get the heck out of there with the Volt Switch. Actually, I love that Volt Switch choice from Paul, so really good scout there from Chuppa. That's about the only way that Amoonguss can get in safely against these Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. The Volt Switch would have gone after the Heat Wave and allowed Amoonguss to land on the field at full health, but this double Protect from Chuppa burns the turn of Protect from Landorus. Now, something has to take a Freeze Dry and a Heat Wave in that slot, and neither Amoonguss or Landorus is going to do it, so something should go down there, and all that Paul's going to get back for it is whatever Iron Hands can do this turn.
Okay, Landorus switches out, Amoonguss in the back. Definitely going to be taking some big damage from Iron Bundle and the Heatran. Icy Wind connects on both Pokemon. Of course, neither Iron Hands nor the Amoonguss are too worried about their speed dropping, but deals good damage. Both Heat Wave lands on both and picks up the KO on the Amoonguss. That Icy Wind damage, putting it into KO range. As well, you know, you think about it, if you had gone for the Freeze Dry, maybe you activate the Citrus Berry, maybe it just barely gets up enough, but not quite. And, you know, that is, if you got your bingo cards out and you wanted the fake Focus Sash, you just got it there. Iron Bundle hanging on with 1 hit point. That is a booster bundle, not a Sash bundle.
Yep, that is not an item keeping it there at 1 HP. Maybe some excellent training from Chuppa, or maybe just a turn of good fortune.
People forget how bulky on the physical side Iron Bundle is.
Absolutely. It's part of what makes it so nice into Urshifu, and it has no fighting moves. Yeah, just such a well-created pin there for Chuppa. Took 1 KO that kind of left less options for Paul, which in turn creates another KO and puts Paul on the back foot. But he's definitely not out of this yet. Think about how low all of the Pokemon on Chuppa's side are. The Iron Bundle at 1 health, the Rillaboom at about a quarter health in the back. The Iron Hand's already down. If Paul can find a chance for this Heatran, or sorry, for this Landorus to get some attacks off, it's going to do well.
All right, well, Chuppa is going to try and scout out again, protecting from Iron Bundle, protect from the Landorus. Great use of Protect here. We often think of Protect as, you know, trying to buy time for yourself, but Chuppa here using Protect to make sure that Paul's Landorus is not going to be able to protect against a Freeze Dry here. That's Paul's way back into it. Blow one of Chuppa's attacks into a Protect, have that Iron Hand survive and start picking up KOs on its own. Not going to be able to do it here. Could go for the double Protect, but that's going to be risky.
Yeah, could go for the double Protect. Looks like may go for a defensive Terra here, trying to maybe take an Icy Wind, if not a Freeze Dry.
Slightly defensive Terra.
Still defensive, but still weak Terra. But yeah, using the Protect to just make sure that this Landorus could never protect itself again, and now Iron Hand's up against the world. I just don't see a way.
Yeah, Landorus goes down even after that great defensive Terra there. Still takes a Freeze Dry from the Iron Bundle. And that Earth Power not quite enough to pick up the KO on Iron Hands. A little bit less than 50% damage there. But that Drain Punch picking up that last singular hit point from Chuppa's Iron Bundle and healing back the exact same hit point. So not going to be able to get up to enough health to actually threaten this Rillaboom or this Heatran for these last turns here. And Chuppa's going to take game 1 here. Really strong play there, like you mentioned, that pin at the end, making sure that Paul could not feel safe. Had to go for something there, but was not able to get it right.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how Paul made the decision he did. Amoonguss was going to do even less in the back if Landers had just gone down. So had to try to create that situation where just a well-placed protect buys the time for Iron Hands to take out the Iron Bundle. I'm sure he was hoping that just on the switch, the Iron Bundle was going to go down to the Wild Charge. That's probably a much more playable game. But as soon as it didn't, had to use a protect. That didn't land either, and so Landers just went down, and Chuppa was able to take the game.
Yeah, that one hit point left on Iron Bundle after taking out that Wild Charge. Well, that is a heartbreaker if you're Paul and you are like cheering on your Iron Bundle. It's like, yes, I always knew I could believe in you, Bundle. You got this. As you can see, picking up that KO there at the end with that singular hit point was enough to make sure that Chuppa had the end game that he needed. Nothing Paul could do from that point.
Yep. I really like the Iron Bundle from the back there with Chuppa. That can be sometimes hard to play because it's not a very easy Pokemon to switch into the field. But if you can use opportunities like the slow U-turn from Rillaboom or or just after a KO, bringing it in, then it can be really well positioned towards the end of the game. When targets are already softened, maybe there's one missing thing, and it can just create this combination of speed control and damage that just puts players in a very difficult position on the back foot, very few ways back out of that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if Paul's going to be able to adapt here. Both the Urshifu and the Amoonguss, who are top tier threats in Regulation D, didn't seem to do much for Paul in this game. You know, the Urshifu did about 50% to that Iron Hands and then got knocked out by the Wood Hammer. The Amoonguss fainted on a switch-in, so didn't get to do literally anything at all this game except provide cover for one turn for a Pokemon on the switch-in. So Paul's gonna have to make some adaptations here to actually give some offensive pressure here. Yeah,
I feel like Amoonguss may have to go immediately put Paul on the back foot in the first turn because it was on the field against the Heatran and then couldn't come onto the field against Heatran later in the game.
Wasn't safe, ever. Here are the adaptations, and Paul is going offensive here. Shin Pao and Iron Hands coming out from Paul, but a great call from Chuppa to lead an Intimidator here. This Hisuian Arcanine is going to get a massive Intimidate off onto both the Iron Hands and the Shin Pao. Both of those Pokemon want to be hitting really strong with their physical attacks, but that Intimidate is going to hurt that just a little bit. And Booster Bundle out on the field immediately now, threatening some of that speed control with those Icy Winds.
Yep, could probably use that Icy Wind to get Shine Pao underneath Arcanine's speed. But yeah, the Intimidate is really valuable, but typing-wise here, Paul probably doesn't hate the position he's in too much. That Iron Hands is pretty well placed, get some good Drain Punches off, and try to get rid of this Iron Bundle if you're concerned about it. And Shine Pao likewise has some good targets for Sacred Sword.
All right, and Chuppa's going to switch out the Arcanine for Iron Hands of his own. Again, just like that, Iron Hands on Paul's side is pretty well positioned against the Iron Bundle and the Arcanine on Chuppa's side. Chuppa's own Iron Hands would be pretty well positioned after this turn if it does not take too much damage on the switch-in, and that Sacred Sword just not dealing a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, this is one of those things Iron Hands is so good at. Comes in to just neutral hits, absorbs them so well. And then you're looking at your team if you're Paul, like, now Shine Pao has to leave the field. It seems in a nice spot a turn ago, but with Iron Hands up there, you're going to need a defensive Terra, you're going to need a switch because it's not going to be able to comfortably stay on the field against this Iron Hands. Chuppa probably still needs to continue to pivot his position though. This Iron Bundle still doesn't want to be up against Iron Hands and he's threatening even less damage against it than he was last turn.
Okay, fake out coming out from Chuppa's Iron Hands onto Paul's Iron Hands. Iron Bundle lands the Hydro Pump. A huge win for any Iron Bundle to actually land that Hydro Pump. It's going to take the Sacred Sword back, but like we mentioned, that Iron Bundle survived a Wild Charge from Iron Hands easy. It doesn't care about about the Shin Pao's Sacred Sword. Shrugs that one off with still about a little bit under 50% health, and crucially did get that damage onto the Shin Pao, negating that Focus Sash and opening it up for real damage.
Yeah, and so this Shine Pao again this turn also just staying on the field, looking for damage. Oh, this could be an important Icicle Crash right here.
The Icicle Crash lands, does not get the flinch here, and Chuppa actually gets a crit on the back of that Icicle Crash, healing up all of that damage right back into Paul's Iron Hands. The Volt Switch into the Protect And yeah, that could have been a really big icicle crash there if it had gotten a flinch on that Iron Hands, could get some good damage, but doesn't get it. And now it's just Iron Bundle versus Iron Hands against Iron Hands and Chin Pao. And Iron Bundle really threatening a lot here, especially after that crit onto the Iron Hands.
Yeah, that crit is so important because Iron Hands goes from just looking comfortable in the field, something you can at least rely on to get its attack off this turn. Suddenly, you're looking at Chuppa's options, and one of them is just take Iron Hands off the field, prevent any damage from that. And it means that you can't threaten to take the Iron Bundle off the field necessarily. Probably need to risk the Shine Pao to be able to get something done this turn, because it'd be a disastrous turn to switch or protect one slot while the other one just goes down. But that may be what happens.
Yeah, one of those slots is switching right here. Chin Pao is out, and the Landorus is in. So at least getting an Intimidate off onto the Iron Hands here to drop some of that Drain Punch damage. But Iron Bundle's Freeze Dry not affected by that. Connects with the Iron Hands, a little bit of damage. The Drain Punch picks up the KO through the Intimidate, thanks to that critical hit on the turn before. And like you mentioned, Paul went and switched out the Chin Pao, tried to protect it, but just lost the Iron Hands in the process.
Yeah, such an absolutely massive turn. Probably looking for the Intimidate to weaken that Drain Punch enough that Iron Hands could stay on the field and get rid of this Iron Bundle. Now, because that doesn't happen, you've just switched the Landorus into Iron Bundle.
Into Iron Bundle.
Its worst enemy. Aqua Jet from that Urshifu is not going to be enough to take away 71 health from Iron Bundle, and so Iron Bundle's looking like at two really nice freeze dry targets here. Shine Pao is too low in the back to take a freeze dry. It's going to be a tricky turn for Paul.
Yeah, Iron Bundle is out here in this game two saying like, oh, I didn't go anywhere. I've been here the whole time. Why did you drop me?
Yeah, been here the whole time this season, been here the whole time in this game. Just applying so much pressure.
It still has the booster boost.
Yeah, hasn't had to switch. Still has to watch out for losing, right? You can still freeze dry into a protect and just lose Iron Bundle back and accomplish nothing. And so maybe Chuppa sees that, would rather have it late in the match, and so brings it into the back, just trying to look to soften up Paul's team before applying that pressure with Iron Bundle.
Yeah, another Intimidate coming out from the Arcanine as Iron Bundle takes a much-deserved break in the back of Chuppa's team. The Surging Strikes connects with the Arcanine, and of course, one of the downsides of having the rock typing for that Hisuian Arcanine is that it doesn't even take 2 Surging Strikes. Just a single Surging Strikes knocks that Pokemon out. But Chuppa is going to be able to fire back with a Wild Charge. That Intimidate dealing a lot to make sure that that Urshifu is still around for another turn here.
Yeah, just a well-covered turn, right? Avoids playing the guessing game of where to place the Freeze Dry, brings in the Arcanine to get a nice Intimidate onto this Landorus, and, covers the fact that Arcanine may just go down as quickly as it did with a Wild Charge into that slot to make sure there's some compensation for that. That means that either Iron Bundle or Landorus can probably threaten the KO onto this Urshifu. And either one is also going to apply something nice to the Landorus on the other side, either an Intimidate that brings that Landorus down to -2, or pressure just as strong onto the Landorus next to Urshifu. And so Arcanine is kind of just thrown out there as a sacrificial lamb, but gets that Intimidate and kind of forces Paul's hand in one direction.
Okay, well, Iron Bundle is back. Hisuian Arcanine took one for the team there, protected that Iron Bundle for one turn. But Paul's Pokemon are starting to get a little unhealthy. This Urshifu is pretty low. The Chin Pao in the back is really low. Really, only the Landorus is healthy on Paul's side. So, going to need a miracle from that Pokemon. As Chuppa brings out his own Landorus, gets another Intimidate down onto Paul's Landorus. So, maybe healthy, but feeling a little sickly and weak for its attack right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And did protect last turn, and so Paul identifies it could just take a freeze dry this turn, and so needs to defensively, in quotes, against this freeze dry. Probably would be enough to take it, but still would be a big chunk of damage. An Urshifu protects next to it, and looks like maybe Chuppa got it wrong on the guessing game this time.
Yeah, the freeze dry goes into the protect this time around from the Iron Bundle, which means that Paul's Landorus gets to attack with the Terra Blast. That Terra Blast flying after the Terrestrialization is a monster to a lot of Pokemon, and Iron Bundle took too much damage before, even after 2 Intimidates, still picks up the KO there.
Yeah, even after 2 Intimidates, Iron Bundle goes down, which means Paul's kind of threaded the needle here, found a way to get rid of Iron Bundle without it ever landing an attack into these 3 Pokemon that none of them wanted to take that attack. Forces the switch with Chuppa wanting to avoid the Protect Guessing Game one turn, and then Chuppa gets the Protect Guessing Game wrong on the second turn, and now Iron Bundle is gone, and suddenly it's looking like a really strong position for Paul.
Yeah, it is pretty strong for Paul. He does have the Pokemon advantage at this point, but we do know that Chuppa's Landorus is the Choice Scarf variant here, so should be the fastest thing on the field. Only the low health Chin-Pao in the back, and then this Urshifu and the extremely weakened existing Landorus for Paul. May want to try to switch out his own Landorus to both preserve its health and maybe get an Intimidate down onto both these Pokemon this turn.
Yeah, he may need to have an Intimidate at some point just to deal with this Scarf Landorus, and try to have the two Landorus fight each other at full health, but with one having the Intimidate advantage. Of course, if you want to switch that Landorus out, that means you're not switching Urshifu out. It did protect last turn and just looks like a really nice target for this Terra Blast.
Yeah, there goes the Aqua Jet into Iron Hands, and we are not used to seeing Urshifu deal that little damage. No switches, just the Aqua Jet. The Terra Blast easily picks up the KO there from Chuppa, so Paul will no longer be able to switch out his own Landorus and get any Intimidate drops down. Goes for the U-turn there onto Iron Hands, so bringing in the Chien-Pao, and you know what? He found a way.
Yeah.
He found a way.
He got the Intimidate boost after all. Picks up a little extra chip there, clearly seeing the amount of health that Iron Hands was sitting at, not gloving it, wanting it to be a little bit lower, and finds two small, tiny sources of chip in the Aqua Jet and the U-turn, but gives up Chien-Pao in the process.
Yeah, now it is just Landorus. Does get both the Intimidates down onto Iron Hands and onto Chuppa's Landorus this time around, but of course, Paul's Landorus has Terrastalize and is a pure flying type Pokemon. So now Iron Hands is also threatening big damage with the Wild Charge. The key here is that Paul has the ability to switch moves. Paul can choose to Stomping Tantrum that Iron Hands and then Terra Blast the Landorus, whereas Chuppa is locked into Terra Blast here.
Yep, he is going to have to Terra Blast the Landorus, though. No rock move available from Paul's Landorus, and so can't go for a super effective move of its own. I'm not sure that one Intimidate is going to be enough to make up for that extra turn that Paul's Landorus has to spend dealing with Iron Hands.
Yeah, so basically Chuppa gets an attack for free off onto Paul's Landorus before it can respond.
Well, ultimately two free attacks.
That's right, 'cause it's Choice Scarf.
And then it'll be faster on the last turn that these two Landorus go after each other.
Oh, and that's going to be big because that Terra Blast was not enough for a 2-hit KO. Chuppa needs 3 hits to knock out Paul's Landorus, and it's going to get 2.
Yeah, it means that there's exactly 1 turn for Paul's Landorus to try to KO this Landorus. We do know that the Choice Scarf one is likely to be trained to be much less bulky than Paul's, and that is an unintimidated Terra Blast, but I'm still not sure that it's going to be enough damage to just pick up a clean 0-hit KO.
Yeah, Paul needs this Landorus to be a hero here. Potentially hoping for a critical hit here. Chuppa lands the first Terra Blast back onto Paul's Landorus, doesn't pick up the KO, so here comes Paul's Terra Blast, connects onto Chuppa's Landorus. This is going to be good damage, but will it be enough? No critical hit. Landorus survives with 47 hit points, and that Choice Scarf coming up huge for Chuppa as he takes game 2.
Yeah, really well played by Chuppa to find the opportunities, find all of that damage. Got good pressure with Iron Bundle early. Didn't get as much pressure with it late, but it still created and kind of forced Paul's hands in the right ways that meant this Landorus was set up to win the game for Chuppa.
That Iron Bundle exerted so much pressure in game 2, it was bonkers. Like just the threat of Icy Wind, the freeze dries, and being able to tank those attacks from Chien-Pao, and of course we saw in the first game, being able to take a Wild Charge. Obviously the MVP all-star for Chuppa this set.
Definitely the main character of this match. It was all about Iron Bundle dealing damage, taking hits, and forcing switches.
Yeah, and there you can see Iron Bundle just getting some chip damage off onto that Iron Hands, but the double up with the Drain Punch from Chuppa, getting that Pokemon off the field was really critical for Chuppa being able to set up that endgame state here. And of course, you can see this Urshifu trying to show the world, like, hey, you are supposed to be afraid of me. I can knock out an Arcanine in 1 hit. I don't even need all 3 of my Surging Strikes. And then we have the dueling Terra Blasts coming out from Paul, but you can see Iron Bundle did its job here, threatened a bunch of Pokemon here as Chuppa is able to follow up, knock out the Urshifu, and then set up this endgame where it's just this Landorus up against the Iron Hands and the Terrastalized Landorus.
Yeah, I thought Paul did a great job of giving himself a chance here.
Yeah.
At least 1 critical hit to win. But I think ultimately that turn with the double up into Iron Hands was the pivotal moment of that game, because it got that KO and kept Iron Bundle safe to continue to be that main character every game.
Yeah, it was crazy how much pressure Iron Bundle was putting out there, and I just loved to see this type of, really positional play. And also I loved in game 2, like Iron Bundle definitely did all of the work, but then you see just how strong Choice Scarf Landorus can be as a cleanup crew there. Landorus came in, saved the Terra the entire game to make sure that you had that flying type Terra Blast, which deals so much damage to so many Pokemon. Being able to clean up after that, after everything had been softened up by the Iron Bundle, really well played positionally from Chuppa.
Yeah, when we talk about like the positional success of the Iron Bundle there, it's because it was all about the position. The Iron Bundle actually didn't accomplish that much damage. You got a Hydro Pump into Chine Pow and a Freeze Dry into Iron Hands, and that's really all it did. But it was always the one in control of the position, making Paul make switches that left Pokemon vulnerable, like that Iron Hands, like forcing Protects, like from the Urshifu, which left it vulnerable to the Terra Blast on the next turn. So even if it doesn't accomplish the damage itself, it's putting the pressure in the right spots to make it easy for Chuppa to play the game.
Yeah, really found all of Paul's pressure points there for maximum damage and maximum impact. Let's take a look back at game 1 too. Of course, Chuppa won game 1 as well. You can see here we have Paul trying to reposition Landorus against that Rillaboom. Gets that out, but of course the Urshifu got damage off onto the Iron Hands, but was traded pretty quickly by that Wood Hammer. Urshifu not doing a whole lot this game 1. But Paul was able to fire back, finally pick up the KO on that Iron Hands with the Stomping Tantrum, but that Iron Bundle was just out there causing so many problems. Hit that Amoonguss on the switch in with the Icy Wind, and then the Heat Wave to pick up the KO on the switch in. Nothing that Mushroom could have done.
Yeah, let's give a lot of credit to Heatran in game 1 as well. Those Life Orb Heat Waves were applying so much uniform pressure, right?
Yeah.
It's on both slots, it's a lot of damage. It made it difficult for Paul to switch, because you can't try to guess which spot the fire move's going into. Amoonguss can't come in anywhere.
Yeah, you can guess which one is going to miss, maybe, and Chuppa did miss one Heat Wave there, but not enough for Paul to actually get that Amoonguss in safely, and of course, could not bring it, after at game 1, just could not bring it to game 2. Brought the Chien-Pao instead, which, was offering a little bit more pressure, but still just wasn't able to match up. I think Chuppa made some excellent adjustments in that game 2, like bringing the Arcanine to double Intimidators and leading with the Iron Bundle to immediately put Paul on the back foot from turn 1.
Yeah, it meant that instead of Chien-Pao being the fastest thing on the field, trying to kind of, for the first time in the match, give Paul the forward foot there, it was still the Iron Bundle, and yeah, the Chien-Pao was probably more useful than the Amoonguss, but still not enough.
Yeah, just not quite enough. But to hear from Chuppa how he managed that incredible 2-0 victory over Paul, let's toss it down to the lounge where Sierra is talking with the man himself.
Thanks so much, you two. I am here with the winner of round 3 here in Pittsburgh, Chuppa Cross. Congratulations, first regional of the season, and you're off to a fantastic start so far. Even though that game 2, that end game seemed kind of tight, how are you feeling so far about the run?
Feeling pretty good. I, only picked up this team somewhat recently, but have put a lot of work into it in that time, so I'm really happy that that effort is paying off.
Yeah, this is quite a different look from your Worlds team here, where you're running that Rain and that Basculegion. So where was your thought process coming into this event to be landing on the 6 that you have now?
I can't say that I was very impressed with Basculegion at Worlds. I actually found a lot of struggles with it. Actually, I lost to the same team that Paul was using today, and I figured, maybe Basculegion is just not cut out for the metagame if it can't beat this team that we all knew is really strong at Worlds, went on to win that event. So I figured I had to part ways with my good friend the Fish and kind of move over to something else that kind of lets me keep up that aggressive play style in a different way with some classic favorites of mine like Iron Bundle.
Let's talk about that Iron Bundle, because I feel like when we're looking at Pokemon, that is one that might have the most love-hate relationship among players. Normally, I hate it when I'm using it, and I don't love it when my opponents use it either, because it's always accurate against me. So how has this Iron Bundle been? Because it's been something that kind of sees its way back up to usage and then kind of falls away as Hydro Pumps don't land.
Yeah, I think Iron Bundle's actually got a really unique place in the metagame right now. Now, as you can see in my set versus Paul, you don't just have to click Hydro Pump to make Iron Bundle work. It's really like the ice moves are your bread and butter, threatening stuff like Landorus, which my team might otherwise struggle with, but just like the speed control is so good overall. And then Terragosa is just like the icing on the cake, just really improving your matchup against Iron Hands, which you're going to struggle against otherwise.
So then, even though you have the perfect record to be starting off your day, has this Iron Bundle failed you so far? Are you feeling pretty good about this Pokemon right at this moment?
I've been happy with Iron Bundle. If anything, Heatran, maybe they need to work on their accuracy a bit, but Bundle has been putting in that work.
Yeah, Heatran's another one of those. It's always those inaccurate moves. I swear they're never actually the accuracy the game says.
I think it's really about, like, you can't be afraid to use inaccurate moves, like head smash, for instance, is another one where it's like, yeah, 80 accuracy is scary, but if you connect a head smash, it's very likely that something is just removed from the game on the spot. So I think you really have to be unafraid to use those inaccurate moves when they suit your team.
Yeah, and then going back to this event in general and where we're seeing ourselves in the meta, you talked about a little decision-making coming to this team. So how are you kind of thinking things are shaking up so far in Regulation D coming off of the World Championships we saw?
I think at Worlds, we really saw some amazing teams on top. I think Shohei's team that he was able to use to win the event was just so well constructed. And I think for this event, it made sense for a lot of people to kind of draw inspirations from teams like that, which is part of what my thing with this team was. I don't just want to use Shohei's team or, let's say, Hirofumi's team, the other major Hisui and Arcanine team, and have something that everybody's done their practice against. I want to, come with something a little bit less common and see how I can catch people off guard, and then at the same time be beating the teams that, maybe they thought they were safer to run.
Yeah, well, I feel like the Iron Bundle is definitely not something everyone practiced against, so you definitely accomplished that there. Our next round's going to be up soon, so I'm going to let you go. But before I do you have any final words for anyone watching or any shout-outs?
Yeah, shout-outs to Lex, Shiliang, and William for working on the team with me. We're going to do great today, guys.
And best of luck in accomplishing that. Good start to the day, so you're almost halfway there. For us, our next round is going to be up shortly. We're going to be taking to a quick break, though, so stay tuned.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
it really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what
all
decides the clean sweep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now!
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up game 1 in convincing fashion and was now 1 win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a parental bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're going to see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its parental bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just going to punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it going to pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, everyone, to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. My name is Evan Lattin. I am joined once again by my good friend Len Duell for round 4 of the regional championships here. And if we can expect anything close to the type of game that we got for our first stream match in round 3, I think we're going to have a pretty good weekend. How about yourself?
Yeah, that'd be a pretty amazing weekend if we had that the whole time, because that was a very fun match.
Yeah, it was an extremely fun match. Chuppa versus Paul. Of course, Chuppa took that in a 2-0 fashion, really commanding play through both of those games. You take a quick look back at both of those games here, starting with game 1. You can see Paul is trying desperately to reposition around Chuppa's Pokemon, but that Heatran putting off so much pressure with the Heat Waves, and Urshifu not able to get going for Paul. Again, one of those top threats in the format, did not get going at all. Took a Wood Hammer, and Paul tried desperately to use that Landorus to get back in the game, but Iron Bundle there on the field, just constantly threatening. And I believe that was the turn that Iron Bundle also survived with 1 hit point after tanking a wild charge there from the Iron Hands, and it was all over from there.
Yeah, this Iron Bundle just applied so much pressure. The Rillaboom was so valuable in game 1 and then was nowhere to be seen when that Giant Cow hit the field in game 2.
Yeah, incredible adjustments from both players there. You know, the Rillaboom, like you mentioned, did its job in game 1, knocked out that Urshifu, exerted some fake out pressure and used the grassy terrain to heal off some of that life orb recovery from the Heatran. But then Chuppa showing that this team has multiple modes, multiple options, opted not to bring either the Heatran or the Rillaboom in game 2, going for an entirely different mode here, leading the Iron Bundle with that booster energy in game 2.
Yeah, able to switch it up, not keep Paul guessing at which Pokemon he actually had to fight against, which makes it so much more difficult to bring those right offensive threats.
Yeah, and you can see that Iron Bundle was constantly exerting pressure, getting chip damage off onto a lot of Paul's Pokemon, knocked out the Iron Hands. That was the only real threat against some of the Pokemon that Chuppa had brought, especially since we know that he had the flying type terrestrialization for Landorus in the back. But little chuckle there as Hisuian Arcanine goes down in a single surging strike from that Urshifu. And Paul is able to finally get a couple of Pokemon off the board, takes the Pokemon advantage at one point, but does not have an answer for this Iron Hand and the Landorus next to each other. And like you mentioned, this Iron Hand sticking around just a little bit longer made Paul have to waste a turn dealing with the Iron Hands, so that one-on-one at the end, Chuppa was able to get 3 hits off before Paul was able to get 2.
Yeah, the combination of the extra target and the speed advantage for Chuppa meant that even though he needed 3 hits and Paul needed 2, his Landorus came out on top.
Yeah, and that is the kind of position that you need in the foresight when you're dealing with the number 2 and the number 3 players from North America in terms of championship points from last season. But like you called out at the start of this, they are both down to 0. We have the exact same amount of championship points as both of those players right now. Yeah. The only time I will ever be able to say that.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be true by the end of the day, but for now.
But for now, it's true. We're going to move on to a 4th round coming up very shortly that I'm really excited about. We're going to see some of the top teams that participated in the World Championships out here in Pittsburgh again, I think. So getting really excited about that, looking forward to our players as they're getting ready on stage. We're going to have Andrew Ding versus Stephen Mia here, and I'm really excited to see how this matches up. We're going to have the Bramblegas team that everyone might recognize from the World Championship stream that Emilio Forbes was piloting to a top 16 finish, up against one of those teams that has sort of become all of the talk amongst the Pokemon community these days. This is the team that was piloted by Hirofumi Kimura, who dropped in the round of 26, I believe it was, at Worlds, maybe 29 for that play-in round, but then went on after the World Championships to win the Wolf Glick Japan Invitational Tournament, where everyone started to see just how strong this team could be. I'm really excited to see how both of these teams are going to match up against each other.
Yeah, because these are two very aggressive teams. Both of them want to be the aggressor, want to be controlling the momentum and dealing so much damage. And so it could be some quick fireworks here.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty explosive game. Let's take a quick look at the Pokemon usage stats that we have here in day 1. We're going to see some of these Pokemon again, most notably that Rillaboom, the Hisuian Arcanine, and the Tornadus and Chin Pao, as well as the Urshifu. Actually, pretty much every member of the team that we're going to see that Hirofumi Kimura brought is on this top 12. That's that Fluttermane, the Urshifu Rapid Strike, the Chin Pao, the Tornadus, the Rillaboom, and the Hisuian Arcanine up against the Bramblegas team. And I really think that this Bramblegas team is so fascinating. Of course, nowhere to be seen on the top 12 here, but you do see some of its partners like the Goldengo, like the Tornadus, and the Bramblegas really loves seeing opposing Tailwind teams like the Tornadus. Of course, its ability allows it to get that attack boost when it's hit or hit by a wind type attack, like a Heat Wave or a Bleak Wind Storm, and also if it's under Tailwind, which Tornadus, that's the whole point of that Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. And then one of the reasons we see it is because Urshifu sitting in that number 2 slot does not want to take a big grass move, generally doesn't have a defensive Terra to get away from that either, usually opts for the Water Terra to provide more offense, which is definitely what Andrew has here. And so is able to just threaten so much damage against that Urshifu and keep the momentum after you've clicked Tailwind.
Yeah, and actually we are looking a little bit more in depth at these teams, and I had been seeing some of this. A lot of players, really liked the 6 Pokemon that Hirofumi had brought for his team, but didn't really like some of the choices that Hirofumi had made. And I think one of the most important ones for that on Hirofumi's original version of the team was using a Life Orb Chin Pao instead of the Focus Sash Chin Pao that we've seen a lot more commonly. And we are going to see that Andrew has decided to bring the Focus Sash Chin Pao, not the Life Orb version, which is going to be a real tank to the amount of damage that Chin Pao is actually able to put out on this team.
Yeah, that Life Orb versus Focus is definitely one of the most controversial decisions on the team. Both offer a ton of value. Like you said, the no Life Orb means that Chin Pao is not going to be offering as much damage, but the Focus Sash means it's going to be a lot more difficult for Steven to just use Tailwind and go through this team, right? It means that Chin Pao can always buy a turn, make sure that something can happen, and with 2 really aggressive teams like this up against each other, oftentimes 1 turn is all you really need to switch the momentum.
Absolutely, and I think it's going to be really exciting. I love the Bramblegas team that Stephen Mia is going to be running. Is much more specially focused than a lot of the teams that we've been seeing in this metagame. This is going to have the full complement of, extremely explosive, powerful special attackers here. It doesn't just have the Fluttermane, it doesn't just have the Chi-Yu, it doesn't just have the Goldengo, it has all 3 of those Pokemon on one team.
Yeah, and a Bleak Wind Storm from Tornadus for good measure. That's a lot of special damage coming out. The Choice Specs Goldengo can so quickly mount so much damage if you fall behind in speed control. There aren't great options on Andrew's side to take it. There's going to be a lot of pressure on that Assault Vest Rillaboom to take 1 hit somewhere, but of course, Chi-Yu doesn't worry too much about the Assault Vest. And even if it's not Chi-Yu attacking, the Chi-Yu Ruin ability means that all of those special attackers are going to be having an easier time going through Rillaboom.
Yeah, an extremely tense matchup here. When you see these type of dual Tailwind teams up against each other, oftentimes you end up seeing like a turn one matching Tailwinds, and then just sort of going through those three turns of Tailwind, then seeing who can get a second one up, which I think is going to be really interesting to see how both of these players are going to be managing the Tailwind control here. Because there's that option, there's also the option of trying to save a Tailwind in the back to stagger Tailwinds so you can get some of those free turns. But again, with these Tailwind teams, are so offensive that pretty regularly, if you have your Tornadus out on the field, it needs to be clicking Tailwind, otherwise it may not get another shot.
Yeah, it needs to be taking that opportunity, or if it's not coming out of the back, to try to stagger the Tailwind that way. And you definitely don't want to be the only one without a Tailwind in this matchup.
That feels so bad.
So bad. I think one interesting thing to look at here, we've seen a lot of Tailwind plus Goldango over last season.
Definitely.
And Arcanine was usually one of those Pokemon that would be a great answer for it, right? You could resist to make it rain, you could threaten a lot of damage with Flare Blitz. But as the Arcanines have shifted to become Hisuian Arcanines, usually, that Steel Resist is gone.
Yeah.
That Arcanine's going to have a lot more difficulty taking a Choice Specs, Terra Steel, Make It Rain. It can't be counted on to do that, which just gives you one less option for bridging through a turn, getting some source of damage, just kind of stop the flow of damage.
Yeah, on the other hand, it does give it more options against like the Chi-Yu on the side of the Tornadus Goldango Brambleghast team. So the rock typing, you know, it gives and it takes. It gives and it takes.
Constantly, always. It's such an interesting decision to look at those two Arcanines against each other. You know, the rock is probably most useful for its offensive pressure, but it just changes Arcanine's defensive profile on both sides.
Yeah, and I think that's what's been really interesting about seeing this particular Pokemon. Instead of having the sort of the Citrus Berry or the Assault Vest or, you know, other safety goggles, defensive items of the Cantonian Arcanine, Hisuian Arcanine regularly is holding and is again here holding that Choice Band just to deal as much damage as possible.
Yeah, both last round and this round with the Choice Band means it has big things like Choice Band Extreme Speed, which when you're looking at two Tailwind teams up against each other, that Choice Band Extreme Speed could be a big source of damage that goes even beyond what your Tailwind could bring you.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a quick look at the pairings for this round. Obviously, we know that we are going to be seeing Andrew versus Steven. But I believe we can take a look at some of these other ones. We have some great matchups here. Of course, Chuppa, who we just saw win, is going up against Kyle Livinghouse, one of our players to watch here, who's quietly had an amazing season last year with a great finish at Worlds and really top cup placements in multiple tournaments. Didn't quite get a championship, but had a really strong season all through last year.
Yeah, he's been a consistent player for a long time now, and then just will sometime win that big tournament and really break through.
And of course, we also have Alberto Lara, who is an extremely common name from last season. Still holding strong here is going up against Jeremy Gross. And Aaron Traylor versus Ofomezi Emel. Really strong trainers all around. So round 4, again, I'm getting a little bit more I believe it a little bit more because it's a little bit deeper in the tournament. But these are still some extremely strong matchups and some really hard competitors to be having to go up against this early in a tournament.
Yeah, because it is still early, but these matches are going to get even more difficult. We're going to see even more top players paired up against each other as we go through these rounds.
Yeah, because there will only be top players left by definition. As we keep going through the tournament. But we are going to be focusing on our stream match, Andrew Ding versus Steven Maya. And again, I really think that this is going to be such an interesting matchup. I love watching. I have a very controversial opinion here. I like watching Tailwind mirrors. I think it's fascinating to see how players actually manage the speed control. And if you can get those staggered Tailwinds off, if you can get a second Tailwind, that's what it feels like it's all about to me. And it's actually, it's a different way of playing the games. And I think a lot of people want to play it. But it's so fascinating to me. It becomes very positional when you have two offensive teams up against each other trying to do that.
Exactly, because it can seem straightforward when big Pokemon are just throwing out big attacks, lots of damage is happening.
Go fast, do damage.
But those have to be so thought out. You've got to be several turns ahead thinking about, okay, if I sacrifice this Pokemon, what does it mean I can't take in the future? I'm only gonna, there's no room for error, right?
Yeah.
In a Tailwind matchup like this. In a more defensive matchup, you can make a few errors, you just have to slowly build that advantage with enough correct decisions. But in a matchup like this, one mistake can put you like too far behind to come back up. And so you have to be so careful, so thoughtful about which Pokemon are on the field, every move selection. It can be so volatile because those move selections are probably not a sure thing. You're not going to create like 100% safe turns. You're going to be trying to figure out where those protects are, where those switches are, and get your damage through them.
Yeah, there are so very few actual safe turns in a matchup like this. There is no guaranteed, like, well, I'm probably safe if I do this. Like, I can probably make a switch in here. There's always some risk attached to every single turn in this type of tailwind mirror.
Yeah, and then it can turn into one, if you fall behind, you've got to create even more risk to bring yourself back into it. And if you get ahead, you've got to start looking for those pins and creating some actually safe turns. And that can be really the distinguishing thing in a matchup like this. If one player is more consistently able to create pins that just guarantee damage lands, maybe you're targeting both a move at a Pokemon and the move at this Pokemon that's most able to switch into that move, and just make sure that your damage is going to come through one way or another, then that's going to put you ahead.
Yeah, I think that is so fascinating. You're exactly right. If you fall behind in one of these matchups, that's when you have to start making sort of the galaxy brain plays that, like, how did you think of this? You would never do this. This is an unsafe play, but it's the one play that maybe gets you back on even footing.
Yeah, you've got to see every timeline through this game and find the one that brings you back if you lose a couple Pokemon early to a Tailwind Make It Rain.
Yeah, and I think it's also when you get ahead in one of those Tailwind mirrors, it's also an extremely important skill to be able to create those pins to make sure that no one is able to see into that timeline where they're able to actually find their way back, because it really just changes how you play. If you fall behind and you play conservatively, you are going to lose. But if you get ahead and you play too conservatively and let them have those sort of like 1 in 10 chances, they might go for it.
Yeah, a 4-2 lead can become a 2-2 mirrored match pretty quickly here.
All right, well, we are just about ready to hop into our game 1 here. Andrew Ding versus Steven Mea. This is our round 4 of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. And as we see, double Tornadus out on the field. Tornadus for Steven and Tornadus for Andrew. Partner Pokemon here are the Urshifu and the Goldango. Actually, probably a pretty decent spot for Andrew. Gets the Urshifu in, isn't too scared of it, but these players, they want to play fast and they want to play fast, going right into it.
Yeah, looking immediately for damage with this Terra Water Urshifu. Like you said, it's in a pretty good position. It's one of the few Pokemon that can just definitely take a Make It Rain here, but does have to watch out for a Thunderbolt.
Yeah, this Goldango holding that Choice Specs means it has more options than just the Make It Rain and the Shadow Ball. Steven's Tornadus going first with the Tailwind here, immediately matched Tailwinds for both Pokemon, but Urshifu, faster than the Goldango, fires off the Surging Strikes and connects. That Terastallization, that might not be enough. Even with the Terastallization and the Mystic Water, this Goldango held on just barely. No Focus Sash can protect you from the Surging Strikes, but a well-trained Goldango can just fire back with that Specs-boosted Thunderbolt. One-hit KO. Goldango's like, watch this. I got this.
Those are those massively volatile turns that we were talking about. The Goldango just barely hanging on. The Urshifu is crucially faster. This matchup would be extremely difficult for Andrew if it was not. But then the Goldango able to hang on through those 3 Surging Strikes just barely. Maybe trained for that, maybe just fortunate. And so that Thunderbolt lands, and Steven breathes a sigh of relief after the first turn, is up 4-3. But that's not a big lead.
Yeah, it's like 3.1 to 3.
But 0.1 maybe is all you need. That Goldango can go into the back. 1 health is still a lot of Choice Specs Make It Rain damage.
That's so true. But Qianpao out on the field now threatens any kind of attack from the Goldango. Is Choice Specs, so has to switch or take a Sucker Punch. But that also means that this Qianpao now has a way back in. Brambleghast coming in, would love to waste a Sucker Punch, would love to waste a Sacred Sword, but does not want to hit an Icicle Crash. But Qianpao actually just going to protect this turn, being a little bit more careful. And Bleakwood Storm comes out from Steven's Tornadus, does not hit the Qianpao thanks to the Protect, will land onto Andrew's Tornadus. So it deals a little bit of damage there as well. And again, as we're seeing, this Tornadus is slower on Andrew's side, but there's that Brambleghast. Brambleghast out on the field, like, you got 2 Tailwinds up and a Bleakwood Storm. I'm here. It's my time to shine.
Yeah, what a great switch into Bleakwood Storm. Still probably doesn't love to see the Qianpao on the other side of the field. Maybe it feels a little more playable if you actually landed a Bleakwood Storm into the Qianpao and broke its Focus Sash. But otherwise, you're looking at Sucker Punch that can deal a lot of damage here. Of course, Qianpao could probably also Sucker Punch the Tornadus at this point and pick up a KO. And so this is that volatile turn of having to, Steven's going to have to figure out where these attacks are landing and find the way through.
All right, well, Andrew actually is finding himself pretty pinned here. Goes for the taunt onto Brambleghast to prevent a String Sap. but Steven's Pokemon are so well trained here. Of course, that one's because of the Focus Sash. We finally got a real one. I got so used to seeing the fake Focus Sash that a real one shows up, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Liquid Storm, Chien-Pao on Andrew's side is able to dodge that, hits the Power Whip from the Brambleghast, so finally brings down to the Focus Sash, but that huge miss on the Bleakwood Storm for Steven means that Chien-Pao is around for another turn.
Yeah, that's a really crucial miss because Chien-Pao is such an important Pokemon here, being the fastest thing on the field, threatening KOs everywhere. Wasn't quite able to get that one because of the Focus Sash, and the Tornadus is unable to add any damage to that mix because Brambleghast is immune to Tornadus' only damaging move, and so it's all going to have to be Chien-Pao there. And so having it survive, having it still able to fire off a Sucker Punch or an Icicle Crash this turn is so critical for Andrew, and just a really important miss overall.
Yeah, that would have been a huge KO to pick up. You know, like you mentioned, that Tornadus can't do anything against the Brambleghast, only has the Bleakwind Storm for damage, so has to retreat in favor of the Hisuian Arcanine. Gets an Intimidate off onto the Brambleghast, so starting to get some of those Wind Rider boosts under control. Sucker Punch from Chien-Pao actually just going to target down Steven's Tornadus, so Steven no longer has the ability to set Tailwind when it expires, while Andrew has preserved his own Tornadus in the back to potentially get another one out on the field. Shadow Sneak coming out from Steven's Brambleghast deals a little bit of damage, over 50% to that Hisuian Arcanine, but still being threatened by that Chien-Pao, which again is still on the field because of that Bleakwind Storm miss.
Yeah, and Steven opting not to Shadow Sneak the Chien-Pao there, maybe expecting it to protect, and instead goes to the Tornadus. Picks up some really valuable damage with Arcanine switching in, but it means the Chien-Pao is still here, still threatening damage. We saw that the Sucker Punch would move before even the priority move from Brambleghast, meaning that that taunted Brambleghast has to be very careful here.
Yeah, and this Chien-Pao is, you know, it managed to dodge the Bleakwind Storm, it managed to protect itself from a previous one. Chien-Pao seems like Andrew's only real option here. Of course, thinking about the Goldango in the back as well, you have to be really worried about losing this Chien-Pao. We'll be able to pick up the Brambleghast here with the Sucker Punch before it can Shadow Sneak back. This Fluttermane able to fire right back with a Shadow Ball, leaving the Chien-Pao alone, is more concerned about that Arcanine, picks up the KO there, and just Tornadus and Chien-Pao left for Andrew. And this Chien-Pao at 1 hit point up against Tornadus. Andrew gets to set up Tailwind again if he wants to, but both Goldango and Fluttermane being so healthy, going to be real difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a great turn from Steven there, not to take this trade of maybe a KO into Chien-Pao, but then the Rock Slide comes back and KOs Fluttermane, because now you click Make It Rain and you click Dazzling Gleam, and things are looking pretty good. Of course, if you get KO'd by a Chien-Pao first, and then that Bleakwind Storm lands into Goldango, you're out, but if it is the Tailwind instead, you're fine. It's a very tricky position.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of those Chien-Pao Fluttermane matchups where you really have to wonder about how these Pokemon are trained. If this Chien-Pao is naturally faster than Steven's Fluttermane, then you don't even need to go for the Tailwind here, so Tornadus can fire up Bleakwind Storm just free here, and if it hits, that'd be real big.
If it hits, but also if the Chien-Pao has the damage, no Life Orb, is it going to actually be able to take out this Fluttermane in 1 hit? Because if it can't take out this Fluttermane in 1 hit, then this Choice Specs, this
Booster Energy,
I'm sorry, this Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam will do a ton of damage.
Yeah, here comes the Icicle Crash from Chien-Pao, connects with Fluttermane, doesn't need the Life Orb, picks up the KO on its own. That's the Fluttermane going down. That's the Goldango at 1 hit point left to fire back against Tornadus. Tornadus hits the Bleakwind Storm, picks up that KO, and Andrew, whew, that was such a weird back and forth momentum matchup, but Andrew taking those big KOs there.
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna have to expect from this Tailwind Mirror, always.
I just feel like I keep getting
so
whiplash from each turn.
Yeah, it's such an easy opportunity for the momentum to change. Health leads are not much. It's all about the speed advantage and where those attacks are landing.
Yeah.
And there Steven got 1 crucial survive with the Goldango, able to take the Surging Strikes, but does not get one with the Chien-Pao into the Fluttermane, and so Andrew is able to just pick up those 2 KOs, had the speed advantage, didn't need the Tailwind, took both KOs, and won the game.
Yeah, well, here's that first turn of the game. This is the first turn of the game. Both players went for their Tailwind, and Andrew even went for the Terrassalization on Urshifu to try and pick up the KO on Goldango, but survived with 1 hit point and then got knocked right out by that Thunderbolt from the Choice Specs Goldango.
Yeah, such a crucial KO. It looked at the moment like Andrew had spent the Terra, had not gotten the KO, had lost back one of his Pokemon, but then the Chien Pao came in the field to replace that Urshifu.
Yeah, then the Chien Pao started to take over the game, finally picked up the KO on the Bramble Gas, which was doing a lot of work for Steven, but at the end, it's this Icicle Crash. Didn't need the Life Orb, was able to have both the Focus Sash and just the damage to knock out at least Steven's Flutter Mane. So giving a strong indication for both of these trainers about what that matchup is going to look like going forward. And I think that's going to be such an important matchup for these future turns. And as you can see, we're going to see it immediately.
Yeah, straight away, the two up against each other once again. Focus Sash still intact for the Chien Pao this time, means it's an even more advantageous position for that Chien Pao.
Yeah, so both Tornadus out on the field again. Like we usually see in some of these Tailwind mirror matches, just going to try and get both Tailwinds up, keep the speed tied. No one gets a major advantage here. But like we mentioned before, sometimes it is, you may have some really big offensive threats next to the Tornadus, but sometimes knocking that Tornadus out, getting it off the field so you can maybe preserve for a second Tailwind is sort of the order of the day on these mirrors.
It's a really interesting decision, and you have it whenever Chien Pao's there threatening the KO on Tornadus, because if you take the KO, it just means another bigger attacker is going to come in to replace the Tornadus. That Bleak Wind Storm turns into a Make It Rain instead if you take that KO. But that means that no second Tailwind is available, and that could be what you need in the end of the game. Andrew here opting to play into it, takes the KO on Tornadus, and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, takes the KO on Tornadus pretty cleanly with that Icicle Crash. The Dazzling Gleam has no chance of missing, so this Chien Pao is going to be knocked down to its Focus Sash. And thanks to the special attack boost, the Photosynthesis boost activated by the Booster Energy, deals some good damage to that Tornadus as well. And here it is. It's going to be the Urshifu out on the field. No threat from Thunderbolt on Andrew's side. Steven's brought his own, is going to show us how it's done.
Yeah, this Urshifu lends itself into a really great spot. Can threaten an Aqua Jet into the Chien Pao to keep the Flutter Mane somewhat safer, still has to worry about a Sucker Punch coming into the Flutter Mane. But he's going to do a lot to suppress here and make sure that Steven takes better advantage of this first Tailwind, even if he doesn't have a second one waiting behind it.
Yeah, and with that Tornadus out, Steven's going to have to do so much here. Starts with terastallizing the Flutter Mane, so that Sucker Punch not going to be able to do a whole lot to the Flutter Mane. Would still want to be able to knock it out with the Icicle Crash, but the Sucker Punch, thanks to that terastallization, does less than 50%. Urshifu's Aqua Jet, of course, Andrew forced into going for that weaker Sucker Punch because of the threat of priority from Urshifu. And Steven's able to fire back with a terastallization boosted Moonblast onto the Tornadus, picks up that KO as well. And like you mentioned, those 4-2 leads can become 3-2 leads, can become 2-2 leads extremely quickly in these matchups.
Yeah, it can all change so fast. The Tornadus going down, giving Urshifu the chance to come on the field, and suddenly Chien Pao was looking so weak. They're at 1 HP, easily in Aqua Jet KO range.
Can't protect in front of Urshifu either.
Can't protect in front of Urshifu. Can't try to Icicle Crash the Flutter Mane instead. And then Tornadus, it's slower than Flutter Mane. It can't take that Moonblast and has to be careful about anything coming back. Even the Arcanine's not going to love taking a Booster Energy Terra Fairy Moonblast. And so Tornadus just goes down too. And so now Andrew took the KO on Tornadus to try to prevent a second Tailwind from Steven's side, but he's not going to get a second Tailwind either. That Tornadus has just gone down, and so now there's a Pokemon advantage instead in Steven's direction, but now they both have two giant attackers and very volatile turn.
Yeah, but crucially, Andrew has the Choice Banded Arcanine out on the field, so really difficult decisions to lock in here. Like, you may want to just go for extreme speeds, but if there's Bramblegast in the back and you're locked into extreme speed and you have this Urshifu that only has water and fighting type attacks, that could be a really bad situation if Andrew has to go for it without full information.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the only option here because otherwise you're just not going to get enough done in the turn. It's also somewhat of a defensive Terra. You have to be careful. When you're down to 2 Pokemon, a trade 1-for-1 is not generally a winning move. Yeah. And so the Terra there is going to allow him to pick up a KO on Flutter Mane with this extreme speed and maybe take a Surging Strikes as well.
Maybe. Crucially, maybe. That Intimidate does nothing against the always critting Surging Strikes. Andrews is faster, so goes for the Surging Strikes onto Steven's Urshifu. So if this Arcanine is able to survive, would definitely be in a good range for another extreme speed. But I'm gonna have to see if this Arcanine can survive the turn here. Close Combat comes out, actually calls it, gets the super effective Close Combat onto Arcanine, and Arcanine is out.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to call it super effective either way. We got a little used to those double water Urshifus. You can see how powerful of an option Close Combat is as well. Just picks up the KO there and creates the 2-1 advantage. We talked about how a 4-2 advantage might not be that much. That's because there's still 2 Pokemon on the other side. When you get that 2-1 advantage, it starts to look a lot more dangerous. And exactly for the reason you said, when it's Bramblegast coming in, Urshifu has so much difficulty dealing with it. And of course, it's just going to take one big power whip to deal with this Urshifu. Yeah, that Bramblegast coming in. Actually now, Steven's Urshifu going first here, getting the Close Combat off onto Andrews. So likely a speed tie between these 2 Pokemon. You can see with Bramblegast in the back, this game was pretty locked up here as it's able to tank a Surging Strikes here. It's actually doing quite a lot of damage to that Bramblegast. So actually Andrew would have had a chance if Bramblegast missed the Power Whip coming out here. But Steven's going to be able to lock this one up, and Bramblegast in the back. The MVP here just for locking up an in-game that made Andrew's life really difficult, causing him to lock into that extreme speed before he had full information. Just like, that all goes back to like turn 1, turn 2. It all sort of cascaded down from there. Yeah, it all stems from taking a KO that forces you to take 2 KOs back, and then you're the one making a decision, no ability to pivot afterwards. Bramblegast is not a bulky Pokemon. We saw how much it took from that Surging Strikes.
It resists Surging Strikes, but it doesn't love to take them.
But despite not being a bulky Pokemon, its typing plus ability makes it feel like a bulky Pokemon in this matchup. That Arcanine had Choice Band locked into extreme speed, meaning it was never going to damage that Bramblegast. We've already seen that the Tornadus on Andrew's side can never damage that Bramblegast. And so we see, and then Urshifu, such a strong Pokemon, but into even the very weak defenses of Bramblegast, cannot just pick up a one-hit KO because of the resistance. And so it means that Bramblegast is kind of strictly sticky here. And we talked about in these Tailwind mirrors how it's so volatile because any Pokemon can go down at basically any moment. But Bramblegast is not like that here. It really generally is going to, despite the focus dash means it has to take 1 hit, but then it may not be threatened by some of the other Pokemon either. And so it can create situations that are much more safe for Steven than the situations Andrew is actually able to create.
Yeah, I mean, with these really offensive Tailwind teams, you're really relying on your typings to get immunities, to get resisted hits in order to survive a single attack. So you can fire back big damage before. And it looks like we are going to have some more standard leads here. Tornadus on both sides. New attackers for both of these players. We got the Fluttermane out for Andrew and the Urshifu for Steven.
Yeah, this one's a very dangerous position for Steven, though. That Urshifu, if the Tailwind comes from both sides, it's going to be slower than Fluttermane. And likely, even if it Terras, may not be able to take the Terra Fairy Moonblast back from Choice Specs Fluttermane. And so in a very dangerous position there where you can't safely expect Urshifu to get an attack off this turn. You probably don't have anything that wants to switch into that Moonblast either. And so you, like, it's, in these volatile Tailwind matchups, you can sometimes be behind just from the leads in a way that's very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, the only Pokemon on Steven's side that could potentially be switching into that would be the Goldengo. With the Steel typing, able to resist the Fairy typing attacks, but you also have to worry about a Shadow Ball coming out into that, which is sort of the game that Goldengo and Fluttermane players have been playing for quite some time here. Andrew is going to go ahead and terrestrialize the Fluttermane as Steven's Urshifu detects here. Of course, Urshifu, seems kind of unfair for Urshifu to be able to protect against attacks while other Pokemon can't. So we're just going to have the matched Tailwinds here as the Moonblast comes out. Actually targets down the Tornadus here. So Andrew again prioritizing taking out the Tornadus on Steven's side. So Steven actually doing nothing with that Protect on Urshifu.
I think that's a really interesting decision because at first it reads like a KO just for free compared to just attacking the Protect. But if the attack goes into Protect, we just have a replay of Game 1, except now Urshifu can't protect itself anymore. But now Steven is free to bring in something that maybe actually provides a better threat against Fluttermane, at least forces a trade if nothing else. The Tornadus maybe would have Bleak Wind Stormed back and picked up a little bit of damage against Fluttermane, but that's not something Fluttermane was worried about. Instead, now it's his own Fluttermane coming in to threaten a bunch of damage back if you go for a Moonblast into the Urshifu slot. Yeah, so this Fluttermane coming in probably means no Goldengo in the back.
You would definitely want to see the Goldengo here. Could potentially mean no Bramblegast this time around, as you would maybe expect the Aqua Jet plus a boosted Shadow Sneak to be able to deal some damage there, but Still could have that in the back, but Fluttermane is the choice here for Steven. It's really going to come down to how these Pokemon are trained. Oftentimes for these choice specs Fluttermanes, we see them being a little bit slower and bulkier than the booster energy ones.
There's another interesting decision here, which is that if Urshifu doesn't Terra, which you wouldn't expect it to, it's probably going to go down this turn, then it's vulnerable to Bleak Wind Storm as well, which would allow the Fluttermane on Andrew's side to just go after the Fluttermane on the other side and create an even more winning position.
Well, winning positions are the order of the day for Bramblegast switching in on the Tornadus. Gets the boost, and as you see, Steven's Fluttermane is faster, hits its non-boosted Moonblast first onto Andrew's Fluttermane, which is able to pick up the Focus Sash on Bramblegast on the switch in here. But of course, we know that Tornadus can't do anything to the Bramblegast, which now has the boost from Wind Rider, and is about to get another one here from the Bleakwood Storm. So this Bramblegast is now looking pretty scary. A little bit of damage on Fluttermane. Bleakwood Storm can drop the speed of that Fluttermane, but does not. So Steven's Fluttermane likely still going to be faster than Andrew's, and that Bramblegast is putting on a lot of pressure with now +2 Shadow Sneaks.
Yeah, this Tornadus is doing nothing. Steven's knocked out Tornadus is more valuable for him than the Tornadus from Andrew's side is taking up a spot here, limiting his damage output. This Fluttermane's definitely vulnerable to a +2 Shadow Sneak from Bramblegast. It means you have very few options to deal with this. You do have the 4-2 Pokemon lead, but we talked about those 4-2 Pokemon leads in this matchup.
Yeah, so Andrew is just sort of left taunting the Bramblegast, which does have the Strength Stab ability, but probably not going to try and do anything with that right now. Oh, the Rocky Helmet. Shadow Sneaks into the Tornadus, so Steven actually knocking his own Bramblegast out here with that Shadow Sneak. Is it going to be worth it? The Dazzling Gleam actually doesn't pick up either KO. So Andrew's Fluttermane hanging on with 2 hit points, able to fire back with that Moonblast, and all of a sudden, Steven looked like he was in such good position, but that Rocky Helmet picking up the KO onto Bramblegast and surviving the Dazzling Gleam. Andrew is now in a commanding position here.
Yeah, just an absolutely disastrous turn. We talked about how, before the match, about how one mistake in a matchup like this can just end it for you, and that is one of those. Maybe expects the Tornadus to switch out in the exact same way that it did in Game 1, and expected the Dazzling Gleam to just safely pick up the KO and Flutter, given we'd already seen that the Fluttermane on Steven's side was faster. Both of those things are wrong. Both of those are mistakes, and it means that Steven just has to concede here on the next turn.
Yeah, we have talked about 4-2 leads going down to 2-2 mirrors, but 4-1 leads become 4-0 wins real quick.
Instantly in that case.
Wow, what a weird matchup there. I loved watching these two Tailwind teams face off against each other. I think you were so right in that Game 3 when you called out the fact that it was Steven's fainted Tornadus just having so much more impact on the game. Andrew kept prioritizing knocking out Steven's Tailwind setter. Like we see here with the Moonblast from turn 1, knocked out that Tornadus, which meant that Steven couldn't get more Tailwinds up, but Steven didn't need it. This Bramblegast was able to put out a lot of pressure, had to take the taunt, but then went for the Shadow Sneak onto the Rocky Helmet Tornadus, didn't pick up the KO, got knocked out by the Rocky Helmet, and this Dazzling Gleam not able to finish off either Pokemon, letting Andrew just crush this end game here.
Yeah, such a crucial turn. You have to imagine if that goes differently, it's a Shadow Sneak into Fluttermane for a KO, and Fluttermane, probably doesn't pick up the KO on Tornadus. We already saw how little Tornadus was doing on the field there, and so that's probably a turn you can live with. Of course, that just means it's a 3-3 game. By no means is Steven like demonstrably ahead. And so would have just been a close match, but because it doesn't go that way, it's a ended match.
Yeah, the match is over. And this is one of those things, I remember we talked a little bit about the Life Orb Chien Pao being one of the key items on the original version of the team. Another one of the more controversial ones was the Rocky Helmet on Tornadus, which was on the original team. Seen here, winning Game 3 for Andrew by knocking out that Bramblegast. Tornadus didn't have any other options against it, just to maybe hope that Bramblegast hit it and damage itself on that Rocky Helmet.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Tornadus found the one and only way it had to deal 1 HP of damage to the Bramblegast. Yeah, like you say, it's an interesting item decision. I always read it more as punishing the fake out a little bit, finding some extra damage sources when things just hit into Tornadus, because it doesn't have any item that's extremely valuable for it. But in that matchup, the Rocky Helmet was extremely valuable for it.
Yeah.
Punished the Shadow Sneak that was probably looking for a switch.
Absolutely, and now we're going to take a look back at that incredible 3-game set. Here is Game 1, where you can see the Surging Strikes Terra Water coming out from Urshifu, not able to pick up the KO on this Goldengo. Survives with just 1 hit point, maybe 2, maybe 3, who could say. but that Thunderbolt coming back gets 100% of the health of Andrew's Urshifu here and takes a quick lead here for Steven.
Yeah, well, such an important KO, but it was a trade basically. That Goldango at 1 HP and one of the slower things in this matchup was never able to attack again. Probably had very little chance of ever being able to attack again at 1 HP. And so maybe just a trade where you have a piece of dead weight on the field doesn't always help. Yeah, got that Chin Pao in, which is able to pick up the KOs onto both the Bramblegast and the Fluttermane at the end there with the Icicle Crash. Again, didn't need the Life Orb, went for just the Focus Sash, got the damage off, which meant that Andrew took game 1. But heading into game 2, both these players had to make a few adjustments to their styles to get those Pokemon in more winning positions. And this is again where we saw Andrew start to focus on taking out the Tornadus turn 1 to get the Tailwind Setter off the field. Yeah, maybe get the Tailwind Setter off the field, just take easy KOs as well. I mean, ultimately you just have to take 4 of them, and this is one that was just free and available on turn 1 in both game 2 and 3. Yeah, and no KO is able to come back for the Fluttermane there, hitting the Focus Sash. As you can see, Andrew is forced in this in-game to lock into the extreme speed here to knock out that Fluttermane. Picks up the KO there, but is not able to survive the close combat. And then Bramblegast is out here, picks up that final KO onto the Urshifu and takes game 2. So Bramblegast, MVP of game 2 there, able to sort of get itself into a really good position. Sneakily bulky thanks to its typing. Again, immune to that extreme speed, resistant to the surging strikes. So able to take that hit and fire back with the Power Whip there. Yeah, and take a crucial game-winning KO in game 2, but then knocked itself out in game 3. Yeah, and then into game 3, again, we saw these kickoff. So new Pokemon, but same strategy here as Andrew knocks out the Tornadus turn 1, gets the Tailwind Setter off the field again. So just constantly taking those early advantages, but this Bramblegast comes in, Tornadus can't do anything, it has to taunt it, but goes for the Shadow Sneak onto the Tornadus, really hoping to get that Tornadus in range for a double knockout here from the Dazzling Gleam, but isn't able to do that. The Rocky Helmet picks up the KO there. Fluttermane is not able to get the double KO with the Dazzling Gleam, and Steven is forced to forfeit there, and Andrew advances undefeated. Yeah, such an interesting match to watch. So volatile, so fast-paced. Yeah, and it's one of those things, these sort of really heavily offensive teams we think of as having real quick matches, but I think they're also pretty, especially when they go up against each other, they're pretty prone to 3-game sets too, just because they are so volatile in that way. Yeah, exactly. Someone's unlikely to just have an easy advantage, have easy wins, and so we get 3 really interesting games out of it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's been a really fun thing to watch both of these teams match up against, because they ran the same strategy every single time, which was Tornadus and Attacker, Tornadus and Attacker, Tornadus and Attacker, but switched it up each time as well, just to make the adjustment of which Pokemon are going to be most useful in this matchup. Yeah, I mean, you're just trying to kind of catch your opponent with that first turn. We saw in the game 3 that Andrew won that phase of the game, right? Yeah. Led the right Attacker next to Tornadus, that meant that Steven's Attacker couldn't instantly do anything. Ended up finding a chance to attack once the Tornadus went down. But even that advantage, right, of just being basically a turn ahead because your opponent's attacker has to protect itself on the first turn, can make a big difference with how fast-paced these games are. Yeah, I completely forgot that Urshifu protected itself on turn 1. It's just such a weird situation to find yourself in, where you have that powerful offensive pressure, and you're both trying to match tailwinds, and you're trying to protect to keep your attacker around just a little bit longer. Maybe even Steven hoped that turn went the way he wanted it, to make sure that Urshifu was safe and could be alongside another powerful attacker. Yeah, because as soon as the Fluttermane hit the field next to it, then everything changed for that position, right? It meant that the Urshifu could play a little more offensively without opening itself up to just too easy of a KO. Ended up switching out anyway, but it was still a switch that was covered a little bit more because there was something threatening next to it. Absolutely. Well, we are going to take a quick break here from the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. When we come back, we will have Sierra in the lounge with the interview for our winner of that last set, Andrew Ding. So don't go anywhere. Stay right here. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We have the winner of our round 4 here in Pittsburgh, Andrew Ding. First off, congratulations. Great start to the weekend so far. And what an intense match, too, with this tailwind. How are you feeling going into this matchup, knowing how volatile it could be?
Yeah, it's actually like one of 2 matchups I really don't want to play because Bramblegast is just really, really hard in tailwind mirrors. Yeah, it's not unwinnable, so.
As we got to see there. So then going up against a matchup that actually is pretty difficult for you, where do you have your sights set most? Is it really just take down the opposing Torn and then go from there and see how many KOs I can take? Or what's the approach to these difficult tailwind matchups?
I think for me, getting the lead matchup right in tailwind mirrors in general is really important. And I think at least in my head, I did that every single game. I just thought he'd protect the flutter in game 2. But yeah, and so, yeah, I just try to lead correctly, basically.
That's fair, especially too with these tailwind teams. It kind of feels bad to swap because you know you're just going to lose whatever comes back in.
Right.
But you're talking about that you felt like you led correctly, and we got to see that you did take the win to start things off, but it definitely started off on a weird note because you missed this KO. I know there's a little something going around here, but you missed this KO over onto the golden goat on the other side. Were you surprised or taken aback by that one?
I think that was more to kind of test out the waters to get an idea, because yeah, it can sometimes kill, but it depends on the gold dingo's spread. And so, but I figured even if it doesn't kill, because I get the free switch, it's actually totally fine. And if it does kill, then I'm not actually sure it would be that much better, because he gets a free switch and a flutter, and then I can't really switch anything into that either. And so, yeah, it actually was fine that it lived, but yeah, I think game 1 I just was trying to like, yeah, just like feel out how bulky the sets were and stuff.
That makes sense. Make sure you know exactly what you're going up against. And what we got to see too coming out from both of you guys was teams that are really reminiscent of Worlds teams. For yourself running a very, very similar team, the same 6 to Hirofumi. I think it's just a couple of little things changed. So where was the decision making in, hey, he was right with this 6, but let me tweak these couple of things?
I guess mainly just comfort. I think Sash Pow in particular, I just feel like bails you out a lot. And for the Specs Flutter, I actually tried Calm Mind Flutter, which was the original one on Hirofumi's team, quite a bit too. And that one, I think, it's like maybe 50-50 in terms of which one's better. It just depends on the situation. But yeah, I think against like most balanced teams, like I think Specs just covers more in general. So yeah.
Makes sense. Well, you're definitely off to a great start here in Pittsburgh. So great start so far. So congratulations on that. Before I let you go get rested up for your next round, hopefully continue that dominance. Do you have any final words or any shout outs?
Yeah, I have 2 shout outs. Shout out Justin Ramirez, who just like helped practice with me the past 2 weeks a disgusting amount, and also my good friend Simone Sanvito for talking me through like all sorts of matchups, because even though I don't think he like worked with Hirofumi or anything, but he also brought the same 6 Pokemon to his Worlds Day 2 team, and so yeah, those are my 2 shoutouts.
Well, I mean, of course, any success is with great friends by your side. So congratulations again. Best of luck going on forward. For us, we're going to be taking a quick break before we break down more of what's ahead.
Can I take?
Go.
He has done it. He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it!
JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here.
It looks like that is a knockout. Yakobovic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow, what does? He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her 2nd regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his 2nd regional championship.
My goodness.
The back-to-back champion, Luminion V into boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great, it really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again, like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it! The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion!
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past 2nd place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up, and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I did not expect to go away.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Addison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Bish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Torrid again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone, because I think I can beat everyone.
and I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100+ of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition has just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting 2nd in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player that's ever played this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
it would be breathtaking to win the World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm going to have so much fun.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here in beautiful Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for our first regional championship of the 2024 season. I am Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder. And Gabby, we've had 2 exciting matches so far to start today. It's only going to get more exciting as the day goes on.
I know. I mean, what a way to kick off the 2024 season, having Chuppa and Paul play that first round, and then the second round we had Steven Mia and Andrew Ding getting that win on stream. We saw Bramblegast. I mean, there's just so much more incredible battles to come. This is literally day 1 won week 1 of the 2024 season, and it's already on fire.
Yeah, and we can talk a little bit more about that Chuppa and Chua matchup here. As for anyone just joining the stream, we have some recaps for it. And 2 of the best players in the country coming from the same region of the country. Not too bad of a trip for them, and they have to face each other, of course, just like it's a local in Brooklyn.
I know. Round 1, getting to see probably one of the strongest opponents on the field is just a tough, well, I guess this is technically round 3, but is a tough matchup for sure. That being said, though, it was an incredible match to watch play out. I think the play that stood out to me the most was that Iron Bundle holding on with exactly like 1 HP after the Volt switch, also getting some great knockouts there with its ice typing. I mean, I think a lot of this was what we were expecting to see from the early rounds of the regional. You know, a lot of teams inspired by Shohei, inspired by Hirofumi, but as well, just it's the reads that really make the difference, right? Like that really felt like a world caliber match.
Oh,
and
yeah.
again, that was literally our first game broadcasted of the season.
Yeah, for sure. But you know, it's a best of 3 there, right, in the matchup, and you know that just how talented these trainers are. It's going to be very difficult. Paul Chua, international champion last year, so it would be no easy feat to take him down.
For sure. And I love these replays as well because we get to see the players' reactions to the plays. You know, that was a great knockout there on that Hisuian Arcanine. I believe that was one of your picks coming in for the weekend. Unfortunately, not making too much of an impact in that round. Terra flying, Landorus Therian is back to party. Like, the gang's all here.
Yeah, for sure. I had Landorus and Hisuian Arcanine there, so I'm feeling confident about my predictions so far. And as you can see, the Wild Charge going into Chien Pao there. Chien Pao not the strongest Pokemon on the Vulcan. And Landorus, we talk about how strong it is. You don't need to click Earthquake. You don't need to be Choice Scarfed anymore. Terra Flying and Terra Blast is really effective. And it's something that Landorus has not had in the history of VGC is effective single target damage, and that's what the Terra Blast provides.
It's interesting though, because you do have to commit your terastallization to your Landorus Therian if that's the strategy you're trying to go for. And I think that a lot of this metagame right now calls for a more defensive terastallization. You know, I think so far on stream we've seen a lot of, you know, offensive picks. You terastallize your Flutter Mane so that you get the fairy type damage bonus on top of your Moonblast and everything else that Flutter Mane brings to the party. But looking back at the World Championships and what I was expecting coming into the event this weekend, I think as the rounds go on, we're going to start seeing more people opt to go for a defensive terastallization instead. I think that you need a lot of bulk, you need a lot of resistance right now to sort of deal with all these heavy hitters that are relevant in the metagame. And while you certainly could just be faster and hit harder to deal with them, I feel like some trainers, including myself, prefer to take that more slower approach and just trust that you can take the damage in the first place.
Yeah, and it's very important when you decide to terastallize, like we saw in our last stream matchup with Andrew Ding and Steven and Mia, so we can recap that one here. This was an incredible set, back and forth, going all 3 games.
Yeah, I am really surprised that Golden Go could take the 3 hits from the Urshifu with just so little health. That felt absolutely calculated, firing back a Thunderbolt to guarantee the KO on that Urshifu in return. I think that Golden Go in particular was one of those Pokemon that a lot of people had their eyes on coming into this weekend as one of the viable special attackers in the format right now. But that being said, Golden Go is not a Bramblegast, was sucker punched for the KO in that part of the replay. Arcanine unfortunately falling pretty close behind with that Shadow Ball. But overall, just a really fun team from Steve and Mia.
Yeah, and you can see that Icicle Crash landing. Even Steven was like, wow, that's just a massive amount of damage, and that's what Sword of Ruin is able to bring to the field. You're really, whatever your move's base power is, just bump it up a little bit when there's a Chien Pao around.
I know, and that's what makes it so scary when it's next to the Urshifu as well. You know, you're guaranteed those critical hits with its signature moves of Surging Strike and Wicked Blow, and then you add the Sword of Ruin on top of that. That's just a lot of damage. You know, it's not necessarily a mathematically, I guess, defined amount of damage, but it is a lot of damage.
It is a lot for sure. But Steven would respond in the game 2 very well against Andrew in this back and forth. This is the one where we had a lot of terrestrializing. Steven terrestrializing his Flutter Mane first, which got rid of that ghost typing, which helped out Andrew.
Yeah, I know you were really excited about this play, and we'll get to it in a moment. I mean, look at how much damage Flutter Mane does even without that terrestrialization. It's definitely one of the biggest threats in the metagame right now, but if you are a Terra normal Arcanine with extreme speed, that's just going to be a KO right there too.
Right, and then the benefit there was that now that he was a normal type, that's like the triangle of VGC, right? It's like, okay, well, I'm going to punish you because you lost your ghost typing, now you're weak, now I can hit you with extreme speed, but now that you're a normal type, Urshifu can hit you with close combat for super effective damage, and that is the back and forth that we love in VGC.
For sure, and I think it all just comes down to that timing as well, because Andrew was able to force the terrestrialization early from Steven Mia, that just gave the Arcanine the opportunity to do that. And I think that's how people are playing that Pokemon. I think that's how people are playing the metagame right now. You know, you try and guide your opponents into these plays. Like, I want you to set up Tailwind so I can deal more damage this turn, or I want you to terrestrialize now so then I can sort of punish that later on. It's very interesting, and it just goes to show how much every turn counts, because unlike some other formats that have been slower in the past, you really don't have a lot of time to make up for any sort of, you know, missteps or otherwise falling behind in terms of the damage output.
Yeah, and that would set up for our decisive game 3 between Steven and Andrew, 2 great trainers. And you know, with so many mind games going on in the first 2 games, you just got to go for it on turn 1.
You do, and you know, if you can make that call very early on in game 1, it can certainly pay off. I loved the taunt on that Tornadus as well. I think that's a great utility move to be bringing right now, even if you don't necessarily get to use it, but the Rocky Helmet to deal the damage, to knock out the Brambleghast once it was brought down to its Focus Sash. Just, again, really fun team, really well played from both those trainers. I hope we see more Brambleghast, because it would be fun to talk about, but overall, just very strong teams.
Yeah, Brambleghast is one of those niche Pokemon that it actually makes sense the value provides. So I know a lot of times in team building, Gabby, they'll put 5 very strong competitive Pokemon together, and then they'll put like one of their favorite Pokemon out there, you know, if they're like a low kicks fan or whatever, and they're like, oh, look at my off meta team. It's like, no, you have 5 incredibly common Pokemon, but then you put the one spicy thing there. But Brambleghast has surpassed that off meta type of name that you would have, because it is something you absolutely have to be prepared for, because it's immune to extreme speed, it's immune to close combat, and it resists surging strikes.
And it also does not take any damage from wind-based moves, which is not flying-type based moves, which is something I have to keep reminding myself of. I think you were saying it earlier, it's actually immune to Heat Wave, which is the most common fire-type attack in the metagame right now.
Yeah, for sure, so that helps you. It really does help. On top of its regular natural immunities, its ability giving it more immunities to Bleak Wind Storm and other weather-based attacks like that are similar to that, really helpful. But we can actually review our matches here for round 5 in Pittsburgh, and this should be an exciting one. 2 of our featured players to start the day, Kyle Livinghouse and Justin Tang, will be facing off on stream for round 5.
Yeah, also Justin Ramirez facing off against Justin Karras. We have Kazuki Kanehira versus Dylan Salvanera, and Santino Tarquinio versus Zachary Goldstein. It's truly, these matchups are just insanely good given how we're only on round 5 of the day. I just am so incredibly impressed by how high caliber we're at. And again, this is the first regional of the year.
Yeah, for sure. That's what kind of happens with the first regional after a world championship every time around. It's very exciting. There's a lot of energy in the community. There's a lot of big names that come out to start these first couple of events at the beginning of each season, because you feel everybody's starting back at square one. We're all back at 0 championship points except for Justin Tang, because he's at 30 for winning the PC yesterday. So besides Justin, everyone else is at the same point, and you feel so optimistic that you can start your season strong here in Pittsburgh.
For sure, and I also think there's a lot more on the line. I mean, we've spent plenty of time talking about the World's invites on the line, but there's also a lot more prize money in rotation. I mean, you could do well at this event and then invest that money into your next event and just sort of get that whole ball rolling and earn your invite just by some very consistent performances. So it's a lot of fun to see just how the season updates in particular this year have really changed just, I think, the approach to the game overall, and the fact that it's rewarding consistency a bit more makes me really excited.
Yeah, and then that Justin on Justin matchup is really interesting because they're very good friends. They team built together a lot, so you hate to have the team KO in early on round 5. You hope that'd be round 8 or 9 when the matches are a little more high stakes there instead of round 5. But you know, Kyle Livinghouse is a player that we have known for a very long time in VGC, one of the most consistent trainers in North America. Pennsylvania is kind of big, so I don't want to say a local because it could take you 5 hours if you're in another part of Pennsylvania to get to Pittsburgh. But a Pennsylvania, you know, he probably had probably easier travel than the rest of us because, you know, yesterday, Polytoad, Pelipper, Kyogre, they were all working in tandem to stop people from flying in, so he probably had a quick drive.
Yeah, don't forget about those electric-type Pokemon as well with the Thunders and the Thunderbolts and all that, but you're absolutely right. I mean, I consider him a local player, as local as you can be, given that it does apparently take 5 hours to drive across the state. But the fact that he's one of the New England-ish staples is something to keep an eye out for sure. And I mean, Justin Tang has won 2 regionals last year, currently #1 NA with his 30 championship points. Definitely a player to continue to keep an eye on. And I'm very curious for him. And I think Kyle also was in the PC yesterday. I want to say he made top cut, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm curious if these players are running the same team going into this tournament from the other day, or if there have been some team adjustments, as the PC yesterday was best of 1, so not best of 3 like the matchups we're seeing play out in the full regional event.
And Justin Tang might have won 2 regionals last season, but remember, Kyle is a former regional champion himself a few seasons ago. And Kyle, Gabby, we remember he top 8. What was it? Was it Hartford? I want to say that he top 8 with Wo Chien, right?
That sounds right.
Was it the one right before? Regardless,
yeah.
Kyle is a very brave trainer to actually bring Wo Chien to a tournament and then top cut a regional with it.
Yeah, speaking of the tournament, though, while these players are getting set up to battle, we have a lovely overhead shot of the venue. Just like in previous years, everything is color-coded, so shout-outs to our VG friends at the red tables down there. I believe this is one of the biggest regional championship events that's ever happened for Play Pokemon, as there are over 1,700 players competing in the trading card game this weekend, which is nuts.
Yeah, and it's awesome. It's awesome that these numbers are going to keep rising as our community grows and, you know, the scene gets more recognition. And I love that on the outside when you first walk in, there's a whole bunch of brand new banners.
Yeah.
Like we saw Iron Bundle chilling at the prize wall, you know, because he's giving you presents, kind of, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that Bidoof's not giving you presents, but there is a Bidoof sign in the venue.
Okay.
And I'm very excited for that.
Yeah, so there is a lot of, like we said, a lot of optimism, a lot of buzz here in Pittsburgh for the start of a new season, because it's just, you know, it's like, you know, the first day in a sport when everybody's record is the same, you feel like you have that chance. And even if these matchups, like if some of the trainers, they know Regulation E is on the horizon, right? So you know that's obviously going to impact the meta and maybe change some of your team decision making. I think I'm in the same line of view of if people want to just play it safe here in Pittsburgh and then maybe Peoria or Toronto or you know, another future tournament in a different format, that's where you pop out the spice.
I agree, but I think it's because this format feels like there is a very consistent formula to it, with that Tornadus, not Thundurus, excuse me, with the Urshifus, your Chenpaus, your Fluttermanes, Iron Hands, Landorus Therian. Like, those Pokemon together just feel so comfortable right now. They give you enough wiggle room if you don't really know what kind of strategy your opponent's going to take. If you are playing a mirror matchup, there's enough, you know, sort of customization you can do to the approach approach that you're not necessarily just seeing who gets Tailwind first or who's Urshifu wins the speed tie. So I'm really not surprised that that's what we've been seeing so far, and most likely will be seeing a bit more of throughout the weekend. But once Regulation E comes around after the DLC drops this week, I think that we will see a bit more spice. And I also think we're going to see people just trying to figure things out. You know, I think there was a lot of that prior to Worlds, but because we didn't have many events leading up to Worlds, it was really just NAIC and then that was it. We didn't get to see that much development. It all sort of happened at grassroots events. It happened, you know, people were practicing offline together. It just happened behind the scenes.
Yeah, and our trainers are getting set up on the stage, so we should be heading over there in due time, but we can just talk more about, you know, you talk about like the Tornadus and Fluttermane or Shifu core that's just incredibly prominent, right? What's interesting within that core is what can change, because you can be Choice Scarf on Urshifu, or you can be Assault Vest or Safety Goggles or Terra Grass instead of Terra Water to help you in the Amoonguss matchup, right? Same with Fluttermane, like Shohei's Fluttermane was Terra Grass when most people run Terra Fairy or Terra Water for their Urshifu matchup, right? So I think even within the conventional team archetype matchups that we potentially will see in this round and throughout other rounds throughout the rest of the weekend, there are those minute differences that make massive differences, or make a massive impact on the matchup, I should say.
I think you can also pick one Pokemon to drop from that set of 6 that Shohei used to win Worlds. I think a lot of people have defaulted to maybe the Amoonguss being the Pokemon that you drop, just because it's not as useful as it's been in past formats, to sort of further customize that team to your playstyle liking. I know that it's interesting because you think, okay, yes, these really are the same 6 Pokemon that we're seeing time and time again, but every trainer has their own approach to it. Every trainer has their own sort of lines that they prepare that sort of mesh well with their own personal play style, and that's the kind of game that I really enjoy watching. You know, I like the mind games. I like trying to get into your opponent's head and being like, well, they think I think, so I think they think that I think, and you know,
the classic.
Just the classic, exactly. Like that's what makes VGC in my opinion.
Yeah, and you know, the other reason you might want to drop Amoonguss is that, as you stated before on the couch, really loses that Regidrago matchup.
It does. Okay, real talk. I was laddering online, getting ready for this tournament on Battle Stadium, the classic. It's been a while, so I was starting down in pre-Pokeball, but I ran into somebody in, I think it was right as I got into the Great League ranking, that was running Regidrago. It was Terra Steel, and it like one-shot everything on my team, which was the Tornadus, Fluttermane, or Shifu stuff. But if you want to do a quick little trivia thing while our trainers are still trying to get matched up, so Regidrago terastallizes.
Okay.
Where's the hat? Yeah.
I don't know.
If you're watching at home, put your guesses down.
I hope we find out this weekend.
I feel like I want to keep the suspense building a little bit, but it was just something that left a lasting impression on me. And then I like messaged a few friends like, "Did you know this?" And they were like, "No."
Wow,
So.
I like the tease. I think we're gonna have to Control F some Regidragos later in the day to pay off this tease here. But.
Maybe if we do a caster battle, it would have to be tomorrow because I would have to run around to get a few Terra shards first. I can bring it and show y'all the power.
And that's what, like, I think a lot of times people just see terastallizing as like, okay, keep my best Pokemon safe and just playing it safe. But being able to terastallize Regidrago, Dragon typing is arguably the worst typing you could have when Fluttermane's on 70% of the teams.
Yeah.
So if you can terastallize into a Steel type, that definitely alters that matchup.
I mean, that's also why I think a lot of people are terastallizing their Urshifu. I mean, especially if you're Urshifu Dark, right? Which we may have on Justin Tang's side of the field in this matchup. We'll have to wait and see, but our players are finally ready to get into the battle. So, Joe, why don't you walk us through their teams?
All right, so Kyle Livinghouse trying to defend Pennsylvania with the Iron Hands, Fluttermane, Tornadus, Amoonguss, Chi-Yu, and Landorus. And Justin Tang, his trusty Gyarados, he just loves so much throughout Scarlet and Violet, along with the Fluttermane, Amoonguss, Fungus, Iron Hands, Chi-Yu, and Urshifu.
Yeah, so Justin Tang making an adjustment there. Looks like opting to leave the Tornadus behind for Gyarados. They both can take that sort of supportive role on the team very well. We see a lot of Tornadus use Tailwind for speed control. Gyarados does get access to Thunder Wave. So something that Kyle will have to keep an eye out for potentially as we move forward into this matchup. The other thing that I find really interesting about both of these teams is that they both opted to bring Chi-Yu and Fluttermane together, which has that synergy that we were talking about earlier on in the intro.
Yeah, and the ability to lower your opponent's special defense, and then where Kyle having a Terra Fairy, booster energy, Moonblast with the Beads of Ruin on the field, lowering the special defense just makes it do even more damage. But on the other end, what I love on this adjustment on Justin's side, Urshifu's single strike with Terra Poison. He's doing his best Reggie Drago impersonation, trying to resist the Moonblast.
Yeah, I will have to see where the Terra hat is worn. But real quick as well, both of these trainers were on our trainers to watch graphic this morning. The only person that we haven't seen yet is Shiliang Tang, and unfortunately this is not a battle royale, so we will not have more than 2 people facing off in a single round, but maybe we can check in with him later. It's so cool to see that both these trainers we highlighted literally first thing in the morning already facing off against each other.
And I love that this Tornadus is potentially, with the Rocky Helmet held item on Kyle's end, could potentially be a more bulky variant that's anti-physical attackers and might not care about getting as much damage off. And you see a fake out on the other side, Gyarados trying to hit it with Waterfall. There is some potential for this Rocky Helmet to get some benefit.
I think so for sure. The other thing that I want to highlight as these trainers are in team preview is just going back to the Chi-Yus in particular. Both these trainers have opted for choice specs, but Kyle Livinghouse has Terra Fire on that Pokemon, whereas Justin Tang is going for Terra Water. So I don't think you necessarily start this matchup off with the Chi-Yu Flutter lead. I feel like that would be a very strong read from game 1 for both these trainers, but I think that there is potential here for Justin to try and maybe force Terastallization early on that Chi-Yu, knowing that it would need the extra damage from Terastallization to make those heat waves just do some really big damage, and then go ahead and try and punish that with his Terra Water. That being said, we are going straight into game 1, and there's a Chi-Yu on the field for both these trainers.
There you go. They say great minds think alike. So Chi-Yu and Iron Hands is the lead for both of them in game 1. Will Kyle, will he defend Pennsylvania, or will Justin keep the momentum going here in VGC 2024?
Yeah, and interestingly enough, the Terastallization choices for these Chi-Yu is really the biggest difference between these 2 teams on the field right now. Both these Iron Hands have Assault Vest and the same exact movesets. These Chi-Yu, I think it just comes down to who's going to be faster. Maybe it's a speed time. Maybe one of these Iron Hands is just trained to be naturally fast, so you get that fake out first. And then what opening that creates for your opponent, as there's an early commitment to a Terastallization here onto the Iron Hands.
Yeah, it is not going to be one of those Chi-Yus on this side. Instead, will be Kyle deciding to Terra Water his Iron Hands in this matchup. Obviously, you would take those overheats or heat waves a lot better as a water type. Justin's Iron Hand outsped, so that fake out went to that slot. And now here are 2 Pokemon that resist that heat wave, even though it connected onto both of them. Oh, but Kyle wishes his move connected, as the overheat is going to miss on the Iron Hands.
Choice Specs overheat is such a powerful attack already, especially when you attach that Beads of Ruin ability on top of all it. But with the miss, ultimately, I think that Kyle, it's not the best outcome for that turn for sure. Obviously, you want your moves to hit. You want to be able to do damage to your opponent, but it's not necessarily the end of the world because that Chi-Yu did not take the special attack drop that follows an overheat. So you still have an opportunity here to maybe go for that one other attack, try and knock out that Iron Hands this turn, and then sort of let things play out from there.
Justin Tang will switch the Chi-Yu into Gyarados. Gonna have a red Pokemon for red as we have the raging red Gyarados on Justin's side of the field. Kyle deciding to do the same and switching his Chi-Yu out as well, so there will not be an overheat onto any of those targets. Instead, it will be Landers. They're really thinking similarly here as they both brought their Intimidators here to intimidate the opposing Iron Hands. That Drain Punch is hardly going to do any damage, and neither will Kyle's.
Yeah, it's so interesting how similar these matchups have played out so far. I'm wondering just how this water-type terrestrialization is going to pay off for Kyle, though, as now that the Iron Hands is really, I mean, yes, it is intimidated, and I think that was something he had to go for, so that Wild Charge didn't knock it out, but still, you have to be very careful with how you play through this matchup. So I would not be surprised to see him swap out that Iron Hands this turn. Also have to watch out for, again, that speed control from Justin Tang's side of the field and Thunder Wave, as you are no longer an electric-type Pokemon. But something that will work out in Justin's favor if he's able to really push for that alignment. Amoonguss, his final Pokemon, another Pokemon that can punish that water-type terrestrialization.
And there is Justin bringing his Fire, Water, Grass core in Game 1 as Amoonguss is revealed to be his 4th Pokemon in this matchup. Kyle will switch the Chi-Yu back in to the field, so wants to get rid of that Intimidate drop on the Iron Hands. Justin protecting his Gyarados. The only attack can come from Landers, and it is a Stomping Tantrum into Amoonguss. That's a neutral hit, but that does almost half to Amoonguss, and there is the Rocky Helmet.
And now with the Chi-Yu on the field as well for Kyle, I think that you just have to hope your attack is going to land this turn. You can knock out that Pokemon before you have to worry about something like a Spore. Another good piece of information that's revealed because of that damage calculation from that Landorus, on stream at least, is that this Landorus is holding Choice Band. So it is locked into a ground-type move against the Gyarados. It can only target the Amoonguss this turn, and I think if Justin recognizes that, you can protect the Amoonguss and try to do some good damage with your Gyarados.
Yeah, he can only target that Amoonguss slide, and in the back is a Chi-Yu and an Iron Hands that don't want to take that, but that's a really strong hit into Gyarados. Not enough for the knockout, and it will be able to recover up 25% of its HP thanks to the Citrus Berry, but the Stomping Tantrum has to go into Amoonguss's Protect, and Thunder Wave will slow down this Chi-Yu. That's really, really tough because it's stuck as a fire type, right? You've already used your Terrestrialization, and the Gyarados now on the other side should be faster.
Exactly. One thing I do want to call out is that Kyle tried to predict a potential switch from Justin and targeted that Gyarados with the Stomping Tantrum. Wasn't going to deal damage anyways that turn because of the Protect, so just trying to make the best of a not great situation. I think that he now needs to switch out one of these Pokemon, if not both. Personally, I would let the Chi-Yu get knocked out maybe by a Waterfall, assuming that is enough damage at this point. Swap out the Landorus so you can come back in later and threaten the opponent's Iron Hands. We still haven't seen Justin Terrestrialize yet, which means the ground typing might be helpful. Could roll for the KO here.
He does get it! With the Rocky Helmet, sure, I'll take that trade. It looked like a low roll on the first one, but the second Stomping Tantrum was more than enough to take down the Amoonguss. Here is the Waterfall into Chi-Yu, and it's not going to take it out. Chi-Yu will be able to Dark Pulse it, and Justin Tang losing both of his Pokemon on this turn, and the 2 Pokemon in the back are currently weak to Stomping Tantrum.
Justin Tang is going to have to pick a Terrestrialization here. It looks like both his Iron Hands and his Chi-Yu are terrestrializing into the water typing. So you can either terrestrialize your fire type Pokemon into a water type, or you can terrestrialize your electric fighting type Pokemon. And unfortunately for Justin, I think that it's only a matter of time before the opposing Iron Hands makes an appearance back on the field. I think if I were him, I would probably try and focus in on that Chi-Yu, as that is the Pokemon that has a shot of maybe going for a Choice Specs boosted Dark Pulse into the opposing Iron Hands and just hope that that's enough to KO it. I don't think it's going to get it through the Assault Vest, even with that amount of chip damage. But you have to, I think you just try to keep your Chi-Yu around this turn, and then next turn just cross your fingers and hope for the best.
And Kyle can preserve his Landers for later so he can intimidate this Iron Hands on the other end. Heat Wave is going to knock out Chi-Yu. That's actually a benefit for Kyle because he can now get a free switch in to either the Landers or what we saw was a Flutter Mane. But there's the Wild Charge with the Iron Hands in that slot. That will be a double KO. We are down to our last 2 Pokemon for each of these trainers in game 1.
I'm surprised that Kyle made the switch there. I think that there is value in having the Intimidate in this situation and being able to change your move to something else. That being said, though, Justin made such a great read there by going for the Wild Charge regardless that I think that he really just punished that play from Kyle. It was kind of a passive turn. You know, you swap in your Pokemon that has Fake Out, you hope for the best. The attack drop on the Iron Hands will matter, but I still think that it's just not the Pokemon that's the big threat right now. I think the Chi-Yu has the most potential. That being said, though, with the Flutter Mane on the field, getting that booster energy boost from the speed stat, that is going to be the fastest Pokemon there. Chi-Yu is going to make its attacks even more powerful. This is definitely a win condition for Kyle. Again, knowing that the Flutter Mane was his last Pokemon.
And he's got Justin in a tough spot because if you terrestrialize Iron Hands to get rid of that fairy weakness, then Chi-Yu is still weak to Stomping Tantrum.
Yep.
So Kyle has got him in a really difficult position. You can only terrestrialize one of these 2 Pokemon into a water typing, and which one will it be? It's the Chi-Yu.
It is the Chi-Yu, so it's locked into Heat Wave. We know that Heat Wave will be resisted by the Flutter Mane for the time being. I'm very curious how much damage it's going to be able to do. Another interesting adaptation as well with the Icy Wind to control speed on the field for Kyle.
That's going to make their speed even lower, meaning that Landorus will outspeed, and this Stomping Tantrum goes into Iron Hands, super effective, and knocking it out. Justin down to his last Pokemon. You see with this, this Heat Wave is going to miss the Flutter Mane, keeping it very healthy, but it does knock out Landorus.
It does, and now this Flutter Mane has the benefit of speed on its side. It can go for Moonblast or Shadow Ball, as neither of those are resisted now by the Chi-Yu as it has terrestrialized. I think that Kyle has done a fantastic job of coming back from a position where he was on the back foot. I really thought that Iron Hands swap-in was not going to work out and that he needed that Pokemon for his endgame, but able to find the position for Flutter Mane.
Without the special attack boost on Flutter Mane, now that with a neutral Moonblast, depending on how this Justin Tang's Chi-Yu is trained, you can get potentially bulky up there and not get one hit without the special attack boost.
That is true. It's going to be close. I still think that Kyle has the advantage, as I don't think these Heat Waves are going to be doing a lot of damage to the Flutter Mane, but you know, it could happen. This Chi-Yu is able to land 2 Heat Waves. I think that would be the game for Justin.
Yeah, and that booster energy speed, it just shows why Kyle at 4-0 right now. I'm sure it is definitely coming clutch. Of course, he used the Icy Wind on the prior turn there to lower the speed and help Landorus get the knockout, but this is going to come down to the wire. Here is the Moonblast from Kyle into Chi-Yu. No, it is not. It brings it down, but it lowers the special attack. And now this single target Heat Wave is not going to do as much. It does bring it down under. I think Kyle, from what that first Moonblast did, he might need a crit to knock out Chi-Yu.
It's going to be close for sure, but I think he might have it. Otherwise, Heat Wave can always miss. But
it just barely hangs on, and Heat Wave misses.
Oh, no.
Justin had the win in his hands, but Heat Wave did not connect.
You know, that's just how the game plays. I feel really bad because I was just like, well, I guess Heat Wave could miss there, and unfortunately
no, that's not your fault. That's Chi-Yu's fault. That's not a caster curse. That's a Chi-Yu curse.
It's a tough position, right? Because if you go back to the turn where he locked into Heat Wave, he needed to get that double target damage down in order to effectively handle that Landorus. So it's like, yes, you do lock into the move that's least accurate, but on the other hand, it really did open up the game to this endcon. Unfortunately, though, accuracy is not Justin's friend in this game 1. Moonblast is guaranteed to connect and pick up that knockout on Chi-Yu, and Kyle takes game 1 in the set.
Yeah, what an incredible matchup between Kyle and Justin. I hope this goes the distance and we can get a full three-game adjustment between these two trainers, because you just see how incredible they are. Look at these replays. Kyle with the early terrestrialization on his Iron Hands to help it out. And, Kyle's like, hey, I missed an overheat, so you missing the heat wave. They kind of even out.
Yeah, at the end of the day, in a best of 3 that actually hits 3 games, I think it does even out overall. But overall, I think that this Gyarados was a really fun play from Justin to try and put the pressure on Kyle's own Chi-Yu. I think we'll probably see that Gyarados again, knowing that it has the great synergy against Landorus, knowing that it can paralyze those Pokemon on Kyle's side of the field in order to apply more speed control, give his own Chi-Yu maybe the opportunity to attack first and not have to hope that your heat waves will land like we saw at that end game. But still, just a very close match. It felt like it just kept going back to back to back, and both these trainers were just so locked into the action on the field. I was waiting to see who was going to pop off at the end of that replay, but again, a fantastic game 1.
Yeah, so let's hope that the rest of the series lives up to the hype that game 1 brought. Gabby, we do have 2 Rocky Helmet Pokemon in this matchup, Tornadus for Kyle and Amoonguss on Justin's end. Because of the choice band, it kind of means the Rocky Helmet's not doing too much, because as we saw, it got 2-hit KO'd by Stomping Tantrum on Landorus' end.
Yeah.
So do you like the Amoonguss to stick around for its Rocky Helmet utility, or could that possibly be a switch up onto another Pokemon?
I think if Justin is going to make a switch up, I think the Amoonguss is the Pokemon to switch up. I don't think he necessarily has to make a switch up though, because I think it felt like he had the right positioning in that game. It just, again, Heat Wave missed, very unfortunate, but so it goes. I think that the Amoonguss just wasn't able to accomplish too much in that game 1, but like hypothetically, if he were to bring it back for another game, he could use Rage Powder to redirect some of those attacks coming from the Flutter Mane or the Iron Hands at our single target. That could open up the door for the Gyarados to maybe land a couple more Thunder Waves, or possibly even go for some Waterfall flinches after the speed control has been applied. It has a lot of utility for sure. You just have to be careful about where that Chi-Yu lands.
All right, so let's get into game 2 here. Kyle has to feel strong with momentum on his side after that down to the wire ending in game 1 going his way. And it will be an adjustment on his end. Iron Hands Landorus to intimidate Justin's side, and it's Chi-Yu and Iron Hands yet again for Justin.
Yeah, a great adjustment there from Kyle in terms of his lead. Having Landorus out on the field turn 1 not only brings the threat of, or brings the intimidate with it, brings the threat of that Stomping Tantrum once again, knocking out either of Justin's Pokemon. If Justin wants to get around that, he could try and fake out that Landorus. That'll buy him 1 turn of time, or he could try and opt into a terrestrialization of his own in order to take that damage a bit more comfy. It's a very powerful play from Kyle. We do know that he has his own Iron Hands on the field as well, but we did see that fake out move second in game 1. I doubt it would be able to outspeed this turn.
Justin does bring Amoonguss again here in game 2, as it will switch into the Chi-Yu slot on the field. And actually, Justin with a double switch on turn 1. There is the Gyarados. Kyle can only target 1 slot with the Stomping Tantrum. If it goes into the Flying type, that is going to do no damage. The Intimidate also helping against these 2 physical attackers. Kyle terrestrializing the Water type on Iron Hands yet again, just like game 1. It was very important for him.
It was, and I'm curious if it's going to play out a little bit differently, but this time it's actually the Landorus
this time around.
Still Terra Water though, which is a great defensive typing once you have the Iron Hands off the field, which is not true for now.
Oh, that Stomping Tantrum did way less damage this time around thanks to Gyarados' Intimidate. And the Wild Charge, Kyle went all in on that slot, but it doesn't do anything here. The Gyarados gets to switch in for free, as does essentially the Amoonguss. Hardly took that much damage.
Yeah, and now Justin has his choice of how he wants to approach this matchup. He does have to be a little bit careful about that Wild Charge, but could go for something as simple as a Rage Powder and a Thunder Wave. Slow that Landorus down, so that way when his own Chi-Yu is back out on the field, he can outspeed and guarantee a KO with something like a Dark Pulse. I really love having these 2 Pokemon together, as it just opens the door for more defensive play from Justin, and I think that's what he's comfortable with right now. He led the Chi-Yu to try and trick his opponent into thinking, I'm just going to go full out on offense again. I'm going to lock into the Heat Wave, and I'm going to just try and get some good damage down on the field. But even though it was a very passive turn one from him with the double switch, he is absolutely in the driver's seat right now.
Kyle is going to switch his landers out to get rid of that Intimidate and potentially be able to change his attack here. And Justin will switch Gyarados as well. So we already know all 4 of his Pokemon. It will be the Iron Hands coming back onto the field, maybe providing fake out utility on the next turn. There's the Wild Charge into an electric Pokemon, so that is an ineffective attack. And now it's up to Amoonguss with the Spore on the Chi-Yu on the switch in. So, you know, Amoonguss, it's great to hit the Chi-Yu. You would have hit either Landorus or Chi-Yu. It's just a really safe Spore from Justin.
It's a very safe Spore, but that's exactly what he needed. I don't even think he has to feel the pressure to go for fake out now with that Iron Hands. He can just go straight for a Drain Punch or possibly even a Wild Charge, depending on how he thinks Kyle is going to adjust. I think that if Kyle wants to try and just find his best footing after that Chi-Yu was put to sleep, I think you have to either let it get knocked out or just hope it can wake up after the next turn, assuming it can take a Drain Punch or 2 from the Iron Hands.
Iron Hands will switch out though, and Landers coming into that position. Only Intimidate only mattering on Justin's Iron Hands here. If it's not the fake, it's not the fake outs. We saw Chi-Yu moving first, so it is the Drain Punch that's super effective. That will bring Chi-Yu down very low and heal up the Iron Hands. Intimidate didn't really matter too much there because he still was able to bring up so much HP. And there's the Spore on the Landorus switching. Now both of Kyle's Pokemon are asleep.
Yeah, that is the downside to having Chi-Yu be put to sleep first on Kyle's team. It really allowed Amoonguss to not be threatened at all that turn. Had the Iron Hand stayed in, I think its best option to deal damage against this bulky grass poison type Pokemon would have been the Wild Charge or possibly the Heavy Slam, which is the other move of choice. But now that Amoonguss has done its job, Landorus gonna sleep for a turn, that Chien-Pao possibly gonna sleep for one more turn. Amoonguss can just go back, heal up some health, and come back later.
Amoonguss, you know, dusting its hands off. My job is done. My job here is done. Although Amoonguss doesn't really have hands, but you get what I'm saying.
He's tried.
He's like, I've done my job. Gyarados, you come in now and intimidate Kyle's Pokemon here. You saw it has to stay asleep, or Chi-Yu could have woke up, but it does not. And that will be the end of Chi-Yu here in game 2 as the Drain Punch takes it out. Landers taking that mandatory first turn of sleep. And Kyle has Flutter Mane in the back, still has Iron Hands. Iron Hands is going to be the choice. You have access to a fake out, or you can go for a Wild Charge into the Gyarados slot.
I think threatening the Gyarados is probably Kyle's out at this point, but again, it's a very tough spot to be in for sure. Knowing that the Intimidate landed on the Landorus again as well, we saw how much of a difference it did in damage after that first time around. Maybe you try and keep your Landorus on the field for one more turn, hope that you can wake up, but he's gonna have to swap it out to drop that Intimidate if he wants to try and find his way back into this matchup, as Justin still has all 4 of his Pokemon available to him.
And there is the Amoonguss, thanks to Regenerator. It's going to be even healthier than the last time we saw it, recovering some of its HP. Landorus does wake up, but the attack Stomping Tantrum goes into Amoonguss on the switch in. That's some pretty solid damage thanks to the Choice Band, and Drain Punch is not enough. That poison typing so clutch for Amoonguss, just barely hanging on.
Just barely hanging on, but that's all this Amoonguss needs to do, as Justin could easily swap in a Pokemon there and regenerate, get that health back up, or if he wants to finally go on the offense a bit more, as he has been playing very defensively with these switches turn after turn after turn, you can simply go for a Rage Powder plus an attack from the Gyarados. I think if I were in Justin's shoes, I'd be more likely to not do another switch, as I feel like Kyle's starting to pick up on that, you know, doubling into slots, trying to make sure to get that big damage down. Just go for Rage Powder, protect your Gyarados for one more turn, and then send in your own Iron Hands or the Chi-Yu after that.
Yeah, this match, there's been so many turns where it's hard to even just get all the information out because they're moving so quickly. They understand what their win conditions are. But Amoonguss will switch out this time around for the Iron Hands. And, you know, Kyle has had a tendency to double target slots in this series, and as we see. So here's the Stomping Tantrum. The Waterfall is going to go with the Iron Hands. If this doesn't get a flinch, you're going to have a pretty strong attack, but no, it's the Drain Punch instead. I was saying that Kyle has kind of kept himself safe a lot of times. He's done this play where he'll Stomping Tantrum and Wild Charge the Gyarados slot. So either way, if he misses Stomping Tantrum, he still hits it with Wild Charge. But that time, he didn't double target and doesn't get the knockout.
Yeah, but now Stomping Tantrum's extra effect takes place, right? Which means that it will be more powerful this turn,
right?
Which forces Justin to target the fake out into that slot, which then opens up the opportunity for Kyle to go on the offense, either, I was going to say, by targeting that Gyarados with the Iron Hands, but instead looking to try and sneak in this Flutter Mane on the field.
Yeah, if Justin is so preoccupied by the boosted Landers on the other end with the choice band, you could potentially get Flutter Mane in for free. So Landers obviously going to flinch thanks to the fake out, and there's the Thunder Wave into that slot, meaning this booster energy Flutter Mane gets onto the field without having its speed lowered because the Thunder Wave went towards the Landers.
Yeah, and like we saw in game number 1, this Flutter Mane has Moonblast, Shadow Ball, or Icy Wind available to it. Again, Kyle's been playing this matchup so passively. Now is the time to go on the offense. I think this Flutter Mane needs to go for the knockout on that Iron Hands in particular. If you catch the Chi-Yu or the Amoonguss swapping in, getting that damage in early is going to be really valuable. I don't think you necessarily try to target the Gyarados, but it looks like we're seeing yet another switch and another revolving door of Pokemon from both these trainers.
Here's the Amoonguss. It is not as healthy as the last time it switched in, though, and Icy Wind will land on both of Justin's Pokemon, but not enough to knock out the Amoonguss. Just going to hang on in the red there, lowering both of their speed, but the Thunder Wave does connect onto Flutter Mane. That's huge for Justin because now its speed is going to be lowered and you can have your Chi-Yu outspeeded. There's also the chance of a paralysis every single turn as well. Finally, this pesky Amoonguss goes down. Kyle's been trying forever this game to knock it out.
But the trade for the Amoonguss for the paralysis on your Flutter Mane, I think that that's the trade that Justin was eyeing that turn. I'm very surprised that Kyle did not target that Gyarados a bit more aggressively because of that. Maybe he was anticipating that one attack from this Flutter Mane would not have been enough to knock out that Gyarados. It can be a surprisingly bulky Pokemon like we saw in game 1, is holding that Citrus Berry so it can heal itself right back up even if it does take damage. It's just really unfortunate now because Justin's Gyarados and Chi-Yu are faster than both of Kyle's Pokemon on the field, and that Gyarados doesn't even have to focus on damage at this point. It can throw a Waterfall, which has a chance of flinching on top of the paralysis chance. It looks like Justin's going to save that win con for a little bit later on in the game, sneaking the Iron Hands back on the field instead, but these paralyses are really going to start hurting this turn, especially if we see them make the Pokemon inactive.
Yeah, well, you know, Amoonguss Spore 2 Pokemon, Gyarados Thunder Wave 2 Pokemon. The status game is on Justin's side here in game 2, and Landers will get knocked out by the Chi-Yu here. So Kyle is slowly but surely losing all of his Pokemon in this matchup. He's down to his final 2 in Iron Hands and a paralyzed Flutter Mane.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. The Chi-Yu at least is back on the field, so Flutter Mane and Chi-Yu will be doing more damage. I think that you could try and land a Moonblast against that Iron Hand. With the booster energy, honestly, it's possible that the Flutter Mane still outspeeds even though it is paralyzed, but I mean, that's something that only Kyle knows at this point in time. He knows how these Pokemon has been trained. And Justin Tang finally going for a terrestrialization of his own, but opting for the water-type terrestrialization.
There's the fake out onto Kyle's Iron Hand, so it's going to stop any attacks on this. And there's the para! Flutter Mane is going to be stopped in its tracks. That could have been a huge attack into one of Justin's Pokemon. Instead, he's going to lose 90% of its HP to Dark Pulse.
But it was able to take the Dark Pulse. So that is a good piece of information if we do end up going into game 3. Knowing that Flutter Mane is bulky enough to take that Choice Specs boosted attack from the opposing Chi-Yu when there's no modifiers in play is absolutely huge. Not gonna really make too much of a difference in this matchup, again, unless that Flutter Mane just happens to land some really big damage this turn, but great information to see play out. I think that Justin has this almost wrapped up. You know, just playing it super safe, going for yet another Intimidate down on the opposing Iron Hands to make sure Wild Charge won't KO his own Iron Hands, but it's really all up to the Flutter Mane at this point, so if Moonblast is enough, we shall see.
And Justin has 2 water types on the field right now, which Kyle's Iron Hands is definitely okay facing off against. Drain Punch from Justin will bring Iron Hands on Kyle's end relatively low there. Recover up a little bit of HP, so Kyle can only target 1, and this Drain Punch goes into the opposing Iron Hands. Neutral hit there, not doing too much, especially after the Intimidate.
For sure, for sure. But that little bit of health back may make a difference. Or may not, as it looks like Kyle is just going to go ahead and lock in the forfeit there, tying up the set, bringing us into that game 3.
There it is. So Justin does make his adjustments properly against Kyle and give us the game 3 we so desperately want between these 2 great trainers. And I think the thing that stands out to me, Gabby, in that matchup, they have relatively similar teams, a little bit of difference on item choices, but most of the Pokemon are similar. The difference for Justin, however, was the slow and steady wins the race type of game was way more beneficial to his side than the kind of the big trades back and forth that went in Kyle's favor in game 1.
Yeah, and knowing that, you have to look back on that matchup and highlight specifically why. And for me, I want to call out a comment you made earlier on in that match. It was all about status. You know, we saw 2 Spores, we saw 2 Thunder Waves. It was the fact that Justin was able to maneuver his team around to land those Spores, to land the Thunder Waves, to deal a ton of damage to the Chi-Yu off of Drain Punch. I don't know, Justin didn't look too impressed from that one. That gave him the opportunity to come back and just really find that momentum.
Yeah, and you see that paralysis making Chi-Yu slower meant that Iron Hands was able to knock it out. And Landers had a tough spot. By Kyle committing his terrestrialization so early on Landers in that game, kind of maybe overvalued its importance in that specific matchup, and it costed not having the terrestrialization for later. You knew one thing that is going to be interesting to know, as we talked about the speed boosting on Booster Energy Fluttermane there, this might be the bulkiest Chi-Yu in the world because the paralyzed speed boosted Booster Energy Fluttermane still outsped Chi-Yu while it was paralyzed.
Yeah, that is very true, and something that I would love to see how you obtain that bulk. What kind of hyper training you have to go through to get that.
And we saw it take the Moonblast suit pretty early, so I think Justin has definitely opted for a more defensive team order here where he's really focusing on as much bulk as possible.
Yeah, and I think that's the right call for the metagame this weekend. You know, yes, you still want to be running like these typical Pokemon, but by giving them a little bit of unexpected bulk, you can catch your opponent off guard, and then, again, open the door for the statuses, open the door for those switching. I mean, truly, it was a revolving door of Pokemon, but we're just going around the door and coming back out the same entrance as it looks like a same lead again for Justin.
And where we are is a great spot as it's game 3 between Kyle Livinghouse and Justin Tang. An adjustment here, though, in his leads as Fluttermane Iron Hands is the choice for Kyle, and Iron Hands Chi-Yu. Justin's going back to game 1 leads.
I love seeing the Fluttermane in the lead, though, because not only do you take advantage of the Chi-Yu's ability, Justin probably going to have to switch that Pokemon out, and the Fluttermane cannot be flinched thanks to that ghost typing. So he finally has an opening here to deal some big damage right away turn 1, which is what he was searching for that entire game 1. And even if Justin swaps out his own Chi-Yu, Kyle bringing his Chi-Yu on the field.
He played it safe. Now Justin didn't switch out anyway, so this piece of Ruin is still active, and it does over half to the Iron Hands. That's an Assault Vest Iron Hands that does so much. Here's the overheat finally landing onto Fluttermane. One hit KO. You'll take that special attack drop every time if it get rid of Kyle's Fluttermane.
I think that Chi-Yu is probably, that was its goal that turn. You know, go for the overheat, land it against the Fluttermane. We've seen that it's bulky enough to take one attack from Kyle's Fluttermane, get that KO, and then just let things open up from there. Now, Kyle is in a position where he can either send in his own Iron Hands once again or send in his final Pokemon, and we've seen how Justin responds to the Iron Hands coming back. usually would send in something, I don't know, maybe an Intimidate user, or his final Pokemon, the Landorus, probably going to send in his Gyarados if he's brought it in the back once again to land that Intimidate, to make sure that this Choice Band boosted attacks that this Landorus has won't be dealing as much damage, and possibly try and catch yet another Stomping Tantrum on that Flying type Pokemon.
And this time around, since Landorus and Iron Hands are not on the field together, Kyle does not have access to that pin option on the Chi-Yu end where you either stay in and take a Stomping Tantrum, or you switch out and then you avoid Stomping Tantrum with Gyarados, but then you hit with the Wild Charge, you get hit. He doesn't have that option, so he's going to have to be a little more careful here.
He will have to be a little more careful. That's absolutely right. But still, I think that was a great trade for him to make in the beginning of this turn. It looks like he will withdraw the Chi-Yu and send in the Intimidate user. So Justin, following the same playbook as the last game, did Kyle adjust for it?
Yeah, you're going to have to see. Are you going to Stomping Tantrum into the Gyarados, switch in multiple times here? Justin deciding to double switch yet again. It worked out well for him in the last game. So who knows, might be an effective strategy to double switch these two defensive Pokemon in Gyarados and Amoonguss. Kyle is going to Terrasilize. You can see the stress on his face, hoping this play works out. It's Terra Water on Landorus yet again. Was not as effective in game one, or excuse me, in game two, and he's gonna need it to be more dominant in this matchup, especially because the Fluttermane has already been knocked out. Amoonguss is down. That Heat Wave does land. That's a one-hit KO. Amoonguss will not spore anything in this game three, and it's U-turn. That's it's gonna get rid of that Intimidate drop, and he'll be able to reset his Choice Band attack later on. A great turn by Kyle.
And not only that, if we did see a Thunder Wave target down that Landorus, anticipating the Terrasalization once again, the Iron Hands will not be paralyzed. Chi-Yu still does have to worry about something like that moving forwards. We did just see the Gyarados swap in, so it did not attack that turn. But still, a great play from Kyle there. I think he was just hoping that the Heat Wave would land on that Amoonguss. It's a pretty easy one-hit knockout given how weak Amoonguss is to those Fire-type attacks. And Kyle has found his way back in this. Still has to be careful. I think he needs to try and find a knockout this turn, assuming that Justin doesn't try and swap his Gyarados out to save that Intimidate for later, as he's done. So that way he can keep that Landorus as the core of his strategy. Chi-Yu, I think, free to just keep going for those Heat Waves and hope for the best. That's a ton of chip damage to be putting down every turn, and a ton of pressure to be putting on Justin as we move into this end game.
And Iron Hands on Justin's side's already under 50% HP, so it's probably not your best option to Terrasilize in this matchup. Might be saved for Chi-Yu on Justin's end. Landorus will switch into these two physical attackers, getting a very valuable Intimidate onto both of them here. Fake out from Justin's Iron Hands will stop Kyle's, meaning no attacks will hit on Kyle's end, and the Thunder Wave won't hit either as he's going to dodge it.
That was a great dodge by that Landorus.
Very nimble Landorus.
Very nimble Landorus, indeed. It's almost like it had those flying type balloons tied to it instead. But now it's not necessarily a bad position for Justin to be in. I think obviously you do want to be faster than that Pokemon, but at the end of the day, it is still a water type Pokemon against your own Iron Hands. If Justin wants to prioritize the Iron Hands, he can just swap in his Chi-Yu, let the Gyarados try and go for that paralysis once again, and hope that you're faster than the opponent's Iron Hands. It's not necessarily the end of the world. You still have ways out, but obviously that miss could be critical as we see who's Terrasilizing. It's the Gyarados.
The Gyarados, Terra Fairy Gyarados. This is something that developed through most of Regulation C. It ended up being Terra Fairy as a great neutral typing. It's not really for any specific matchup, just make life a little bit easier. It ain't easy on Iron Hands, as that Stomping Tantrum will knock it out. Justin understood there was no way of saving his Iron Hands here. It's going to be up to Gyarados and Chi-Yu. This time around, Thunder Wave does land successfully on the Lander, so you're going to have to worry about paralysis every turn. And here is, if he stayed a water type, that's a knockout. But now that he is a fairy type, Gyarados gets to stick around for another turn and try to go for some waterfall Thunder Wave shenanigans.
I think that is Justin's out at this point. I mean, there is still a Chi-Yu lurking in the back of Kyle's party. Justin could opt to lock into Heat Wave once again to try and deal the double damage. I think he needs to go for single target if he wants to be able to find his win con, because the Iron Hands, again, such a good Pokemon in this metagame right now. You need to knock it out as soon as you can. That is tough. He's going for the flinch, it looks like.
And Kyle's the one with his hands put together. Very happy that that flinch didn't stop the attack. Drain Punch with the one-hit KO. Justin has lost his Chi-Yu. It's just a low-health Gyarados as well. And Kyle has put himself in a position to win this round 5 matchup. Stomping Tantrum finally hitting Gyarados because he's not a flying type anymore. And Kyle will win round 5 here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, unlike game number 2, Kyle just finding the opportunity to put enough damage pressure on the field that Justin did not feel comfortable going for those status type attacks. Obviously there was that Thunder Wave miss as well, but very well played. Just really bouncing back from a very tough game 2 and finding that opening with the Flutter main lead.
Yeah, that was a great adjustment by him, and I'm sure we're going to have conversations about the speed boosting Icy Wind Flutter main, but he didn't use that in game 3. It got knocked out way too early, but Kyle got so much more value out of Terra Water Landorus in game 3 than he did in game 2, and I think that's what happens when you look at Justin terastallizing his Gyarados just to keep it around, but then Gyarados doesn't do anything after you use it, compared to Landorus just claiming KO after KO.
Yeah, it's exactly why I think a lot of people are opting for a different speed control option on their team. You know, yes, Gyarados can take your Heat Waves that would one-hit knock out your Amoonguss, and yes, it can certainly bring some great utility with the combination of Thunder Wave and Waterfall, but you have to find those openings. And unfortunately for Justin, Kyle was able to knock out the Amoonguss, knock out the Iron Hands, and then finally knock out your flying type Pokemon that just threw that typing out the window, and find his win, moving on undefeated.
That definitely has to feel good, since I think he Stomping Tantrumed into a flying type like 3 times in that set. So to finally be able to hit the fairy type Gyarados there for the last knockout has to be very happy for Kyle. And Kyle's a name, as we said, he was one of our players to watch this weekend, just along with Justin Tang and Chi-Liang Tang. There's a chance that Kyle's a trainer that he can go on a run, and you know he's done it at making day 2 of the World Championships. He just feels really confident, making top 8 of a regional with Wo-Chien. Kyle's a trainer that can just go on a run, and who knows, maybe he leaves Pittsburgh with a Worlds invite.
We'll see. We'll see. The other thing I do want to call out, though, is that those Stomping Tantrums into the flying type Pokemon weren't the end of the world. I mean, we saw just how much damage the Choice Band boosted, Stomping Tantrum boosted after the move miss did. Like, yes, it is a unfortunate situation. You probably want to be doing damage every turn that you can, but it's almost like the fact that Stomping Tantrum does get that power up gives you like the makeup for the previous turn. It's like, yeah, you know, maybe that didn't work out, but now I'm going to do over 50 to this Amoonguss, so you know, it's good. It's good.
Yeah. So let's recap, because let's dive back in, because that was a really long set between these two great trainers. And you start with game 1 here. There's obviously a lot of tension. They're both 4-0. They're on stream. They want to win their first game of the new season, but Chi-Yu just wasn't up to it with that miss.
It was not, and Gyarados as well, just adding a miss on top of miss there with its flying typing, like we were just talking about, with those Thunder Waves to make the speed move into that Gyarados' favor. But Kyle ultimately did take this game 1 thanks to the fact that that Stomping Tantrum did more damage and was able to knock out that Amoonguss.
Yeah, Amoonguss was not going to be able to take that hit there, and Choice Band Landorus has so much, packs quite the punch, as we like to say, or quite the tantrum in the Stomping Tantrum case there. And it came down to this end game, Wild Charge knocking it out, Kyle losing both of his Pokemon, but Justin was feeling confident. He just had to hit that Heat Wave. We're going to get there in the end game with Fluttermane versus Chi-Yu 1v1.
I know, I actually almost forgot that this endgame got so close, with that Chi-Yu holding on with what appears to be like 2 HP, and then that Heat Wave miss. Really just goes to show you how close these trainers are in terms of skill level. It just had to be, you know, put up to the Arceuses of the world to determine who would win that game 1. And I think that it was just so cool to see it come down to the wire, see the adjustments that were made as we went into game 2, and just see how it felt like Justin just played a little bit differently to try and not come down to that end game. You don't want to rely on accuracy in those situations, and if you're able to put your opponent's Pokemon to sleep, then you don't have to worry about accuracy, really. You have time.
Right, and Justin's saying, all right, let's slow this down a bit. Let me put your Pokemon to sleep, make sure Chiyu can't attack. Amoonguss putting 2 things to sleep. Gyarados paralyzing 2 of Kyle's Pokemon. Let's slow the pace down here. I have the slower team with my Gyarados, with my bulky Chiyu. I want to try to stop you, and eventually, over time, he was able to get that forfeit and win game 2.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder just how often he ends up relying on that Gyarados and that Thunder Wave and Waterfall combination. It really paid off for him in game 2. It didn't work out as well in game 3, which we'll get to in a moment, but just seeing him able to make that adaptation so smoothly, especially knowing that Gyarados is one of his signature Pokemon, like you were saying, not as common in the metagame right now, relying on that Terra Fairy typing that was very popular in Regulation C. It just goes to show you sometimes how comfortable it can be to have a Pokemon like that on your team that you can rely on in situations when, it gets a little bit tough.
Yeah, for sure. And then let's get into that pivotal game 3. There was so much going on. Amoonguss gets knocked out right away, so he's not able to spore anything. That kind of spelled a really bad spot for Justin, since Amoonguss was one of the major factors in him winning game 2.
It was, and losing that Pokemon early on also meant that it was so much harder for Justin to have that revolving door of Pokemon like we saw from him in the other games, as Amoonguss is one of the best Pokemon to have that bulky pivot for. Unfortunately, though, forced to Terrestrialize his Gyarados to Fairy typing so he wouldn't get KO'd by Wild Charge, which was great, but then Stopping Tantrum was there to lock in that KO and have Kyle move on undefeated.
Yeah, that was an incredible best of 3 between 2 of the top trainers in North America. And congratulations to Kyle Livinghouse for picking up a victory over the current #1 ranked player in North America. I'm sure we'll get a lot of usage out of that joke throughout this weekend with his 30 championship points. But for now, the man of the match is Kyle Livinghouse. We're going to head over to the lounge with Sierra for an interview. So Sierra, take it away.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Gabby. I am here with, as you said, Joe, the man of the match here, Kyle Livinghouse. Congratulations on the win. What an insane series, too. I want to actually go back to game 2 of that series, the one that didn't go so right here with the Spores and the T-Waves. Then going into that game 3, knowing that you want to keep this undefeated record, of course, was that a priority to make sure this Amoonguss was just absolutely eliminated?
Right, so I wanted to bait it out better, so I didn't have Chiyu in the right position for it earlier, so I just was caught in an awful position. I almost wild charged, but I canceled out of it on the Gyarados slot, ended up going to the wrong slot, and I basically just lost on the spot, I think, turn 1. But I was able to reposition better. I thought it was better to threaten with Fluttermane early, bait out the Amoonguss and have them together to be able to actually force some positioning, because his defensive tools, I just can't overwhelm if I don't do that.
Yeah, definitely putting a little bit of a halting stop to your team there. So definitely glad we got to see that workaround. Now, looking at your team too, it's actually someone that we're running it back from Worlds. So what was the decision making coming then into this event to run it back with this team? Did you feel like you just had the best 6 then, and this is 6 that should be still continue to be dominant?
Yeah, so I got to my winning in at day 2 of Worlds from day 1, so I felt very confident. I knew my matchups. I knew my calcs really well, much better than anyone I'm playing. And honestly, no one else has really picked up the team until this event. So I thought people would still be underprepared because I lost that winning in. So it kind of flies under the radar. So I thought it was going to be a great call for this weekend as well.
Definitely got to see that you're very familiar with this team, especially too when we're looking at this Landorus locking into Stomping Tantrum. A lot of things out there that obviously the Stomping Tantrum's not going to do anything to because they're the flying type, but then we get to see the double damage on the next turn, of course. Is that something you've gotten to catch a lot of people off guard with, or that's been able to put a lot of impact?
Yeah, definitely. Between Chiyu and the banned Stomping Tantrum, there just isn't, you can't switch in on it, and if you do, I just get the targeting the next turn, so I'm like very happy to like predict to protect and try to just get that 150 base power because it's just so strong. Like I can't pass it up.
Yeah, there's basically no drawback, and we got to see, especially in that game 1, to help get rid of that Amoonguss. It was so strong. So congratulations yet again on being undefeated. We're almost at the next round ahead of us. So I'll let you go, but before, any final words or shout-outs?
No. I'll save them for later.
All right, holding you to that now. I hope you know. But best of luck going on later. Of course, we do have a round 6 up shortly, so we're going to kick it to a short break and be back soon.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah. I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way. High stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Anytime, anywhere. I'm a battle anywhere. Step up anywhere. Never place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make 'em stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right
he leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho'aku no.
Hi there, I'm your host Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
The prize wall is a wonderful wall of prizes we have this weekend for players participating in our side events. We've got, again, Go, TCG, and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for one of our many side events. After they've completed the side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
There are so many things here that I already am like, I want that, I want that. There are a few exclusive world things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things this time, but we have the World's Playmat exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the World's Promo available for players to get as well. But a lot of fun, mainly Japanese Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here in the black and yellow, playing Scarlet and Violet, our two favorite colors at this point. Pittsburgh, I have been very excited, Gabby. I have for a long time. I'm Joe Brown, this is Gabby Snyder for our Round 6 coverage here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. For a long time, I've known you a long time, I have wanted to come to Pittsburgh for a Pokemon event, and it's finally a reality.
Yeah, it's always been a city that I've been meaning to get to as well. My grandparents came here quite a lot years and years ago, so to finally see it, especially when there's so much incredible stuff going on here this weekend. We've had some amazing matches so far, and we're entering, round 6 of Swiss already? The day is just flying on by.
Yeah, speaking of which, let's see how the day is going right now. You can see so many of these players currently undefeated through the 5 rounds. You have to have so much confidence because as we saw, round 3, our stream match was Chuppa and Chua. Like, if you're 5-0 at this point, you're playing some heavy hitters in the community.
For sure. Remember that you want to have a record of only 2 losses to guarantee your spot in day 2 of the competition tomorrow. 5-0 is a pretty comfy place to start, but you don't have any, you're not in that locked in position just yet. You still have to win, I think, 2 more rounds of Swiss before you can just, breathe a little bit easier moving forwards. And for those of our players who are at X and 1, such as Andrew Johnson and Jonathan Melendez, you only have 1 more loss before you are out of contention for day 2, which is a tough spot to be in for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And let's see who our top matches are for this round 6 pairing in our stream match. Going to be Riley Factura and Santino Tarquinio, 2 huge names throughout the history, different eras of VGC, but 2 big names that define their generation in VGC.
I mean, if you're talking about eras, there's also Joe Ugarte versus Brendan Zhang. I feel like Joe really had a incredible year last year. Brendan Zhang doing incredibly well in the other age divisions way back in the day, so to speak. We have Andrew Ding versus Justin Karras, and then James versus James, Beck versus Evans. I mean, again, there's so much incredible matches going on.
We had a Justin versus Justin. We have a James versus James.
I know.
What's going on here?
I don't know. It's almost like we're just pairing up people based off their names. Who's the best Justin? Who's the best James? Who's the best Gabby?
Well, I know I'm not the best Joseph. There's definitely better Joseph players out there. So Riley Factura and Santino Tarquinio, as we mentioned. Riley using some Pokemon. He's a little little familiar with throughout the last decade plus of VGC and the Cresselia Heat ran right there.
I was going to say that is a throwback to the good old days of 2015. Look that up sometime if you want to do some reading. The rest of the 6 looks a little bit different, but still having that Iron Hands, the Amoonguss, the Urshifu, that will be the water rapid strike form, and alongside of a Chen Pao. So taking those old favorites, putting them alongside the new hotness, if you will, to make a really interesting team.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Riley would have liked having Chen Pao around back in X and Y when he was out there winning those regionals. I believe Riley's a 4-time regional champion, I want to say.
Yes.
So one of the most prolific regional champions in our game's history, and Santino needs no introduction if you are playing during the online era of Sword and Shield. The Players' Cup champion, the Invitational champion, one of the few trainers I could say they've beaten Ray Rizzo in a match. Sure, it was a spectator match, an exhibition match or whatever, but that's still a big dub for Santino.
Yeah, it still counts. I mean, the fact that he did so well in the online era, I think, and it's translated to these IRL events just goes to show how incredibly talented he is as a player. He's built some of the more unique and I would argue meta-defining teams of that era, and even a couple of standout teams from last year as well. This time around, though, going with the tried and true Pokemon of the Tornadus, Fluttermane, Chen Pao, Rillaboom, Urshifu, and Landorus, but I think he has a couple of tricks up his sleeves to spice it up a bit.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that is just glaring out to us right now, one, I think we haven't seen Rillaboom in our matches prior, so we're gonna have Rillaboom this time around, but it's Terra Steel Assault Vest Rillaboom. So this is just the I am not concerned by Fluttermane 1-bit Pokemon.
It really is, and if you think it is now, wait until the DLC drops, and we might be seeing more of it. That's all I'm gonna say about that. But it's still a unique adaptation for sure. I love seeing Terra Steel as like the defensive Terra type for Pokemon because of the Fluttermane matchup. Probably won't be seeing it against Riley, given that he has a couple of fighting type Pokemon and that Heatran to threaten away the Terra Steel at least, and honestly sort of threaten the Rillaboom away in general with that Heatran. But a really unique adaptation on this common set of 6 for sure for Santino.
Yeah, I know, Gabby, you and I have talked about our love for Heatran in this format, in Regulation D specifically. That Terra Grass typing as well, having access to Flash Fire means you essentially get rid of your most important weakness in Fire type. You're now immune to it, so could play a big factor in this set.
Could for sure, and that Heatran's also holding a Life Orb, which is a very unique item for that Pokemon. I think a lot of people tend to opt for one of those berries, maybe to get some more health back instead, but Riley has identified that, hey, I don't need the Life Orb on my Chen Pao, I can give that a Focus Sash and then give Heatran the Life Orb so that it deals more damage.
All right, so we're going to get back into that game when we can, so that does give us more time to talk about this matchup and talk about, as we're mentioning that gets the Terra Grass and Life Orb on Heatran, it's going to make it hit a little bit harder. I think sometimes, I've talked with some friends who are also Heatran enjoyers, Heatran enthusiasts.
Heatran enthusiasts,
yes,
I like that.
like ourselves, and we kind of go back and forth on Heatran's viability in this format. We know it reaches the top usage graphic. It's not what it was in 2015, right? But it's still a very prominent Pokemon, but it feels kind of middling in certain matchups, and I think a lot of times what happens is trainers that run say a substitute leftover set with just Heat Wave and Earth Power or something like that, substitute protect, you kind of lose out on a lot of different matchups. So it's one of those, Heatran is currently one of those Pokemon that is afflicted by the ailments of the 4 move slot syndrome that is very prevalent in Pokemon. You want Protect, you want Terra Blast for your grass typing, you want Heat Wave, you want Earth Power, you want Substitute, you want Magma Storm, I think Joe had at Worlds, right?
Yeah.
So you want so many things, and there's only 4 slots to fit on your Heatran.
Yeah, but I do like how Riley has committed to the offense of that Heatran with the Life Orb. Yes, it does still suffer from 5 move syndrome, but if you just commit to at least dealing damage over everything else, you can, check off the Substitute and you always want to run Protect, let's be real. But so that does open up some more opportunities opportunities for your Pokemon to kind of fill in that role and just fully commit. I feel like a lot of times when you're looking at these Pokemon that just want to do so many things, I feel like Fluttermane is another one of those Pokemon that feels like that for me, at least. It's very easy to try and do like a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, and just get that like nice healthy mix in there. But in reality, I think it's way more consistent to just go all in. You know, yes, I want this to be a supportive Fluttermane with booster energy to boost my speed, and then Icy Wind to sort of lower the speed of the opponent's side of the field. So then that gives my partner more opportunities to deal damage, and I'm still going to do crazy damage with it. In this case, it's more like, yeah, I want to commit to having a offensive fire type Pokemon on my team that is not Chi-Yu. You know, maybe I need the extra little bit of bulk that the Heatran has naturally to sort of fill that spot, but then I can make up for the lack of damage with something like the Life Orb. This Heatran's also running Flamethrower as well, so you won't miss your attacks either, so that's pretty great.
That's good, because if you're trying to do more damage with Life Orb, you want to make sure you don't ever do zero damage by missing the Heat Wave. So it's single target. Yes, you lose out on the spread ability that Heatran has there in Heat Wave, but you're going to have consistent, strong, boosted damage thanks to the Life Orb. The other Pokemon that's really nice to know on Riley's end is this. So they both have safety goggles. Santino has it on his Urshifu, but this is a Terra Electric safety goggles Cresselia, and we, you know, what was one of the first things we thought? Oh, like Rotom with Terra Electric and Levitate. Well, Cresselia just does that way better. If you Terrasilize, you can't get put to sleep, and you have no weakness.
Exactly. And that Cresselia could play a key thing in this matchup, but instead, we're just starting things out. It looks like Riley at least went for the same lead as we saw in that initial false start, if you will. That's the football term.
There you go.
See, I'm picking up things here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, hopefully you won't need a Hail Mary to win this set. Just gonna go with that one. So Santino and Riley here in round 6. That Chien-Pao is really strong, very much threatening both the Landers and Fluttermane. Even Fluttermane, it's a neutral hit, but it's still a really strong hit thanks to its ability.
Yeah, and this Chien-Pao as well has Sucker Punch, so Riley could decide to go for Sucker Punch into the Fluttermane, fake out into that Landorus. It looks like he's opting in for a more passive turn here, and I think that's okay. You have two of your opponent's strongest Pokemon out on the field. You can only flinch one of them. If you're going to try and reposition, what's better than just send in one of the bulkiest Pokemon in all history of Pokemon, that Cresselia.
That Cresselia, for sure, a Pokemon that many Pokemon fans out there are very fond of as a legendary, as a really great design, great utility it can provide. You can really mold Cresselia to any role you want on your team. Offensive sweeper, defensive, you know, trick room setter. There's so much that Cresselia can provide to a team. Santino will not swap out either of his Pokemon. Will Terrasilize the Landers into a water typing here on this turn. Dazzling Gleam does not do too much damage to either of these two Pokemon. And there is his Stomping Tantrum, which brings Amoonguss down under, but thankfully for Riley, it's holding that Citrus Berry.
It is, so that Amoonguss should be able to take one more Stomping Tantrum and Dazzling Gleam combination, assuming those weren't low rolls. But now that the Cresselia and the Amoonguss are out on the field, and now that I think as well Riley knows his opponent has at least half of his team faster than the Pokemon that Riley has brought to this matchup, with the exception of the Chien-Pao, I think this could be an interesting opportunity for him to opt for Trick Room. You can see him considering it right now. Being able to twist the dimensions not only opens up the door for his Iron Hands to come back on the field and deal huge damage to that Landorus for a KO, deal damage to that Fluttermane as well, but it'll also open up the opportunity for Amoonguss to go for Spores, assuming it can stick around on the field this turn.
And because the Fluttermane was choice locked into Moonblast, you don't have to worry about Cresselia getting hit by a Shadow Ball. Don't even need to waste the Terrassilization here in this spot, because you know Cresselia cannot be knocked out by any attacks before it can set up Trick Room. So it will be a double switch on Santino's end, and the Rillaboom, importantly as a grass type, is immune to those spores. Now Trick Room does go up. Twisted Dimensions will mean that the slower Pokemon will move first under Trick Room, but on Santino's end, this Rillaboom at least has Fake Out to stop one of the attacks.
Yeah, swapping in both of his Pokemon that could take a Spore, the Grass typing and the Safety Goggles, 1-2 combination from Santino, means that now he's in a great position to just match the slow play that Trick Room brings. Riley will have to swap out that Amoonguss if he wants to try and make up for the fact that Spore is no longer useful. Fortunately, I think swapping in his Iron Hands, especially knowing that it is on the bulkier side of Pokemon, is a great opportunity for him. And even if he does take damage on the switch, which he doesn't opt for, there's always the threat of a Lunar Blessing as well from Cresselia.
Amoonguss gets faked out there to stop the potential Grass Knot into Urshifu on the other end, so that's huge for Santino. And there's the first hit. It's not Rocky Helmet, where you see a lot of Cresselia's holding thanks to that Safety Goggles. It's not going to be dishing back damage and takes those 3 Surging Strikes with relative ease, and that's some of that bulk, that legendary bulk you were talking about on Crest.
Yeah, it's honestly, if I look back throughout VGC history, Cresselia is known for speed control. Either Icy Wind or Trick Room is traditionally where it falls. It's very bulky, and now it also has Lunar Blessing, was a new move introduced in this generation of Pokemon so that it can heal its partner, get rid of any statuses as well. You can see the great synergy that Lunar Blessing has with Safety Goggles and the Terra Electric in particular. Not the best opportunity for it right now. We did get confirmation that Rillaboom has the Assault Vest. Ice Beam just not going to be dealing a lot of damage for this Pokemon. Psychic, not the best opportunity, knowing that there's still a Detect in play. I think Riley making the correct call to just try and pivot here.
And now, since Iron Hand switched in, that's now 2 turns of Trick Room that Riley has not been able to do anything with. And this Rillaboom will U-turn out for Santino. He does have all 4 of his Pokemon revealed at this point, so you're gonna have to switch into something else, and that's the Landers for an Intimidate here. But Urshifu under Trick Room has been fine for these last 2 turns thanks to the Fake Out and the Detect.
Yeah, Riley did try to go for some decent damage on it with a Grass Knot on the Amoonguss, which is definitely an adaptation for this very water-heavy Urshifu metagame. Overall, though, I don't think that alone would be enough to knock out. I'm also curious just how much damage Amoonguss could do to the Landorus now as well, because it does have that water typing now. So Riley, at least typing-wise, has a great advantage over Santino just because his Pokemon can deal super effective to the water typing. That being said, though, I do think that Santino could easily swap in that Rillaboom, maybe for the Urshifu, keep it safe until Trick Room is over, and just sort of mitigate that concern.
It's funny that Landers, we never had to worry about how heavy it was, because it was never a water type before for the Grass Knot to be super effective in dealing. It looks like it's pretty heavy, as this double target from Riley's end will be enough to knock out Santino's Landers, and he has lost his Terra for game 1. He's gonna have to do it the old-fashioned style.
I love as well the fact that the Amoonguss attacked first, because that meant that the Iron Hands took less recoil damage overall from the Wild Charge. When you deal damage with something like a Wild Charge, like a Flare Blitz, you take a percentage of the overall damage in recoil damage after the move connects. So Amoonguss able to hit very hard with that Grass Knot, because it turns out Landorus quite heavy somehow. And then that Iron Hand's just able to capitalize on that, secure the knockout, but then also basically heal back up to full thanks to the grassy terrain. So very, very strong play from Riley there. Santino is finding his way through Trick Room very, very slowly here. I think that if this Flutter Mane is able to maybe make a swap or otherwise just avoid a Spore from this Amoonguss this turn, he'll be in a great position once Trick Room ends. Unfortunately, though, because Trick Room is still up on the field, he's in a very tough spot.
Riley's going down to the wire here to make his selection on that turn, and it will be a Terrestrialization from Iron Hands, turning into a Grass type one. This would be able to resist any Rillaboom attack.
Exactly, and that's going to be the super important thing here. You can resist a Wood Hammer from the Rillaboom eventually. You can resist the Flutter Mane, or you don't take super effective damage from Flutter Mane, and Amoonguss as well. Can't Spore this turn.
That Wild Charge does over 50% to Flutter Mane, so pretty strong damage, and here is the Moonblast, and because of the Grass typing there, Iron Hands takes that like a champ. This should be, as the recovery ends up here on the field thanks to the grassy terrain, this should be the last turn of Trick Room, and as Twisted mentions return to normal, now Santino's Pokemon are going to be a lot faster.
Exactly. Amoonguss also might be just healthy enough to take an attack from Santino's Fluttermane, knowing that it locked into the Moonblast, which isn't going to be dealing neutral damage to the Amoonguss. So overall, not necessarily out of the woods, but in a better spot for sure. Riley does also still have his Chien-Pao in the back, which is definitely a threat to keep an eye out for, but Santino's best two Pokemon at the sort of end of this game is Rillaboom and Urshifu, which are going to benefit from that Chien-Pao. So I think Riley has to try and find a way to wrap this game up, maybe not relying on that Pokemon. He could try and get the Cresselia back out on the field and go for a second Trick Room. I know a lot of times the double Trick Room in a VGC game is enough to sort of lock in your win. But Santino has the opportunity to go on the offense here, and looks like he's going to position himself for really the best amount of damage he could be doing here.
Yeah, 2 grass types on the field for Santino to U-turn into. That means Fluttermane has to switch into that slot there. So the Wild Charge goes into the Urshifu on the switch, and that is super effective, but he is going to take a lot of recoil damage from that hit. And there's the Grass Knot, and that does, but I guess Fluttermane's nowhere near as heavy as Landorus.
Yeah, I think Riley was anticipating maybe the Urshifu showing up in the Fluttermane spot,
right.
But Santino just making the correct call there, maybe identifying that his Urshifu was trained to take 1 Wild Charge from Riley's from Iron Hands in general. So again, we're sort of entering this really interesting end game. Fluttermane able to change its attack, so it can maybe go for a Shadow Ball directly into that Amoonguss. That plus some damage from that Urshifu should be enough to lock in the KO there. We know that the Amoonguss is holding Citrus Berry and not Rocky Helmet, so you don't have to worry as much about making contact-free time if you think you do need that 3 critical hits in order to get that damage calc. But instead, it looks like Santino just not wanting to risk it, accepting that the Amoonguss might get a Spore in this turn and just swapping out that Fluttermane and hoping that it is the Rillaboom that Amoonguss targets.
And Rillaboom does crucially reset up the grassy terrain. So there's the close combat. Not much health needed for the knockout, but Urshifu does take down the Iron Hands, meaning Riley's only attacker this turn can be the Amoonguss. You can't Spore Urshifu thanks to the safety goggles, and you can't do it to Rillaboom either as a grass type. So he's not going to go for it. Does not fall for it. Riley will instead knock out the Urshifu. Santino down to his last 2 Pokemon. But those are 2 pretty strong Pokemon to have.
They are very strong indeed. Rillaboom has a fake out available to it now as it just swapped in, which means that Chien-Pao in particular may not feel comfortable because a flinch would get rid of the focus sash and then the Fluttermane can follow up with some damage. So I think you almost have to swap in your Cresselia here. Just take that 1 turn, get rid of the fake out at least, and then maybe after Cresselia is knocked out by a Shadow Ball, for example, you try and get your Chien-Pao in on the field. It looks like Riley, though, going to send in the Chien-Pao, which means he might have a way to power through this and not get flinched by fake out.
Well, the Chien-Pao does have the Focus Sash, as you're mentioning. It also does have Terra Ghost.
Exactly,
so
yeah.
there is an option to avoid the fake out there, and depending on how these 2 Pokemon are trained with Chien-Pao and Fluttermane, typically people opt for more bulk on Fluttermane and not max speed, where a lot of people want Chien-Pao to be as fast as it can go. So you see how low health Fluttermane is. You see Rillaboom is, as grass type, of course, doesn't want to take an ice hit from the Chien-Pao either. I think the Cresselia kind of did its job. If Riley gets to a point where he needs Cresselia in the end game on the field, it might be too late.
It might be too late, but he does essentially have to protect this turn on Chien-Pao, and if Santino predicts that and doubles the Amoonguss, so Amoonguss is unable to put the Fluttermane to sleep, I think that's Santino's win con right here. We do see the protect on Chien-Pao. We see the fake out into the Amoonguss.
Okay, so this is the Shadow Ball into Amoonguss here. It's a neutral hit, but it's choice specs. It's not enough. Amoonguss hangs on. Amoonguss flinching, obviously, because of the fake out. And earlier, Iron Hands had taken up the terrestrialization at the Terra Grass. So you're right there. That Chien-Pao had to protect because he could not turn into a ghost type.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing now, though, is that with Sucker Punch and with choice specs on the opposing Fluttermane, you know that the Sucker Punch is going to land to get that knockout on that Pokemon. So it's really just down to the Rillaboom. Rillaboom could try and find an opening here to attack the Amoonguss, but I think if Santino is trying to find his best way out at this point, you have to attack the Chien-Pao. At the end of the day, the Chen Pao is going to be the one with Ice Spinner as its Ice-type attack. That's going to get rid of the terrain. That's going to be dealing so much damage to your Rillaboom. It is the Pokemon to keep an eye out for, and you just have to hope that Woodhammer is enough.
Cresselia will switch into that slot. Sucker Punch knocks out Fluttermane. Mungus will recover some HP up thanks to Regenerator and is 3-on-1 right now for Santino. Here is the U-turn. That will be enough to knock out the Cresselia, but Riley, I think, is okay with that. Cresselia just set up Trick Room. Really, as you mentioned earlier, it's very difficult to get 2 Trick Rooms up in a game, so Cresselia has done its job. It is this Focus Sash, Chen Pao with access to Ice Spinner on the field right now. That Assault Vest ain't helping against the physical attacker.
No, I think it's just an Ice Spinner and a Pollen Puff. You get some really strong damage here. If it's not enough for the knockout, then Amoonguss can finish it up. But
that's really important to know going into the set.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's not a guaranteed knockout, I believe, depending on how the Pokemon are trained. So great information for Riley, who wins game 1 in the set.
Yeah, definitely Riley coming with her. I know that's an important calculation because there were many trainers at the World Championships that opted to run Icicle Crash because it did more damage at a higher base power for the Rillaboom matchup. So really important for Santino to keep track of that going into game 2 in this matchup. And so if you look from Santino's perspective, Gabby, on adjustments to make here in game 2, you know, as we watch the recap here, I think that big one is the Terra Water Landorus not working out too well for him.
I gotta say, I wasn't expecting Grass Knot to do that much damage on the Terra Water Landorus, but you know, overall, I love that call of bringing Grass Knot. Typically, if you are running a grass type attack on a Amoonguss, it's not Grass Knot, but because so many people are running Terra Water, and because so many of the Pokemon in the metagame right now just happen to be heavy, it's a great way to get some good damage down onto the field, and was really one of those defining moments in that game 1. The other defining moment, like we mentioned, that Ice Spinner being able to knock out the Rillaboom. I do love the adaptation to Ice Spinner, not only because yes, it does a little bit less damage, but it's more accurate. And when you're playing these best of 3s, when you're trying to make it into day 2 and get your championship points and possibly even your invite, I think that the least that you can leave up to chance, the best.
Yeah, and you know, I gotta defend my guy Landorus here.
Yeah, please.
The Grass Knot. Landorus is not heavy. He's just big boned. Okay, that's the calculation
fair.
there.
That's fair. And if you want to think about like air, like water, you know, very buoyant as well.
That's true. The air turned into water. We're getting into a little science lesson here in Pittsburgh. I love it.
Yeah, you know, I hear there's a great science museum, so might as well. But I think I want to go back to something that you mentioned as we were talking about adjustments and talking about Trick Room in particular. While it's true that Riley didn't necessarily get to use those Trick Room turns for damage, you know, for knockouts damage, he did use Trick Room to help put pressure on Santino, force him to switch more, and just get those Pokemon within the knockout ranges that they needed to be at for the end game. So I think the adjustment has to be, does Santino have a better answer to Trick Room? And why not bring a Pokemon that has Taunt with you to try and set that up?
Oh, Riley's never seen Tornadus and Landorus on the field at the same time. No, obviously, this was in his heyday. He was ready for 2 of these double Genie leads.
Yeah, and I did misspeak, actually. Believe it or not, Santino not running Taunt on that Pokemon, opting for a very unique form of dual speed control with Tailwind and Scary Face.
That's cool.
Which may actually make a difference in other matchups. Not really against a Trick Room team. You never want a Tailwind in front of a person that may have a Cresselia lurking in the background, because that's just never a good time.
And you don't want to Scary Face the Dark type as your prankster, so that's not going to work either. Santino's going to have to opt for something else. It will be Terra Water Landorus again. He's like, all right, don't have to worry about Amoonguss right now with the Grass Knot. Just going to stay here. But of course, Iron Hands can hit it with a Wild Charge on follow-up turns. Ice Spinner, though, does go into Tornadus, and that is not enough to knock it out. We'll be able to flinch Landorus, obviously. Bleak Wind Storm connecting onto both of these Pokemon. Can he get the speed drop on either slot? Nope. So Tornadus might have 1 turn left in this match.
It might. I think more importantly, though, the Chen Pao has lost its Focus Sash, which really opens things up for Santino's end game, assuming that there is maybe something like the Fluttermane in the background. If you're able to pair Fluttermane with Rillaboom like we saw in game 1, you can flinch that Pokemon. You can guarantee the KO. It's going to be a lot easier for Santino to play through that part of the end game. Unfortunately, though, Riley making a fantastic adjustment, leading that Ice-type Pokemon against 2 Genies, almost forcing the Terastallization on that Landorus, which really is the Pokemon that you want to protect in this situation. You know, Tornadus is very, it's very set-up Pokemon. It doesn't plan to be on the field for a long time, and while it's great that that Bleak Wind Storm was able to connect, Landorus is going to be dealing way more damage in this matchup overall.
Santino will keep Tornadus around for later with that switch out thanks to Urshifu and coming into that slot. And Riley does make a double switch on this turn, so a very defensive play. Santino can try to get some strong damage off with this Choice Band, and he doesn't fall for the levitate and clicking a ground attack. It's the U-turn, super effective Choice Band. This one hurts. That hurts when you bring it in to try to eat an earthquake, and then you take 70% of your health anyway.
I know, that was a critical hit on top of all that as well, and this Cresselia is going to really struggle to find an opening now for Trick Room. Riley can still go for it. I mean, Amoonguss still has Rage Powder, can still redirect the attacks of everything except Rillaboom, who I think can deal more than enough damage with a Wood Hammer to make sure that there is no twisting of the dimensions in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. You do have the fake out as well if you wanted to, but Urshifu's is in a weird spot. Yeah, maybe it doesn't weigh as much as Landorus does, but it still is a water type, and we see just how effective Grass Knot has been. Sure, you have safety goggles, so you're not put to sleep, but the grassy terrain boosted Grass Knot can really be a factor.
Yeah, it's really given Amoonguss an opening in this particular matchup where your opponent sends in their safety goggles and their grass type Pokemon to stop you from using Spore. I think a lot of times people would be tempted to swap out the Amoonguss so that you can Spore later on in the match, but Riley could stay in on the field. He could go for a Pollen Puff into the Rillaboom. He could go for a Grass Knot into the Urshifu, and it's not the end of the world. Yes, it's not going to get a KO, but that could be important damage moving forwards. No opportunity, though. It looks like a Fake Out plus a Surging Strikes is going to be all that happens in this turn.
But it takes all 3 hits to get that knockout. A little bit of solace for Riley to know his Cresselia is so bulky that it only had 68 HP, and it took all 3 hits there. So Cresselia does go down. Best play for Riley, of course, just let it get knocked out. You don't want the Chien-Pao or Iron Hands taking damage for free, but Chien-Pao has lost that sash, and you wonder what Riley can do here to come back.
Yeah, you can't send in Chien-Pao because the Urshifu on Santino's side of the field has Aqua Jet. It'll go fast. It'll be +1 priority, which means guaranteed to move first. Yes, you could try and sucker punch the Aqua Jet, but you're still going to be losing that Pokemon at the end of the day. And Riley's best win condition is to bring the Chien-Pao out on the field once Aqua Jet, I think, is no longer a threat. You could try and send it in and then use Protect and maybe find an opening like via Grass Knot or something and then switching. So really, I think the reveal of the Chien-Pao here is more of a bait, if you will, trying to trick your opponent into targeting that Pokemon rather than your Amoonguss. But still, Santino is in a great spot having all these Pokemon still available to him in this game too.
And Riley's going to have to do that. He's put himself in position like that where you have to try to bait your opponent, like you're saying, or call them to go over targeting the Chien-Pao because of how much damage Cresselia took on the switching with that U-turn. You got to give credit to Santino with that U-turn switch.
I know. Choice Band U-turn is one of those moves that I always consistently underestimate. But the fact that it not only does so much damage when it's super effective, but then also gives you the opportunity to pivot during the turn is absolutely critical.
So does Santino fall for it? Look like it's not right now. He might have been anticipating this, as Landorus will switch in to intimidate the Iron Hands, and it will just be Urshifu and Amoonguss getting attacks in this turn. Here is the Surging Strikes, and as we see, that's a critical hit, and I almost don't believe it with how little damage that it's actually doing. It will bring Iron Hands down to under 50% HP, but man, those 3 Surging Strikes were not doing nearly enough damage. This Grass Knot is going to do way more, and that does over 90%, bringing your Urshifu down into the red. The big factor as well is grassy terrain helping out too.
Exactly. I think that grassy terrain means that the Urshifu is just out of KO range from a Fake Out. But at the same time, I don't think you need to flinch that Pokemon given how much damage it's doing right now. It's so bizarre to say that percentage-wise, Amoonguss out-damaged and Urshifu with its 3 critical hits in the past turn, but that is where we are at in this game, and I think Riley is better off for it. Santino could try and swap out the Urshifu and then send in the Rillaboom to ensure that he still has the Aqua Jet available for when that Chien-Pao does make an appearance once again. But if that's the case, Riley's best option is to once again go for the double into the Landorus. It looks like the Urshifu staying on the field.
All right, Santino does switch Landorus out into a Rillaboom here, so gonna detect to keep itself safe. What happened on Riley's end? Does he target into Rillaboom? Volt Switch, nice adaptation on Riley's end. A lot of people have dropped Volt Switch for other attacks like Heavy Slam for the Flutter Mane matchup, but Riley likes the utility and the switching potential, the momentum that Volt Switch brings. Now Chien-Pao can come onto the field with the Rillaboom right there, ready to knock out, and it's healthier. It's not going to be, if I'm doing my math right. No, it does not.
No, but the terrain.
1 HP. Rillaboom was almost the worst opponent ever because he almost brought Chien-Pao back to full health. Do you just protect to get the sash
I think
back?
you have to. I mean, this is the really cool thing about Focus Sash is that if you have full health, it activates. And because Chien-Pao did not use it earlier on in the matchup, all it has to do to protect is to get that item back.
What does Amoonguss care about Surging Strikes and a Grass attack from Rillaboom either?
Exactly. Your Amoonguss can target in that Urshifu with a Grass Knot or a Pollen Puff, depending on who you think is going to swap into that spot. You protect Chien-Pao, and then you don't have to worry about Aqua Jet anymore. This is such a great position for that Chien-Pao. What an incredible read from Riley with that Pollen Puff.
Well, it looks like he's not going to protect. Instead, it will be the Terra Ghost in this matchup. Santino switching his Urshifu out. We know he has access to Landorus in the back to get an Intimidate here, and that will be the option. Landorus, for how many times he's come out to the field, still incredibly healthy at this point. So we know that this Terra is going to come out. Making it a Ghost type would mean that is immune to any fake outs or your fighting moves, say a close combat from an Urshifu later on in this match. Not going to be able to do any damage, and Riley's big win condition to try to win this set 2-0, most of it is going to be on the back of the Chien-Pao. Here's Sacred Sword into Landorus, not doing too much damage, and the Wood Hammer into Chien-Pao. That's a knockout. Chien-Pao doesn't have the Focus Sash because of 1 hit point of differential.
I think Santino trying to predict the swap on the other side of Riley's the swap on the other side of the field. Just making a great call there from Santino with that Wood Hammer into the Chien-Pao. Yes, if he had protected, that would have been no damage that turn, but that Rillaboom wasn't going to do much damage anyways. Its best option that turn, consistency-wise, would have been to knock off the Citrus Berry from that Amoonguss, which is not really worth it at this point. You need that big KO to upset the match and open the door for a Game 3.
Yeah, Santino's in a really good spot, up 4-2 Pokemon right now. The only thing I'm thinking, as we saw, grassy terrain ended on that turn. Anyway, so that obviously changes Riley's thinking, because he wasn't going to get the health there. But Amoonguss, if it was Urshifu or Landorus, you know, I'm just thinking in my head, like, why not just keep Grass Knotting that slot? Because it's going to be a water type in that slot regardless, or it's going to be a, like, 5 HP Tornadus that's still around.
Yeah, and we do get confirmation that Riley wasn't trying to Pollen Puff that Chien-Pao either, because it did target the Rillaboom on the opposing side of the field. So again, a very tough spot for him to be in, but I think Santino just recognizing that and going for the big knockouts. Now that the grassy terrain is gone, Wood Hammer won't be doing as much damage, but that's still putting that Iron Hands down within knockout range. It should be able to KO it next turn.
Yeah, and the Landorus will go to sleep here, so deciding not to do the damage on Landorus, just wanting to put it to sleep for now. You know, this at least ensures, because if he knocked out Landorus that last turn, then there's 2 Pokemon that get to attack on the other side.
Yep.
Now you only have to worry about Rillaboom slot.
Yep. This sort of opens the door for Riley to try and get another Pollen Puff in to heal his Iron Hands, but really all Santino has to do to lock in the win at this point is knock out that Iron Hands, because as great of a Pokemon as Amoonguss is, it is not going to be able to 1v4 Santino's side of the field, especially knowing that there is still that Tornadus in the back with Bleak Wind Storm.
If he got a crit, well, hold on. If he got a crit there, knocked out Rillaboom, Landorus stays asleep. You just keep, keep going for the for the Grass Knots. Or Shifu's really low health. Tornadus really low health. You know, there was a world that Amoonguss could have 1v4'd.
It's a stretch. It's very much a stretch, and it's still a possible stretch, given that Landorus is still asleep this turn. But I think that Riley would need to get all 4 turns of sleep in the situation. And now, especially knowing that Amoonguss has lost
and
its
just lost
recovery.
That citrus berry.
Exactly. So the Urshifu can come back out onto the field, and Santino could just go straight for a detect there to try and give the Landorus the best opportunity of waking up. Or just could start piling on the Bleak Wind Storms from Tornadus, as it will be faster than the Amoonguss.
You could just, if you're Riley, you hope Bleak Wind Storm misses.
Exactly.
Go for the Landorus, the knockout, so that Landorus does not get an attack before it wakes up. Landorus will get that 3rd turn of sleep. So Riley, this Amoonguss is really trying. Bleak Wind Storm, it does miss. Amoonguss is hanging on. It's at full HP. It's dodging these attacks. Grass Knot knocking out the Landorus. This is now 2-on-1. That's way more doable than 4-on-1.
I'm so sorry, Amoonguss. He's found an opening here, and it's not guaranteed yet, as Bleak Wind Storm will be single target damage, but this Amoonguss has to take potentially 3 critical hits from the Urshifu and a Bleak Wind Storm. His best opportunity.
This time around, and there's no citrus berry, so he's not going to recover it up. Amoonguss hanging on. If you recover 25% of your HP, close combat is going to be more than enough, and Amoonguss almost pulls off the comeback of the season, but instead we're going to get a game 3.
I love how Riley targeted down the Tornadus as well for the knockout that turn, because if you were going to take 2 attacks from any Pokemon on the field, it was going to be that Urshifu.
Yep.
So his win condition at that point in time was the back-to-back Bleak Wind Storm miss. Unfortunately, it is inaccurate, but it's not that inaccurate. And overall, Santino was able to just lock in that win condition and bring us into the game 3. But still, what an incredible end game there. Riley just finding opportunity after opportunity to keep himself in the running.
I think if Amoonguss won that 4v1, I feel like we should have just given Riley the title. It's like, you win the weekend, buddy. If this little mushroom Pokemon that's a defensive stalwart is just going to get knockout after knockout, like, that would have been amazing to see.
I mean, speaking of knockouts, though, the fact that it took the Cresselia, it was able to take 3 of those attacks from that Urshifu with the triple hit certainly goes to show just how bulky it was. But Santino keeping himself in the game with just that great read, going straight Woodhammer into the Chien-Pao. You know, Amoonguss trying to find every opportunity it can to help out, was not able to save the Iron Hands, was able to eventually bring it down to a 2v1, and I think this just goes to show how Riley built this Amoonguss. Yes, it can still play defensively with Rage Powder and Spore, but the combination of Grass Knot and Pollen Puff make it a very offensive contender when your opponent is relying on Terra Water, when your opponent has that Water Urshifu or a Grass Pokemon on the field. It's not something that you can just write off as consistently going for Spores or Rage Powders, because it can just deal the damage you need too.
And Santino's Rillaboom is kind of essentially giving Amoonguss a life orb with the Grassy Terrain. So even though you're not opting for, like, you have 2 offensive attacks, but you're not building, you're not investing in the special attack, the Grassy Terrain kind of is making up for that lack of investment.
It is, and as we go into game 3, real quick to talk about adjustments here, I think that Riley just has to keep following that same strategy. Maybe try and lead the Cresselia so you can guarantee yourself a bit more wiggle room with trying to get Trick Room up on the field, so that way the Amoonguss can do what it does best. But instead, it looks like we're seeing a run back of game number 2 for Riley with the Chien-Pao and the Iron Hands.
Yeah, so that Landorus, both games, Gabby, has Terrestrialized into a water type, and just the sheer presence of Chien-Pao on the field means it might be 3 for 3 Terra Water Landorus.
I think you might be right, but if Riley decides to make a play based off of past gameplay rather than maybe reading the field. He could always potentially go straight for a wild charge into that Landorus to knock it out.
Yeah, I think the other thing that I'm wondering on if you are on Riley's end, Santino did not lead Tornadus this time around. It took a lot of damage the last time and missed Bleakwind Storm. I wonder if Santino has left that in the back in Game 3.
That would be a call because that is not typically a Pokemon that you leave in the back of your party. So we'll have to see how this is going to play out. For now, it looks like if Chen Pao's only purpose was to force a terastallization from Santino, Riley was able to play that perfectly.
Riley gets the turn one bluff correct, and Landorus is forced to terastallize because sure, you're worried about Amoonguss a little bit with its damage, but that's the worst case scenario, or that's not the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is you stay as a ground flying type in front of Chen Pao and just get knocked out by Icicle Crash. So Santino playing it safe in this Game 3, doesn't want to risk the game on one swing. Riley will terastallize his Iron Hands this time around. Fake out into the Landorus slot, and if this is a Surging Strikes into Iron Hands, that will be a lot. Well, either way, they're two grass types. The Surging Strikes doing nothing to either of them.
Yeah, this Amoonguss is more than happy to take that damage and really start to threaten Grass Knots, which is something that I was not expecting to say. Yeah, it's really funny too, because if you think about Amoonguss in this position normally, you would probably want to favor Spore over anything else,
right?
Because you could Spore the Landorus, Spore something that swaps in, but chances are Santino has that Rillaboom in the back. So then you can't Spore the Urshifu, you can't Spore a Grass-type Pokemon. Your best option here is to click Grass Knot into the Pokemon you think will be staying on the field, and then maybe following that up with a Wild Charge, or maybe even a Volt Switch if you're assuming that you're going to have to pivot after this turn. It's such a unique position for an Amoonguss of all Pokemon to be in, but again, keep your eye on that Pokemon.
Oh, the Choice Band Stomping Tantrum knocks out Amoonguss. Massive amounts of damage, and our hero from Game 2 is not going to be a factor in Game 3. Sure, the Surging Strikes doesn't do much damage, but this Volt Switch isn't going to do too much either, as Iron Hands is a physical attacker. Sure, it will be super effective into these water type Pokemons, but really it's just going to need more switching utility. The one benefit here is you at least can get Iron Hands back on the field because of the Volt Switch.
Exactly, and that will give you some fake out pressure, and I think that is sort of how you have to build your end game moving forwards. That being said, knowing that Riley's last Pokemon is Cresselia, and knowing that the Amoonguss isn't available anymore, I wonder if you still commit to the Trick Room, try and rely on your unintimidated Iron Hands to deal the damage you need to sort of power through. I don't think Santino can necessarily stop a Trick Room right now. I also think that Riley doesn't have to commit to Trick Room just yet if he is worried about, maybe something sneaky coming through from Santino to try and get that KO. But we know the Landorus is locked in to Stomping Tantrum. We know that that's not going to deal damage to the Cresselia. This just seems the perfect opportunity to twist the dimensions. And then, starting next turn, maybe you Psychic the Urshifu, maybe you Ice Beam that Rillaboom again, and just build your win condition based off of guaranteeing you move first.
Now, Rillaboom does switch into the Landorus slot. Riley could anticipate this because he knows Santino wants to intimidate his Iron Hands. So Urshifu will detect anyway. Makes the correct call by going for a Drain Punch into that Rillaboom slot, going up back to full HP essentially, and it will after the Grassy Terrain. But that's a free Trick Room, as free as you can find in VGC.
Yes, but there is now Fake Out as well on Santino's side of the field, so it's not necessarily as free, given the fact that Cresselia probably would try and target down the Urshifu alongside of that Iron Hands, knowing
he just detected.
Yeah. Exactly. So you can swap in your Terra Water Landorus, probably not a good idea. If you have a Tornadus in the back, you can maybe do something there, but instead it looks like you flinch the Iron Hands, you know that your Urshifu can hopefully take the Psychic, and then Urshifu can start whittling down the health of both these Pokemon.
But remember before how little damage the Surging Strikes did to Cresselia. It's going to be, I think, by the end of this, it will be close to half, but I will not be at half HP. Yeah, look at that. It's still in the green, not even in the yellow. So Cresselia is going to stay very healthy here. That fake out does stop Iron Hands, but what I love about Riley's turn there is if you fake out either one of these, you just go into the Urshifu slot because it either stays in, takes a lot of damage, or switches into the Water Landorus and gets knocked out from Wild Charge.
Exactly. The other thing that I'm very curious about in terms of just damage on the field, does Cresselia have enough health to take a Wood Hammer from the Rillaboom, knowing that grassy terrain is currently in play? I think Riley has to remove that Rillaboom from the field immediately, as that is going to be the scary Pokemon for him right now. But I'm not sure if he has enough damage to do it. We saw the Assault Vest do an incredible job of keeping that Rillaboom around with, Ice Beam doing like 10%. The Intimidate on top of Drain Punch. I think if this Rillaboom can knock out the Cresselia with a Wood Hammer right now, I think that Urshifu has done its job.
Well, the Landorus did switch in there to Intimidate, but Cresselia will move first. Ice Beam super effective, but the Assault Vest comes in clutch, and Rillaboom will stay around. Here's the Wood Hammer. Cresselia hanging on just barely. Rillaboom knocks itself out due to recoil.
That was so close. But there still is Aqua Jet in play from Santino if he decides to send that Urshifu.
But if he
right
Aqua Jets Cresselia, that leaves the Iron Hands open.
It does, but then Iron Hands can, I guess you then go for the attack into the Landorus so that it can't Stomping Tantrum, and then you're down to that mysterious last Pokemon on Santino's side of the field. But still, if you, okay, hypothetically speaking, if that last Pokemon is the Tornadus like we were anticipating, you could try and send it out onto the field now and just try and burn through a few more Trick Room turns. You could certainly Scary Face, I guess, if that was something you wanted to
Scary
do.
Face your own Landorus to make it slower in Trick Room?
Actually, that might be the play. That actually might be the play. Okay, hold on. It really does depend on how this Landorus is trained, as it is. If it is max speed, I don't know if it's going to be slow enough to underspeed an Iron Hands.
Because you have Tailwind, so you can invest more in your attack and your bulk. So Tornadus has Prankster. It doesn't care about Trick Room.
Yep.
So if you want to Scary Face your own Landorus to lower its speed and make it faster, or underspeed, I should say, in Trick Room, then you can switch Landorus out later on when the Twisted Dimensions come back to normal.
Yeah, so here's the thing, though. I think that it will be able to underspeed the Cresselia, just thinking about how people train their Pokemon. I don't know if it's going to be able to underspeed the Iron Hands, and even if it does, I don't know if a single Stomping Tantrum would be enough to pick up that knockout.
There is the Scary Face!
You'd have to go for maybe a Rock Slide and just hope for the flinch.
Santino saying, I'll play by your rules, I'll lower my own speed, and it's not slow enough! Trick Room still being crucial for Riley in this match, and Landorus is down. Santino put all his eggs into that basket, and it didn't work out.
And now Cresselia is able to target down the opposing Tornadus with an Ice Beam, which is going to still not be taking a lot of damage from that attack, but enough to ensure that the next attack from the Iron Hands would be a knockout. So a great attempt at an out by Santino.
You have to respect it, yeah.
I 100% respect it, and now he also opens the door for him to go for a Detect this turn and stall out the remainder of Trick Room, but that's still going to be a 2-on-1 situation where the Iron Hands is essentially at full health and Terra Grass. It's a very tough spot to be in for sure. Iron Hands just very, very slow. I wouldn't be surprised, knowing just how Riley has played through this matchup with Trick Room, if that is the minimum possible speed on that Pokemon.
Yeah, so that will be a knockout. Cresselia going down, but the Wild Charge from Riley's end knocking out Tornadus, and it is just Santino's Urshifu and him, in this matchup. It is a very important Pokemon to Santino, as Urshifu, with the colossal strats back in Sword and Shield, right?
yeah.
I'm sure he brought this one back up from Sword and Shield to be used in Scarlet and Violet.
That would literally be the only way you can get an Urshifu, so yes. As much as I've been praying for Urshifu or Cubfu in Pokemon Go, it has not happened yet.
Yeah, so there's the Champao who still has Focus Sash
Yep.
intact, even if the, Icicle Crash is resisted, Sucker Punch is resisted. You just need to do a little bit of damage. The battle is canceled, and Riley Factura will win round 6 here in Pittsburgh.
I do want to just take a moment to talk about the hypothetical, though. Had the Scary Face made that Pokemon slower in the grand scheme of things with that Landorus, and it landed the Rock Slide, picked up the knockout on the Cresselia, and flinched the Iron Hands, that would have been such an incredible endgame to play for Santino. You gotta respect the fact that he went for it. Odds were it wasn't gonna work out anyways, especially now that we had that final big speed reveal on the Iron Hands, but still just an incredible hype endgame, and really an incredibly hype Game 3 overall. That was so exciting to watch, and talk about highlights, the Stomping Tantrum knocking out that Amoonguss.
The fake out helped it out too, which made it even worse for Amoonguss.
It did, and knowing that the Rillaboom was able to hold on here for the Woodhammer knockout, like there was just back and forth the entire game for these two.
Yeah, that was we've been so blessed today so far in Pittsburgh. Throughout all of our stream matches, have so many great trainers and great just VGC action to see. The Landers there. I like it. We're just like casually, oh, what if he just Scary Faces his own Landers? Wait, what if he Scary Faces his own Landorus? And it could have worked out for Santino. He would have needed as many things as unlikely as Amoonguss getting all 4 KOs in the previous game would have been, right? You would have needed a lot to go in the favor of Santino, I would say. But just congratulations to Riley at 6-0. One more win will put him into day 2 comfortably.
That was the fourth dimensional chess play, I think, of the day. And it's so cool when those side plays happen. I remember the first time I saw a side play at an event. It was Nationals in 2013. It was like a Zeb Strika and an Amoonguss on the field, and the Amoonguss did something, and I can't remember the specifics because I was just like, my mind was so blown by that thinking. But it really is what sets apart, I think, trainers who are able to conceptualize the board in that way versus people who are maybe newer to the game. So shout out to Santino for recognizing that out. I think Riley's Trick Room team was just a great call for the meta, unfortunately, with all that bulk. But you gotta make the shot. You gotta take the shot.
Yeah, for sure. And that that Amoonguss will be moving on at this point, and it's just let's just see how this series played out. It was just so much fun to watch. We see Amoonguss getting knocked out here, but in the game 2, when it was just taking KOs after KOs, and Cresselia, it was a key point that we said at the beginning of the team preview in game 1, and it was pretty important for Riley in the set.
Yeah, and I think it's also sort of one of the defining adaptations coming out of Worlds is having the offensive Amoonguss, recognizing there's so much Terra Grass in the metagame.
Yeah, it didn't have Protect Amoonguss.
Yeah, I would argue Amoonguss probably doesn't need Protect. It's cool when you have it.
Well, when you're doing that much damage.
Yeah, but when you're doing that much damage, and when it's open team sheet format as well, so your opponent can know, oh, the Amoonguss can Protect or not this turn, I feel like having the damage dealing attacks is almost more intimidating than thinking, oh, well, maybe the Amoonguss will Protect this turn. It's a very, talking about how Riley's been playing since 2016, 2015, one of the pivotal metagame shifts from back then was Cresselia going on the offense, actually. People started training their Cresselia so that it would be able to get knockouts off of Psychic, off of Ice Beam, or maybe even an Icy Wind plus something else on the team. I think this Amoonguss is sort of thought about in the same way. If I'm assuming my opponent's going to Terra Water because I have an Ice type on the field and they're a Landorus, how much damage does my Amoonguss need to do to get that KO? It's just such a cool thing, and I'm really hoping we'll see more of these more supportive Pokemon go on the offense, as I think that's something very unique that the metagame is open to right now.
Yeah, I think it's just so cool. Such a cool play by Riley because he realized everybody and their mother's running Terra Water in this format to stop Urshifu, so might as well take advantage of it and punish those Terrasalizations. But we are going to take a quick break. We come back, we'll have our round 7 coverage here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championship, so we'll be right back.
My name is Andrew Ford, and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win. I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America. This weekend, I never really doubted myself because I wasn't playing to win, so I had nothing to doubt. I mean, this game consumes a lot of my life, but it was like honestly changed my life. Winning Worlds, I'd probably like be considered the best player in the world, so it would be like what I've always wanted.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championship 2023. Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. It's the journey, it's the friends, it's going to other parts of the world. I will be at the World Championships. I think I'm definitely going to make day 2, and I'm sure with a little bit of luck, I can roll my way all the way to the top.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion. It feels great to win a tournament again. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, but so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore. My advice to other trainers is keep trying, never give up. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back. Then I'm gonna try to win at Worlds.
I'm your host, Anna Prosser, here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここは、ティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでください。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
ありがとうございます。
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania Regional Championships. We are back. Myself, Evan Latt, my friend Lynn Duell behind the desk. It is round 7 in Pittsburgh, which means we are going to finally start finding out who's making it to day 2.
Yeah, things are getting serious now. A win in this round will put one of these players into day 2.
Yeah, it'll be one more win to get into day 2 for players who are undefeated right now, including our players from a last set, which we had an amazing 3-game set there between Riley and Santino. And look at these matches here. This Amoonguss with the Grass Knot. We were believers backstage watching that Amoonguss deal big damage to that Landorus, pick off the KO there with the Iron Hands as well. And this offensive Amoonguss was a huge threat throughout this entire set.
Yeah, it really was putting out consistent damage. The Landorus was being forced to Terra because of the Chien Pao, and that left things wide open for Amoonguss.
Yeah, really well played out and really thought through from Riley. And you can see why they needed to Terra. Chien Pao picking up the KO on the Fluttermane, not allowing that Pokemon to do any damage. And this Ice Spinner getting the clean one-hit KO on Rillaboom, making sure that in future matches, Santino was going to have to be really concerned about what that Chien Pao could do. Again, forcing those Terras, which left his Pokemon wide open for that Grass Knot Amoonguss.
Yeah, I mean, just a really interesting balance matchup where a lot of different damage was being threatened. You saw the Rillaboom go down so easily there. But in other games, it was potent staying on the field forever, and that kind of difference is how these games hinge.
Yeah, and of course, we saw that Riley did take game 1, but in game 2, Santino was able to bring it back here. This Urshifu getting some big KOs here. Of course, we've seen those critical hits from the Surging Strikes constantly. Cresselia was a huge factor in that first game as well, getting Trick Room up, but here, going down quickly to Santino's Urshifu. And again, another big KO here with that Woodhammer onto the Chien Pao. Chien Pao, who had healed up pretty close to being back at full health, but not quite.
Yeah, it was the inverted focus sash, 1 HP away from being able to take that Woodhammer.
Yeah, and the Woodhammer went huge for Santino, picking up KOs on Iron Hands and then taking that Pollen Puff. This Amoonguss was close to bringing it back here. You can see the sleep on the Landorus and Grass not picking up those KOs. This Tornadus also was unable to hit the first Bleak Wind Storm, but really close, but Amoonguss able to hang on with 7 hit points at the end there and pick it up for Riley to survive that, but then Santino closing it out with that close combat. Didn't miss all of them.
Yeah, ultimately it was still an Amoonguss. It wasn't going to pull a 1v4 comeback.
It was close. We almost believed in the Amoonguss 1v4 comeback, but
much closer than you'd ever expect.
Absolutely. And of course, having that offensive pressure from the Grass Knot. And when we do see the offensive Amoonguss, it's usually the Leaf Storm, but Grass Knot not lowering its special attack, being able to keep exerting that pressure throughout that entire set.
Yeah, no chance for a miss, but sacrifices a little bit of power, which can also come into play. You did see in that second game, Urshifu survived it just about the amount of health that would have meant Leaf Storm was a KO.
Yeah, and in game 3, Riley had to fight back in this one-on-one. The Stomping Tantrum, we saw that huge power coming out from the Stomping Tantrum getting doubled after the fake out that previous turn, picks up the KO on Amoonguss. But Riley showing some offensive tricks of his own with that Ice Beam onto the Rillaboom. Barely held on, but the Woodhammer recoil actually being enough to knock out the Rillaboom on Santino's side. So the Ice Beam really coming up big there, while Iron Hands also being able to pick up these KOs. Again, forcing those Water Terras on that Landorus, opening it up to Amoonguss and this Iron Hands.
Yeah, and just a really crucial Trick Room in that game 3 opened things up. Let Iron Hands go through the team.
Yeah, absolutely. You see getting rid of the Tornadus there. Chien Pao in the back. No options left for Santino there. So that's going to be Riley Factura at 6-0 heading into round 7. But we are getting ready for our 7th round match here on stream. We are going to be showing you undefeated players. So like we mentioned, a win here means that you automatically qualify for day 2. Of course, these players aren't going to want to stop there. They want to keep going, but you can see here we have our 7 undefeated players here. Aaron Traylor and Grant Weldon are the 2 players that we're going to be watching on stream here. Of course, Riley, who we saw before, Giovanni, Dylan, Andrew, and Zachary, all of them at 6-0. A win in their next match is going to bring them to day 2. And of course, Santino there in 8th position at 5-1 needs to win 2 more matches to qualify for day 2. And the second page here, other players who are just 2 wins away from making it into day 2.
Yeah, a lot of players having strong days today, just looking for another win or 2 to move on to day 2. But like you said, doesn't stop there. The wins from today still count towards tomorrow. Players still need to try to win as many of these 9 rounds today as possible.
Yeah, since those records carry over, it does not stop after this round. These players are going to want to keep going. But let's take a look at some of the matches that we have ready for you in this 7th round. Like I mentioned, Aaron Traylor versus Grant Weldon, actually a rematch of the 2016 North American International Championships top 4 match here. So we're going to be watching that here on stream. We also have Zachary Weed and Dylan Salvanera, Andrew Ding and Giovanna Siske, Kyle Livinghouse, and Jody Azzarelli. Also some top pairings here in round 7, all of which would be incredible to see.
Yeah, I'd be thrilled to watch any of these, but I'm especially excited to see the one we're about to have.
Yeah. I think this is going to be an incredibly fun matchup here. Aaron and Grant, both players who have been around for a while now, just 1 round away from qualifying for day 2. Both using extremely different teams from each other. I don't think you could have made a more polarized matchup than this one that we're about to watch.
Yeah, it'd be hard to get much more polarized than this. 2 definitely players looking at the pace of the format and trying to go in opposite directions.
Yeah, Aaron's team is going to be one that's much more slowing down the pace of the game, set up some key pieces for setup and success, versus Grant, who is going with the Tailwind Reggie Drago team that we had seen early on in the Regulation D format be sort of emerge as one of those in grassroots tournaments and in online tournaments a top threat, didn't do very well at the World Championships. So I think a lot of players, myself included, thought, oh, well, probably not going to have too many people bringing it. If you have a bad matchup against the Regidrago team, you can probably hope to dodge it a little bit. But Grant's showing here that at 6-0, it's still extremely potent here in this regionals meta.
Yeah, it's still a huge threat, and if you're not prepared for it, those giant dragon energies just come in and knock out all of your Pokemon.
Yeah.
And you can think that you're prepared for it. You know, you have something like the Fluttermane, that's an immunity, and it won't be enough. You got to have a couple of checks here to actually be able to slow down all of that damage from Tornadus plus Regidrago.
Yeah, they gave Regidrago a dragon-type water spout. It's here, and it's going to be trying to run over this team. Aaron's, by contrast, like I mentioned, is a much slower-paced team. You're looking at a Cresselia here that has multiple forms of speed control in both the Icy Wind and the Trick Room. Really a throwback Pokemon. This is a type of Cresselia that we saw a lot in like 2013 in earlier seasons as one that, you know, you get to pick and choose. Do you want to go for the hard Trick Room mode, or do you want to start dropping people's speed by like 1 stage or 2 stages individually at a time?
Yeah, it's the kind of Cresselia that can just be like kind of an omnipresent threat. Lunar Blessing helps it do that even better in this generation, in exchange for some of the bulk that it did lose between generations. But it can just sit on the field, be very difficult to take off the field, and be always just tweaking the speed, whether that's Icy Wind to lower your opponent's speed, or Trick Room to just let your very slow Pokemon, like Aaron's Iron Hands or this Heatran that I imagine is slower than most Heatrans, go first. And it can make it difficult for a team like Grant's. If you Tailwind on a turn Trick Room goes up, not going to be an easy game.
Yeah, it really is picking and choosing. Are you going to Tailwind in front of a potential Trick Room? I mean, Grant does also have the taunt on Tornadus to stop a Trick Room from going up, but because Icy Wind also offers additional speed control, you could be taunting into an Icy Wind, and Aaron could be going for more of a mid-speed game to try and keep you under control, and then you get that Tailwind off even after a taunt into an Icy Wind, and you get a bit of a speed advantage, but if Cresselia is able to keep those Icy Winds up, you can lose your Tailwind advantage pretty quick.
Yep, for sure. And you can't taunt to prevent
Can't taunt
that.
Icy Wind.
But looking at Aaron's team, he's going to have to be very careful about this Regidrago. Has no Fluttermane. This is not one of the 60% of players who has one, so has no immunity to that Dragon Energy. Just 1 resistance with a Heatran. Exactly how much Cresselia takes from a Dragon Energy is probably going to be a pretty important damage calculation for this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably the most important damage calculation for this match. We are in Pittsburgh, but only 1 Steel-type Pokemon available for Aaron on that Heatran. Up against, if we think about some of these other offensive threats, the Regidrago obviously going to be probably the key to Grant's team here in the amount of just like crazy damage it can output with that Dragon Energy. But also the rest of the members of this team are no slouch. You have Pokemon like Golden Go, and you have the Urshifu, who can easily pick off weakened Pokemon that maybe survive that Dragon Energy with a little bit of health, because nothing's surviving it with a lot of health. Except for maybe that Heatran is probably going to do okay.
But nothing's surviving a Life Orb Make It Rain with a ton of health, or a Surging Strikes from Urshifu with a ton of health either. These are some really potent offensive Pokemon. Another nice little option that Grant has that we haven't mentioned yet is a Fergaraf that actually has Trick Room and Imprison. So another way to stop Trick Room and make sure that all of the speed advantage that Grant has stays up when it's not getting Icy Winded down.
Yeah, and of course, if the benefit of that Trick Room and Imprison set is if Cresselia does start to get Icy Winds off and you start losing the speed advantage, then Fergaraf can just set Trick Room itself, and now all of a sudden you're dealing with a slow a Trick Room Golden Go that you weren't expecting.
Yeah, if you lower the speed too far, because that is kind of the balance with a mixed speed team like Aaron's. These Pokemon are not so slow that they're definitely faster when Trick Room is up, right? That's how they take advantage of being able to also use the Icy Wind speed drops as well. So you have Pokemon like Urshifu, Heatran, and Rillaboom that are more at middling speeds, so that Aaron can pick and choose. But that does mean, like you say, you can Icy Wind things to where the Trick Room's actually in your opponent's favor.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tense matchup here. Grant, obviously, a much more offensive team. When you go up against, have like one of these really crazy offensive teams, like we call them hyper offense teams. I think this definitely fits the bill there, especially with this Regidrago. You're trying to punch holes in these defensive cores, and it's really going to be interesting to see if Aaron's defensive core can actually withstand some of these big punches, because if they can, and Aaron's able to get set up, able to get the positioning that he wants, then these big offensive teams can fall apart really quickly. Once they lose position, they go for a big hit that doesn't quite get the knockout that they really need, and then a team like Aaron's can position around it, do a bunch of switches in and out, get Pokemon in advantageous positions, and it can feel really bad to try and claw your way back into one of those positions, into a positive position with an offensive team up against a defensive one once you've use your strongest attack and it didn't do anything.
Yeah, for sure. And for that reason, the lead matchup is going to be really important here, right? That's like whether you're in a hole or ahead before you even clicked any buttons other than those ones on Team Preview. And I think an important element of that will be the Iron Hands versus the Farigiraf. Aaron, I'm sure in a lot of these cases, would love to have the fake out in the field, right? That's how you make sure that Cresselia is bulky enough to do something on a turn and not just take a Dragon Energy plus something like a Make It Rain and go down. But of course, you can't fake out if Farigiraf is on the field or switches onto the field. And so this is going to be a bit of a dangerous lead guessing game, because leading Iron Hands without being able to fake out and maybe not being able to threaten much damage against the other side is going to feel like a dead spot.
Yeah, absolutely. The one benefit to potentially having the Farigiraf switching in to block the fake out is you're only taking one hit from a Pokemon there, and Cresselia typically is able to take one hit from most Pokemon. We'll see if it can take this Dragon Energy from the Regidrago, but that would be a benefit. But having that Farigiraf out on the field as a lead would block that entirely.
Right. And Farigiraf, it's basically still one hit if Farigiraf is attacking. We'll give it a little bit of credit for Slide Kick or something. But I think that is the big trade-off, right? Is that if you are leading Iron Hands, it's to try to make it only one hit via fake out. Because Cresselia really does want to avoid taking two big hits in the opening. But if Grant just leads those two offensive Pokemon and you don't have a way to mitigate that, I'm not sure Aaron's team is actually bulky enough to just withstand like full assault. He doesn't need the Tailwind to do it, right? For the most part, his team's just going to be faster from the get-go. And so instead of needing, we saw in those Tailwind mirrors earlier, you kind of had between the Tailwind and then Tornadus wasn't too much of a threat on the field. The option's really here for Grant to just go in two of these offensive Pokemon, something like the Urshifu and the Goldango at the same time, and just look for damage.
Yeah, so you can see both of our players on your screen here. Again, Aaron Traylor's team, that's the Heatran, Cresselia, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Iron Hands, Rillaboom, and Landorus Therian form, up against Grant's Tornadus, Regidrago, Goldango, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Farigiraf, and Rillaboom of his own. I think one of the interesting things about these two teams as well, both of these teams have a Choice Scarf user. So the opposite to your point about being able to just go straight offensive from Grant's side is you do also have to worry about this Choice Scarf Landorus on Aaron's side that would be able to threaten a lot of damage to some of those Pokemon. However, Grant does have a great answer in that, which is his own Choice Scarf Pokemon. He's actually going with the Choice Scarf Urshifu. So this is, we've been seeing a lot of Surging Strikes doing a little bit of damage or having to rely on Aqua Jet to get priority. Grant's just trying to go faster.
Yeah, it could be actually pretty important in this matchup which of these two Pokemon, Choice Scarf Pokemon, are trained to be faster, right? The natural answer would be Landorus, but there's definitely the potential that Urshifu is faster here, which would make things more difficult for Aaron. Of course, both Pokemon just threatening each other with KOs straight away, right? The Surging Strikes into Landorus, won't be worried about the Intimidate, but this is also Terra Blast, Landorus that could just go for big damage against Urshifu. Both can Terra sort of defensively there to mitigate that damage, but either way, it's going to be a lot and be a very volatile first turn if these two are against each other, where neither player may be confident about which is faster.
Absolutely, and actually, looking at this, this Iron Hands that Aaron is bringing is actually the more setup-focused one. It's the Swords Dance variant, so is one of those options to potentially get rolling under a Trick Room, potentially be able to stall out some damage. Rillaboom is the fake-out user on this team for Aaron's side, so if Aaron wants to try and use any kind of fake-out pressure, it's going to have to be that Rillaboom to try and open up an opportunity for Cresselia to set that Trick Room, or maybe even just hoping that Iron Hands or one of these other offensive threats, maybe the Urshifu of his own, which is holding the Life Orb, so getting a lot more damage than we're used to seeing out of this this Pokemon, try to poke that hole into Grant's team and drop one of these offensive pieces.
Yeah, the Iron Hands is interesting just in terms of being bulky enough to maybe weather an initial storm from Grant as well and get a Sword Stance, start picking up KOs. If it has like Grassy Terrain to support it, Lunar Blessing to support it, and there aren't two big threats, or we've somehow mitigated some of the damage, whether that's Intimidate on something like Grant's Rillaboom or Regidrago taking some damage so that it's not offering quite the same amount of impact, then this Iron Hand starts to look bulky enough that it could just be healed, Drain Punch away some damage, and look pretty good against Grant's team.
All right, here we go into game 1 of this round 7. Urshifu and Tornadus, the leads from Grant, up against the Heatran and the Iron Hands on Aaron's side. So that Urshifu immensely threatening to that Heatran. Aaron probably had to lead that Pokemon just in case Grant went with the Regidrago mode immediately. And now instantly threatened by this Urshifu.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the downside to only having one Pokemon that can like comfortably take damage from Regidrago, is it had to hit the field. It was going to be too hard to switch it in. Heatran's not bulky enough to take 2 of those hits, even with this Assault Vest probably. And so it had to be led, and so it was very easy to counter lead it now, right? Like even if it defensively terras, that means you are losing your Regidrago resistance, which could come back to bite Aaron in a huge way if Regidrago is in the back, but it would also open Heatran up to a Bleak Wind Storm for Tornadus. Instead, it just leaves the field.
Yeah, Heatran has to leave the field, refuses to get rid of that Steel typing just in case Regidrago is in the background. So Cresselia switches in, taking some damage from the Surging Strikes from the Urshifu on Grant's side again. This is the Choice Scarf variant, so it is now locked into Surging Strikes here and deals good damage, just under half to that Cresselia. The Bleak Wind Storm, though, connects on both Pokemon, so it does bring Cresselia down to below 50% and weak to this another Surging Strikes. Thunder Punch, not enough damage actually on its own to pick up the KO onto that Urshifu, which means that Grant is still in a very strong position here.
Yeah, it picks up a ton of really valuable damage against Cresselia. That's enough that you're not really looking at Cresselia for the same kind of speed control in this matchup that you would have if it entered the field at full health. We see the trade-off with the electric move there on Iron Hands, opting for the Thunder Punch because this is so much more of a sustained, focused Iron Hands. It has the leftovers, it has all those healing options that we talked about around it, and so it doesn't want to be taking Wild Charge recoil every time it attacks. But that means when it is in a situation where it just needs to trade, doesn't have time to go for Swords Dance and then pick up the damage, it just doesn't have enough damage. And so Urshifu stays on the field, is going to be threatening another Surging Strikes on this next turn, and as these like Pokemon on Aaron's side just get softened up, they start out really bulky, and every turn that goes by, they get less bulky, and those holes are much easier for Grant to make.
Yeah, so Cresselia is just going to stay in. Aaron is not going to give up another Pokemon in the back to free damage from this Tornadus and the Urshifu. And I think crucially, because of the mid-speed of Aaron's team, this Tornadus is actually able to just go on the offensive immediately. Goes for another Bleak Wind Storm. This time Iron Hands will dodge that one, so not going to be able to do any more damage here. And the Thunder Punch, not quite to picking up the KO on the Tornadus either. That's because of the Focus Sash here. So Tornadus, we've seen a lot of bulky Tornadus over the course of this tournament. Instead, it's just going to hang on with this Focus Sash, which means that Aaron now has 2 very weak Pokemon out on the field, and has the option to bring in his own Urshifu here and threaten them both with Life Orb Aqua Jets.
Yeah, threatening them both with a Life Orb Aqua Jet, which is really important here because Aaron has no control of the speed. We've seen he now does not have the Choice Scarf Landorus, does not have the Cresselia to control speed, and so this Aqua Jet is kind of his last chance to stay above the speeds on Grant's side of the field. Otherwise, he's going to be always moving second on these turns, and that's when those soft Pokemon start to get broken down. But right now, Grant doesn't look like he has a ton of damage here. We talked about the Choice Scarf means it's locked into Surging Strikes against 2 targets that won't really do that much damage to. Of course, it's neutral against Iron Hands, but it's a bulky enough Pokemon to not be too worried about it, so it leaves the field.
Yeah, Grant has to switch out his own Urshifu into a Rillaboom. So that is a Pokemon that will happily take any attack except for the close combat from Aaron's own Urshifu, while Grant keeps Tornadus in, actually now finally goes for the Tailwind. So much later than we usually see from these Tornadus, but understands that this is the final turn to get a Tailwind up, potentially. Aqua Jet into the Rillaboom does a little bit of damage, and Aaron sneaks in the Swords Dance here, making use of the fact that both Urshifu and Tornadus were at risk of being knocked out by that Aqua Jet. Rillaboom coming in here, so you have to imagine there's no Farigiraf in the back, otherwise that would be a good switch in to bring into to an Aqua Jet here. And now Iron Hands is boosted and is pretty close to being back to full health thanks to the leftovers.
And the grassy terrain that Grant brought. This Iron Hands is definitely Aaron's way back in the game. Those are really crucial Sword Stance to get so that it can start dealing damage against bulkier Pokemon like Rillaboom. Tornadus may be just going for a Tailwind there to get something off before going down to Aqua Jet, but it actually stays on the field. But I think that Tailwind can be relevant. It should mean that this Rillaboom is now faster than the Urshifu on the other side of the field and can just threaten a Woodhammer. Means you can still go for Aqua Jet, but if you trade Urshifu for KOing Tornadus, that's not going to be a trade that works out in Aaron's favor. These middling speeds, again, kind of make it tricky for Aaron.
Yeah, and not able to get any control of the speed with the Cresselia that went down to those 2 Surging Strikes and the Bleak Wind Storm. Aaron's going to have to find a way back in here. And of course, that Rillaboom is also exerting some fake out pressure here, which is kind of scary to have to worry about fake out in addition to some potential offense from that Rillaboom. It's a really difficult bind. Iron Hand's just going to protect, got those boosts, and thinks that it is the prime target left. Rillaboom does go for the fake out. It is into the protect, so it's just going to be Tornadus out here able to fire off another Bleak Wind Storm. Going to hit the Heatran and deal a little bit of damage, especially since it is carrying the Assault Vest. That Heatran is going to shrug that damage off here.
Yeah, it should be almost entirely healed by the Grassy Terrain here, and finding obviously a really safe switch there, unless it was Stomping Tantrum into that slot. But it could also be Stomping Tantrum next turn, right? As long as there's speed control from the Tailwind, this Rillaboom is threatening kind of all over the place. Iron Hands didn't want to take a fake out there, and so protects through the turn, but it means Aaron didn't make any progress either. Just kind of switched out which Pokemon is being threatened by Rillaboom. He's going to maybe have to spend his defensive Terra at some point just to buy a turn against this Rillaboom.
Yeah, it's so scary to have to spend your Terra, though. The Assault Vest means there's no Protect on this Heatran. We don't know what the fourth Pokemon that Grant has brought in the back. If that is Regidrago, there is a chance of a late-game Regidrago just coming through and roaring through this battle here with that Dragon Energy. As we see the Grass Terra typing coming out from the Heatran. As Tornadus goes for a Bleak Wind Storm, it misses the Heatran. Crucial dodge there from the Heatran, not taking additional damage from that Bleak Wind Storm. Iron Hands takes another speed drop, and the Stomping Tantrum connects with the Heatran, dealing just a little bit of damage, but a huge dodge there from the Heatran. Heat Wave connects onto both Pokemon, Rillaboom and Tornadus. Tornadus going down, just had the Focus Sash left, and now this Drain Punch will easily pick up the KO on the Rillaboom after having that Swords Dance. So we are going to see the final Pokemon that Grant brought. We have the Choice Scarfed Urshifu, and now the final Pokemon coming out against Iron Hands, Heatran, and Aaron's own Urshifu in the back.
These Pokemon are both so healthy for Aaron, though. They're bulky enough Pokemon that being at full health, it's hard to see how Grant, even if that is the Regidrago in the back, has enough damage to kind of push through them with the Assault Vest on Heatran and the natural special bulk that's on Iron Hands.
There it is.
Yeah, this could be a pretty important Bleak Wind Storm miss for that reason. You're expecting to take kind of a trade-off there. It's a defensive Terror against the Stomping Tantrum, but opens up to the Bleak Wind Storm. That's not how it happened. Instead, he trains nearly at full health. Probably neither of these Pokemon are actually threatened with a KO by Dragon Energy, which means Urshifu can only finish one of them off. If it can even do that.
If it can, yeah. It's going to be really tough to see how, both these are very bulky Pokemon. The Assault Vest is going to still be doing a lot of work for Heatran here. But Urshifu now out on the field as well, so it's not just going to be Regidrago. It will have support from this Urshifu that could go for either a close combat into that Heatran or a Surging Strikes into the Iron Hands. Or it even has sort of the Break Glass in case of emergency move of the Rock Slide on Choice Scarf Urshifu. I don't know that we're at Break Glass in case of emergency quite yet. But Water Terra typing coming out from the Urshifu means that we're likely going to see it lock into this Surging Strikes.
Yeah, probably means that it's headed towards Iron Hands, trying to make sure and pick up that KO, as Iron Hands has been on the field, putting in a lot of work, but maybe about to meet its match with this damage.
Well, that's a lot of damage thanks to that Terastallization. Picking up so much damage on that Iron Hands. A Dragon Energy would definitely be able to pick up the Iron Hands at that health, losing the entire Sword Stance boost. There's the Dragon Energy, deals so much damage to that Heatran too, the Assault Vest being the only thing keeping it on the field, as the Heatran survives just a little bit and the Terra Blast connects with the Urshifu. So Heatran will finally be able to pick up that KO on the Urshifu, but this late game Regidrago still at full health. Very few options for Aaron to even be able to try and take a little bit of that health away. You have Aqua Jet, but that's not going to be enough.
I love the way that Grant has positioned this Regidrago. Recognize that in this match, he doesn't necessarily need it next to the Tornadus for the immediate speed control. It could kind of safely come in whatever the speeds were at. And he used two different offensive threats. So first, force Heatran to switch, and then force it to defensively Terra, which means it's not here to take the Dragon Energy nearly as well.
Yeah. But the problem there is that Tailwind has finally gone away in that last turn, and Urshifu, so much faster than the Regidrago, is able to get the close combat off, and Draco Meteor is the final choice for Grant. Connects, picks up the KO, but just that one final turn of Tailwind. If Grant had one more turn, could maybe try to make something happen, but doesn't quite get it, and Aaron takes game one.
Yeah, Very close end there. The Urshifu was faster, and finally the speeds worked out for Aaron. They felt like they were working against him the entire game, but at the crucial moment, has the faster Pokemon, lands the close combat, and that's enough damage along with Earth Power.
Yeah, and I thought that was such a cool first game to watch for this matchup. Having the Regidrago in the back worked really well for Grant, but I also love Aaron's choice of protecting that Urshifu, knowing that if Regidrago was going to be in the back, he needed to have a Pokemon that was faster than Regidrago, or else that Dragon Energy would do what we saw it do, which was just do so much damage to that Iron Hands and to the Heatran. But being so smart to realize that, hey, I have a faster Pokemon, I can save it, and Tailwind's going to run out eventually. So you got to let me do this at some point.
Yep, and managed to just last long enough for it to run out in time and deal with this Regidrago. If you're Grant, you're probably wondering if you could have preserved Tornadus and Tailwind did even later in the game. I don't know that it had too much impact at the point where it happened. It could have happened a couple turns later. Or if the Regidrago could have just been providing that threat right off the beginning, and instead of using it to try to close the game, using it to put the initial holes in the team that something like the Urshifu or Goldango tries to clean up at the end of the game.
Yeah, we see here the Tornadus dropping to its Focus Sash after taking that Thunder Punch, which put that Tornadus on the timer of when do I get to set Tailwind again. Here's the Grass Terrestrialization from Heatran, picks up the KO on Tornadus and good damage on the Rillaboom. Notably forced that Terrestrialization because of the threat of the Stomping Tantrum, which made it vulnerable to this Dragon Energy, picked up the KO on Iron Hands and dealt good damage to the Heatran, but Heatran able to follow back with a Terra Blast onto the Urshifu of Grant's side, and then Aaron able to get that faster Urshifu on the field, get the close combat off, and force Grant into either choosing to do an extremely weak Dragon Energy or lock into the Draco Meteor to get that one single target KO, knowing that either of his Pokemon could pick up the KO afterwards.
Yeah, knowing that he actually had the damage with the Life Orb boosted close combat from Urshifu along with the Earth Power from Heatran. You know, it probably wasn't by a huge measure that was enough damage, but it was enough there and picked up the KO.
All right, heading into game 2, I think you're exactly right. There was that one opportunity, Grant clicked Tailwind, and Tornadus survived, a couple more turns. May have had an opportunity to stall that out just a little bit longer, but that's risky.
It was actually because the risk on that turn was that the Aqua Jet could have gone into the Tornadus, and Tornadus goes down, and then you don't have any chance for the Tailwind. Maybe that means you could have played more defensively with the Tornadus, had it switch out instead of switching out the low health Urshifu, but hindsight's 2020, a million options on every turn.
Well, and here is sort of the classic lead for this team. That's the Regidrago and the Tornadus. Not hiding it in the back this time, just going straight for it, realizing that Aaron is likely to lead Pokemon that are slower than this Regidrago, and just try to go for the offense immediately.
And Aaron didn't lead the Heatran this time. Last game we talked about kind of needing to lead the Heatran to stymie the initial offense from this Regidrago. It's not here. That means the Regidrago is a little bit uncontested. Of course, Cresselia can try to do something to take control of the speed on this turn, but we'll see if it's going to be enough.
All right, Taunt coming out from the Tornadus does not need to go for Tailwind because it is already faster than both of these Pokemon. Both Pokemon also surviving, and as we saw, that's the trade, Taunt versus Icy Wind. Icy Wind connects to both the Regidrago and the Tornadus, dropping both of their speeds. And that chip damage is not minuscule onto Regidrago, especially because that means that it is going to have much weaker Dragon energies to come. So now down to about 50, a little bit under 50% health. Grant no longer has access to that crazy powerful Dragon Energy. Both of these Pokemon trained to survive that and come out pretty well on top here.
Yeah, pretty good sustain from this Iron Hands between the leftovers and the Drain Punch, healing back almost to 50%, just 1 HP short. Means that this much weaker Dragon Energy probably still doesn't pick up the KO. Of course, Tornadus doesn't have to worry about the Trick Room this turn, doesn't have to taunt, and just go for a Bleak Wind Storm. Even after the Icy Wind, I'd expect that both of the Pokemon on Grant's side of the field are faster, but there is the potential that Cresselia is actually faster now than the Regidrago, at least.
All right, well, Iron Hands is detecting. Regidrago does still have the opportunity to go for Draco Meteors, which are also extremely powerful, but crucially only single target attacks. As the Tailwind comes up, Draco Meteor connects with Cresselia, so we'll pick up the KO there. Aaron trying to call that the Iron Hands would be a bigger threat, but Cresselia goes down again. And Grant is able to set up the Tailwind, but both of these Pokemon have taken an Icy Wind, so they're not quite as stunningly fast as they may have been, but that against this sort of middle tier speed team may just be enough.
Yeah, the Tailwind makes sure that they're both still pretty quick on the field. I think the Protect on, the Detect on the Iron Hands there, it's nice to cover that the Regidrago doesn't prefer Iron Hands as a target, but it also means that Iron Hands gets another turn of Leftovers recovery. It means that there's now -2 special attack on the Regidrago, and suddenly it looks like maybe the damage isn't there to just immediately take Iron Hands off the field, and we've seen how well this Iron Hands can sustain itself. It was already at one point in this game at 20% health. The longer it stays on the field, having opportunities for Drain Punch, if Grassy Terrain comes on and starts healing it that way, a lot of that work, the initial trade of the Dragon Energy damage for taking away a lot of the potential damage from Regidrago is mitigated. So I think Grant needs to stay on the offensive here while he's got all this pressure down on Iron Hands.
All right, well, Urshifu is not going to go on the offensive. It's going to choose to Detect as well, so protect itself from this Bleak Wind Storm coming out from the Tornadus. Regidrago also deciding not to switch out, so sticking with the special attack drop as Iron Hands dodges that Bleak Wind Storm. Oh, that would be so close.
Yeah, I think the Bleak Wind Storm would have been enough damage to just keep Iron Hands from attacking this turn and swap out which of these two Pokemon is KO'd. Bleak Wind Storm not looking like the most consistent move for Grant so far in this match.
Yeah, the storm clouds have cleared here in Pittsburgh, and Iron Hands emerges victorious, knocks out that Tornadus with the Thunder Punch. And now we still have this Regidrago. Tailwind turns are counting down now. Tornadus is off the field. And we know that this Urshifu on Aaron's side is faster than Regidrago, probably faster than a lot of the Pokemon that Grant has left, unless there's also still that Choice Scarf Urshifu in the back once Tailwind goes down.
Yeah, this Regidrago just in a worse and worse spot. Now at -4 special attack and -1 speed, relying on the Tailwind to still stay faster than things. Could still probably go for a Draco Meteor into Iron Hands. I would guess that's enough damage, even at -4. The Regidrago is so powerful. Like you said, Choice Scarf Urshifu hits the field, tries to maintain Grant's speed advantage.
Yeah, Choice Scarf Urshifu on the field now, alongside the Regidrago that has been dealing a lot of damage, but unfortunately its partner let it down and has not been able to really pick up the KOs, except for that one Cresselia. Aaron has some options here. Of course, we know that Life Orb Urshifu is going to be able to deal a lot of damage, and with that, with the Regidrago at sort of weakened special attack, may feel a little bit more comfortable to stick around than you might normally think so.
Yeah, the Iron Hand's definitely vulnerable to either attack through here. Can't try to protect and sustain with Leftovers and Grassy Terrain if the Urshifu is the one that goes after it, so kind of a dangerous position. You'd love to protect against a Draco Meteor and burn through more Tailwind turns, but you don't want to see a Surging Strikes go into that Detect.
Yeah, Aaron is hoping for a Surging Strikes into the Rillaboom that has switched out for the Urshifu. Doesn't get it. Grant will be able to hit through Iron Hand's Protect here, knock out that Pokemon, and Aaron may have survived the immediate onslaught of Regidrago, but there's still a lot of damage coming out here. That's not insignificant damage from this Regidrago after taking those Draco Meteor drops.
Yeah, still about a third of Rillaboom's health. Of course, it'll start to recover that with Grassy Terrain, but now at -6 special attack, you'd have to imagine Regidrago switches soon. And of course, if it does switch out and come back in, it will be slower than the Urshifu, a similar end game to what we had in the last match. I think a lot is going to hinge on this fourth Pokemon for Grant. If it's something that can deal significant damage to both of these Pokemon, then he'll be in a good position. But looking through the team sheet, I'm not sure what that would be.
Oh, yeah, and it looks like Aaron does at least have fake out pressure by switching in the Rillaboom. And having set the Grassy Terrain will negate some of the Life Orb recoil damage, keeping that Urshifu pretty healthy and strong. And this Regidrago, you could leave it out on the field, but you do also run the risk of critical hits coming through and negating those special attack drops entirely. Grant's actually going to withdraw his Urshifu, does not want to be locked into Surging Strikes against both the Rillaboom and Aaron's own Urshifu. Switches in his own Rillaboom, and Aaron will go ahead and Terrastalize his Urshifu to the Water type to try and boost even further the power of his Surging Strikes. So that is Life Orb and Terra Water available for this Urshifu to start dealing some damage. Aaron gets the fake out onto the switched in Rillaboom, and another Draco Meteor coming out from Regidrago.
Oh, still so much damage.
That's so much damage for a Pokemon that you know, Draco Meteor lowers your special attack. You're just not seeing there because Regidrago is already at the lowest possible special attack it can have.
Yeah, it can't go any lower, but still dealing huge chunks of damage, especially with this life orb recoil. Aaron cannot just ignore this Regidrago and let it solve itself as a -6 special attack Pokemon. And that's a really good news for Grant because, like you said, he needed to prioritize more switching the Urshifu off the field there to reset its move selection to get it away from this Rillaboom that's threatening big damage against it. And so chose to leave the Regidrago out and fight with -6 special attack.
Yeah, and crucially, Tailwind has now expired, which means that the Urshifu are the fastest Pokemon available for these players. And Aaron's is the only one on the field right now, which means it is the fastest Pokemon. But Grant did just switch in Rillaboom, has opportunities to fakes out the Urshifu, and that looks like it may just be enough to pick up the KO with a Draco Meteor. But the Icy Wind from turn 1, able to make that Rillaboom go first before the Regidrago, not pick up the KO though, so a Draco Meteor, 1 hit point, another Focus Sash on this Urshifu, able to recover off a little bit of that health. We'll need, I believe, another turn of grassy terrain recovery before it doesn't knock itself out from Life Orb, though.
Yeah, exactly. It has to be careful attacking this turn. That would just mean it going down. So you see Aaron hesitating on the move selection there. This Regidrago is going on such a journey.
Yeah.
Having its special attack lowered, having its speed lowered so that it was below Rillaboom, but then after nearly the full turns of grassy terrain, had enough health to take that Wood Hammer and still get the Draco Meteor off, and then still just didn't quite have the damage. This Regidrago, though, stays on the field, continues to be a nuisance for Aaron, and he has to be very careful. He lets Urshifu go down and Regidrago switch out, then of course it'll come back in as the fastest thing on the field. And then we've seen how much -6 special attack Draco Meteors can do. Imagine those neutral special attack Draco Meteors.
Yeah, imagine if it had its full attack again. Aaron does not opt to try to protect Urshifu to get more recovery. Instead, just picks up the KO onto Rillaboom. So that is going to be the close combat, picking up the KO there. But the Life Orb recoil will mean Urshifu goes down. However, because Grant did not switch out the Regidrago, another Wood Hammer here should be plenty to pick up the KO on this Pokemon. Will take a little bit of recoil damage, which is extremely relevant, as Urshifu will come back in for Grant and the back, which means that we're looking at a close combat here into this Rillaboom.
I don't think it's enough.
It's going to be so close.
Now
Who's done their calcs?
This is not an Urshifu with the damage boosting item. It's kind of an interesting turn there because the Wood Hammer does just outspeed and KO Regidrago. If that Regidrago had been the Urshifu, of course Urshifu would have just gone down, but Draco
There's the close combat. 5 hit points! 5 hit points from the Rillaboom. 1 turn of grassy terrain recovery right there is enough for Rillaboom to survive. Eats the Citrus Berry, is going to heal back up. I didn't even realize it hadn't even eaten its Citrus Berry this game. And the Wood Hammer coming out from Rillaboom connects with the Urshifu, picks up the KO in return. And that is game 2 for Aaron Traylor, and he is advancing to day 2 here in Pittsburgh.
Wow, those last few turns were so many crucial survivals, so many low health Pokemon, just hinging the entire game, and these players' tournaments on that knife's edge between KO and not KO. Eventually, close combat leaves the Rillaboom with just 5 health and lets Aaron move on. Undefeated, 7-0 will be playing tomorrow.
7-0 going into day 2. Still has 2 more rounds to potentially win out to keep that record carrying over into the second day of Swiss. But wow, what a game 2. And that Regidrago, like Aaron took that game 2, and congratulations to him. But I'm sorry, if I'm giving the most valuable player reward for that game 2, it has to be that Regidrago, that even after dropping its special attack all the way, was consistently exerting pressure, was still dealing really good damage to some of these Pokemon.
Yeah, still had the opportunity to maybe take game-winning KO there, right? If that Regidrago had switched to Urshifu on that turn, reset its speed, so we imagine it would then be faster than Rillaboom, you see a lot more Wood Hammer recoil onto Urshifu, and Draco Meteor probably just picks up the KO. I think really fascinating how Aaron played it. Taking initial damage onto the Regidrago and some speed drop on it that forced Tailwind and made things simpler in that end game, and then somewhat ignoring it. Yeah, it was doing a lot of damage, but it wasn't quite getting the KOs it needed.
Yeah, right there, 1 hit point on Urshifu from that Draco Meteor.
1 hit point there. Oh, and you can see Aaron's reaction to that. His whole game hinged on that survival there. Just missing KOs onto Iron Hands as well. And so Aaron able to let Rodrigo stay on the field, eventually take that close combat at 5 health, eat the citrus berry for good measure, and then win that game.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this Rodrigo was out since turn 1 of the game. And you know what happened turn 1 of that game? Cresselia icy winded.
Exactly.
Tornadus went for the taunt. Cresselia went for icy wind, got the speed drop onto Rodrigo, and that is what allowed that Rillaboom to like consistently be safely faster than that Rodrigo at the end.
Yeah, it makes such an enormous difference to have that little bit of speed control. You don't imagine that your turn 1 icy wind is about a turn 8 outspeed.
Yeah.
But sometimes it is.
Yeah, sometimes those decisions on turn 1 of the game come back, you know, 8-9 turns later and are the reason why you're able to clutch that one back. And wow, incredibly well-positioned game from Aaron, being able to make sure that he kept, in game 1, kept his Urshifu in the back to spring back in to knock out that Rodrigo. Once, you know, Grant was hiding it, trying to protect it, waited for the tailwind to come down, Urshifu came out, took out that Rodrigo. In game 2, again, just making sure that he was able to position his Pokemon, use Fake Out really well, was able to switch in and out so that his Pokemon were getting like the maximum recovery. Like that Iron Hand stuck around for a long time after taking a full power Dragon Energy because of the leftovers, because of the grassy terrain, and just being able to sort of dance around some of those attacks.
Yeah, I mean, so much sustain on Aaron's side between Citrus Berry and grassy terrain and leftovers, just a lot of ability to weather that storm. We talked about sometimes you try to weather it, breaks too much of a hole, and then there's just no stopping the offense. We kept waiting for that moment in game 1, and Aaron's prevented it with actually having the speed advantage at one point. And we were waiting for that moment in game 2, and the damage just wasn't quite there. Aaron had enough sustain to keep finding ways to get damage off himself and make trades that eventually led to him winning.
Yeah, and here is game 1. You see Iron Hands was able to dodge that Bleak Wind Storm and get Tornadus down to its focus sash here. Bleak Wind Storm coming up pretty weakly here in this set. Missed a few crucial ones. There's the Terrestrialization from Heatran, forced by Rillaboom threatening the Stomping Tantrum there, which does make it a little bit vulnerable to this Dragon Energy from a Rodrigo. Crucially though, because of the Assault Vest not able to pick up the 1-hit KO, and that fires back with the Terra Blast to knock out the Urshifu. And this is what I was talking about. Grant tried to hide that Rodrigo, but Aaron was able to save his Urshifu and bring it out. Crucially, get that big close combat, made Grant unable to click Dragon Energy, did huge damage, and then Heatran was able to just clean that up.
Yeah, such a well-played match. I mean, really a difficult position, right, for Aaron. We talked before the game about how he had 1 resistance to that Dragon Energy.
Yeah, and then he took it away.
He took it away. He took it away with a Terra in game 1 and took it away by not even bringing Heatran in game 2, and still managed to deal with this Rodrigo, find the 2 Pokemon that were bulky enough to take 1 full power Dragon Energy and then use that to chip away damage and then play the game from there.
Yeah, and there's game 2. The Iron Hands taking out the Tornadus, making sure that Grant would only get 1 single Tailwind up for this second game, a little bit earlier than in game 1, but Urshifu able to knock out that Pokemon as well. So we have the Rodrigo was able to get off that big Dragon Energy, but then was just firing off these Draco Meteors and dropping its special attack each and every time, enough for Urshifu to hang on with 1 hit point there. Yeah, me too, Aaron.
I love that reaction, because I don't think anyone has trained their Urshifu based on calculating -6 Draco Meteor to about 40% health.
Yeah.
Urshifu, that one is some good fortune on the damage roll, or maybe just enough health on the Urshifu to be able to take that and continue fighting.
Yeah, and there's that final clutch survival, only 5 hit points. This game was crazy close. 1 hit point, 5 hit points, the difference here for Grant not taking on that second game. And this is sort of what we talked about. These offensive teams, they really need to get those KOs. Grant did not get those KOs. Aaron was able to survive by a hair, but he was able to survive, and that was enough to turn the tide.
Yeah, you can see how even just the missed KOs on turn 1, still Grant did way more damage on that turn than Aaron did overall. But missing the KOs and taking some back just slowed down Grant's momentum, made it more difficult to play from there. And then there's, you know, those missed KOs cascade into more missed KOs and make things really difficult. You know, Weak Wind Storm on turn 2 probably makes it look like Aaron played a little more safely than he actually did, right? Iron Hands would have otherwise gone down on that turn and not been able to get off, I think, the Thunder Punch into Tornadus on that turn. But yeah, Aaron, I think, led one way to deal with Regidrago in game 1, which was to have the Dragon Resist on the field. And he ended up winning that game, but that didn't go that well in turn 1 for him. He had to immediately switch Heatran out.
Grant had the counter lead.
Right, and it was a bad position when it came back in. And so Aaron looked at the team, found another lead that could weather the Regidrago Storm, but not with any resistances, just with pure bulk.
Just with pure bulk. All right, well, let's hear from the man himself. Aaron Traylor is advancing into day 2 with that win, and he is at the lounge with Sierra. Take it away.
Thanks, Evan. Thanks, Len. And big congratulations to Aaron Traylor, who after that round 7 on stream has stamped his ticket into day 2. Congratulations. First regional of the season, one of the first people in day 2. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, honestly. That was a crazy match, and I feel very lucky to be sitting here talking to you, in all honesty.
It was absolutely crazy match, even though it was only done in 2. And to start things off, we'll start at the end of that with that Rillaboom sitting there across the field from that Urshifu. Be honest, did you think that you were going to live that close combat?
I thought there was a chance. You know, I was like, all right, you know, I've been pretty, I had the 1 HP survival on the Urshifu. My Iron Hand stuck around for longer than it was supposed to. You know, we could go to game 3, but then I was very happy when it didn't go to game 3. I was very pleased. I was like, okay, we're done.
Done, you don't have to worry about it, especially too, since it did look like a stressful set. You're going up against this Tailwind Regidrago, which some teams, I mean, it can just absolutely roll through. And you led off game 1 expecting it, and all of a sudden there's the counter lead. So where are you then in the mind games going on forward? Because then we got to see in game 2, well, even if you won it, the Regidrago got to put in work.
Yeah, so Regidrago did a lot of work that set. I mean, versus Regidrago, I had a very simple goal, which was to stick Iron Hands in front of it, do a big Drain Punch, and worry about it later. Versus Grant's team, though, I had actually what I think is a much more complex goal, which is, okay, I can't stop this Tailwind, because it's a Terra Ghost Tornadus. There's no way I can prevent Tailwind from going off, so I need to do 2 things. 1, I need to get even trades for the Tailwind. I need to make sure that if I give him a free Tailwind, it's worth my time. And 2, I need to be so extremely careful about what happens during those turns. So the turn I was most proud of in that set was when I sent in that Urshifu to Aqua Jet against the 1 HP Tornadus and the 10 HP Urshifu. And I predicted that, you know, if it's got Focus Sash, it's going to be faster than my Urshifu. Okay, so then it's going to click Tailwind, which goes before my Aqua Jet. So actually, if I take that KO, I'm just toast, because then Regidrago comes in, maybe Golden Go comes in, and I'm just have to take damage. So even though the Aqua Jet went into Rillaboom, I was so happy with that turn.
It just goes to show that not everything's about getting those KOs. It's about outlasting, thinking that 5 turns ahead for where you want to be. So really, really well done. And the team building and what you brought too. There's a couple things I want to ask about. First, about this Iron Hands.
Oh, yeah.
Because Iron Hands is such a strong Pokemon. Unfortunately, in the game 1, with the Thunder Punches, we kept seeing it miss KO after KO. You're running a different set than that Assault Vest variant we normally get to see. How has it been for the rest of your run? Are you feeling good about this Iron Hands set?
Oh yeah, this Iron Hands is awesome. So Wolf used this Iron Hands in Hartford. Not this one. This one's mine. He used this Iron Hands in Hartford. It was it was leftovers with Detect when everyone's running Assault Vest, and I was like, wait a minute, that's kind of crazy with grassy terrain, right? You recover 12%, and then you recover another 12% when you protect the next turn. So, okay, we kind of got something going. And then I just thought about things to put around it that could really let it shine. And I'm just so happy with this team.
And then going on in the event, of course, now you're at day 2, so you can kind of breathe a sigh of relief there going on forward. But with Regulation D and just coming off of Worlds now and seeing what's out there, has there been anything really crazy that's kind of stuck out to you today, or is it kind of this is where you expected things would go?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to say my team didn't see it at Worlds, did ya? So there's actually a funny story, and I'm going to preempt the shout-out stage here.
Okay,
because I had this team at the beginning of mid-July, I took it to the Pocha Off, a grassroots tournament in Japan, just an earlier version of it, and like I got rolled by a Flutterman and a Chi-Yu team. Like it was disgusting. Like I wasn't very happy. And I like thought about like using something else, and ultimately I used something else at Worlds, and I did much worse. Well, not much worse. I went 4-3, but like that's, I want to win Worlds. Like that's below. That's not what I wanted. So I was talking to my friend Abdullah, who won the Vancouver regionals last year, and we'd been working together since NAIC, because neither of us went, and I was just like, you want to play some sets, and we did. And he was kind of like, hey man, you messed up not bringing this to Worlds. Like this team was so good, and like you got to take another look at it. And so like I did, and I'm just really grateful to him for that, and to Joe Ugarte, who said the same thing in more direct terms.
So then, is there any big differences from like this first variant to team to where it is now, or is this basically like, okay, you figured out like how you want to approach Chua Flutter, and it's like, all right, this is the same
Well, I mean, so I had the assault vest on Rillaboom earlier, and that just doesn't do very much in my opinion. So Abdullah recommended I put it on Heatran, and then I was like, whoa, this is great.
Crazy.
So yeah, just a lot to be grateful for, I think, just sitting here. I'm very lucky.
Well, hopefully we can take some of that luck and apply it to the game and going on tomorrow too, because you don't have to worry about anything else today. I know you did some of the shout outs, but before I let you go, is there anyone else you need to be thanking or any final words?
Well, I just need to be very grateful in general, because like with these tournament runs, it always takes a village, but like definitely to Abdullah and to Joe. And then to Wolf, to Aaron, to Brendan, to all the guys in TBF, to all my friends. Oh wait, hang on, I gotta thank my friend Jake. Hang on. My friend Jake Major designed these EV spreads. Like I had something going and he was like, And then like when you see like the 1 HP survivals, when you see like the 5 HP survivals, I've been doing that all day. And so I've just been like thanking him. Like I pointed at the camera after I outsped that Reggie Draco, because he was like, dude, you gotta outspeed the Reggie Draco. And I was like, I do, don't I? So big thanks to Jake.
And thanks to him too for that survive on your Rilla right at the end too. So it's all about how you trade.
He knows how to make the drama.
It definitely makes things exciting. But congrats once again. Thank you so much for chatting with me. For us, we still have so many more people to qualify into day 2. So we're taking a short break and we'll be right back with the action.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase, "Believe in Eevee." For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yeah, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
Put it to sleep, and Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
and taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias' Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Orb Hidden Power Ice from the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Gio's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow. I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory. So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds. He believing in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Gio proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hello and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
I'm from France and my name is Thomas. This win means a lot for me, for representing France into international, because until now there is 0 French player qualified for Worlds, so it means a lot for my community. If I won the World Champion, it's big, it's amazing. So yeah, that will mean a lot, and I know that for every player will be really proud of him because he had such a difficult tournament from the beginning to the end.
I'm Alex Shmansky from the United States. It feels amazing to win UIC. It's really hard to articulate what this win means to me. Since I've gotten second so many times, I've never really felt the win, and all of a sudden I finally have won after a lot of years playing Pokemon. It's surreal. I never really doubted my strategy this weekend. I just expected things to happen that happened, and it worked out for me. Winning Worlds would be incredible. I spent a lot of time playing Pokemon, and for that to pay off at a World Championship would be amazing.
My name is Chua, and I'm from the United States. Winning EUIC feels pretty good. It means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international ever. Like, the last time I ever made finals was in 2017, and I got second. So being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good. Winning Worlds would mean a lot. I'd be really happy. It's a dream I've been having since I ever started playing VGC. So if I ever became world champion, that would mean the world to me.
This entire season had led to this.
Trainers from around the world gathered in Yokohama, Japan for the 2023 Pokémon World Championships after earning their invites through fierce competition. In Day 1, trainers battled over 7 rounds of Swiss. Players with 5 wins qualified to compete in Day 2, where the Day 2 invited players were added into the mix to compete over 7 more rounds of.
What's up, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Pop-Up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going? I'm just in a living dream today. Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite? Probably the sleeping Flareon is just here. It's just so cute. Oh, so cute. No way. All the Jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above. It's the greatest who will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above. It's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. beautiful Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. My name is Evan Latt, and I am joined once again by my good friend Len Duell behind the desk here. We have seen some crazy Pokemon so far this weekend, and we only just now started getting people qualified for Day 2.
Yeah, it's been a fascinating day so far. We've seen all kinds of matches, balanced teams up against each other, really offensive tailwind teams up against each other, a
And then
clash
them
of
going
each side of the
against each other.
spectrum in the last round. I can't wait to see what the rest of the day has in store.
Yeah, if they have been anything like the previous 7 rounds, our final 2 rounds of the day are going to be excellent. At the start of the day, we sort of took a moment to survey the field, think about who are the people that are here that we think might be doing okay this tournament. And we chose Justin Tang, Shiliang Tang, and Kyle Livinghouse. And wouldn't you know it, by round 5, both Justin Tang and Kyle Livinghouse were undefeated, both 4-0, and faced off against each other. Who could have possibly predicted here in this double Chi-Yu showdown, with Justin's Chi-Yu showing the heat wave actually connecting, Kyle's unfortunately missing that overheat, a classic Chi-Yu problem. And I love this play. This has been the play of the tournament for me so far, actually being able to get that Stomping Tantrum off onto the Gyarados, doubling the power of Stomping Tantrum for future turns. And here you can see this big Stomping Tantrum able to pick up the one-hit KO, or the KO on Amoonguss that otherwise would have survived if it was just a normal Stomping Tantrum.
Yeah, exactly. We saw that it only did 40% of the turn before, and so that Stomping Tantrum into Gyarados to both cover a switch and create the double power Stomping Tantrum to take the KO on Amoonguss was so pivotal.
Yeah, here comes the other Chi-Yu getting the heat wave off onto Kyle and the terrestrialized Iron Hands, but followed up with the wild charge on Justin's side, being able to sort of double up on that Pokemon, force the terrestrialization, and then pick up the KO. But that Stomping Tantrum coming out from this Landorus, that is the power of the Choice Band Landorus there, picking up those KOs. Kyle gets the Moonblast off, but Chi-Yu misses the Heat Wave in the final turn here, which would have picked up that game 1 for Justin Tang. It's an unfortunate factor with that little fishy.
Yeah, we saw Heat Wave misses, we saw Overheat misses, both players switching their Chi-Yus with those big eyes had a little bit better eyesight to land some moves. But
yeah.
Kind of the story of using that fish.
Yeah, that is just one of the things that happens with Chi-Yu, and this was something that we saw a lot during when we saw that New Balance style team arise in Regulation C, which is where Chi-Yu started, and the Chi-Yu Gyarados teams especially. You saw a bunch of Thunder Waves, you saw a bunch of Heat Waves, neither of which are particularly accurate, plus adding in the opportunities for paralysis, and it can turn into a bad situation real quick.
Yeah, well, or fully paralysis and some burns, and it turns into a great situation real quick. You never know.
I guess it depends on your perspective. Here is the second game of that set, where you can see that Chi-Yu actually falling asleep, Amoonguss coming out from Justin Tang to make some real problems for Kyle. Gets the sleep on Chi-Yu and then doubles up to pick up the KO there from Iron Hands. Again, this Choice Band Landorus was going off, dealing good damage to that Amoonguss, even though it still had to take damage from that Rocky Helmet and through the paralysis. Chi-Yu still showing that it's no slouch, especially once that Landorus was forced into the Water Terra and able to be paralyzed, slower than the Chi-Yu, able to deal good damage there.
Hey, I think the story of that game too were a couple of really good spores that Justin was able to land. One on Chi-Yu switching in, and then with no Chi-Yu to threaten the Amoonguss, another spore into Landorus the next turn. That mitigated all of the offensive pressure that Kyle had.
Yeah, absolutely, and it went to a deciding game 3 after that with these players, top players to watch. Of course it goes to a game 3, a huge Heat Wave, picks up the one-hit KO on Amoonguss. Chi-Yu landing the Heat Wave this time and dealing good damage to the Gyarados as well. Being able to take a really difficult piece for Kyle off the board pretty quickly. And again, that Choice Band Landorus just going off with these Stomping Tantrums.
Yeah, more and more Stomping Tantrums. We heard Kyle talk about it in the interview. He was happy when they landed because it meant huge damage. He was happy when he missed because it meant huge damage in the future. One way or another, he was going to get value out of that Choice Band Stomping Tantrum.
Absolutely. And that is just one of the many amazing rounds of tournament play that we have seen so far. We just wrapped up our first win-and-in match where Traylor defeated Grant Weldon in two matches with that really cool sort of balanced defensive, speed control-y team up against a really hyper-offensive Tailwind Rigid Drago team.
Yeah, really an unmovable object and an unstoppable force, but Rigid Drago proved to be just stoppable.
Yeah, just stoppable enough, just barely hanging on by a little bit of health each time. This is game 1 here of Aaron versus Grant. Iron Hands crucially dodging some of these bleak wind storms as well, coming out from Grant's Tornadus. Another not fully 100% accurate attack there. Dodging, missing the Iron Hands, going down to Focus Sash, putting that Tornadus at risk of being aqua jetted by Urshifu in the back. Forces the Tailwind earlier than Grant may have wanted, but here Grant is able to bait out the Terra on the Heatran to get rid of that steel typing, so it is no longer resistant to this Dragon Energy, but Aaron's Assault Vest coming up huge there, making sure that Heatran is able to tank one of those full power Dragon Energy, takes out the Urshifu in return, and has his own Urshifu in the back, which is faster, able to pick up the close combat onto Regidrago, which forces it into that Draco Meteor, which means that Heatran can just pick it off here with Earth Power.
Yeah, in that case, the Assault Vest was just enough to stop that Dragon Energy even without the resistance and open up the space for Aaron to deal the damage.
Yeah, and if game 1 was about Grant hiding Regidrago and trying desperately to get as much damage off at the end as possible, game 2 was about Grant leading Regidrago and daring Aaron to have enough to stop it. He just barely did there, leading his most bulkiest Pokemon and able to start getting damage off onto Regidrago, so it could not use the full power Dragon Energy. It went down to about 30%, 25% health pretty early on, slowly recovered over the course of the game, but never left after turn 1, where it crucially took an Ice Wind from Cresselia.
Yeah, it got slowed down on turn 1, had Tailwind and some Solar Pokemon on the other side of the field so that it did not matter for the whole middle of the game. And then suddenly, right here towards the end, it starts to matter. Rillaboom's able to outspeed, of course, after that really crucial 1 HP survival that we saw from Urshifu. Rillaboom's able to outspeed and take out the Regidrago, and then also take this close combat from Urshifu by 5 HP, just 1 turn of Grassy Terrain recovery, so that it's able to deliver the match-winning blow to Urshifu.
Yeah, that big wood hammer taking out Urshifu, and Aaron, all of his Pokemon just barely hanging on, gets that win, 2-0 victory, and advances into day 2. Of course, he will still be competing for the rest of the day to try and make sure that he gets as good a record as possible, because the records do carry over into day 2. So going completely undefeated for the entire tournament puts you in an extremely strong position to top cut. As you can see here, here are our standings so far. Aaron, who we just saw at the top at 7-0. Riley, who we saw earlier on in the tournament, is also at 7-0 and has advanced to day 2. And Giovanni and Zachary both rounding out our top 4 as the undefeated players. And then 4 other players here at 6-1, all of whom are only 1 win away from making it to day 2. As well, this second page here of players at 6-1. There are a few more people at 6-1 as well, but these are our top 16 players. Of course, Grant, who we just saw, Justin Tang, who we saw in round 5, still at 6-1. His opponent there, Kyle Livinghouse, is at 5-2, so still alive in the tournament, has 2 more wins to win out. But other players here, like regional champion Justin Karras here at 6-1, Justin Knox, Andrew Ding, Stephen Mia, who we saw earlier on today as well, Benji Carney, and Jichun Wu, all at 6-1 and only 1 win away from making it into day 2.
Yeah, 6-1 is such a great start to a tournament. It means you have 1 of 2 rounds to make it into day 2, and it just means you've been playing incredibly well all day.
Absolutely, and here are our round 8 match pairings. We are going to be watching Baby Sang versus Jody Azzarelli as our stream match. Of course, Jody Azzarelli had an incredible season last year, coming back after a long time spent not playing the game competitively. Of course, most well known for being a finalist in the World Championships in 2014, but really came back strong in this last season and has had an incredible season, still here, about ready to make it into day 2. Other top matches here, Justin Karras versus Will Inabinet. Justin Tang, who we saw earlier, against Brendan Zhang, Aaron Zhang's little brother, who is most famous for being the 2013 Junior World Champion. Andrew Ding versus James Evans, Grant Weldon versus Stephen Mia. These are all incredible matches, and we're going to be watching Baby versus Judy.
Yeah, such an incredible slate of matches. We get to the point in the day where, you know, the players who are doing well have risen to the top. They're there at 6-1 or 7-0, playing against other players who are at 6-1 or 7-0 to get those last crucial wins and move on to day 2. and those players are hoping get those crucial wins to move on to the top 8 on Sunday.
Absolutely, and each win still matters for these players. Of course, you can drop this one round and still make it to day 2, but if you go into day 2 at 7-2 versus 8-1, you have one fewer game that you can drop on the second day, which just raises the stakes so much higher for these players.
Yeah, it makes such a huge difference. It takes away all of your margin for error on Sunday. Definitely more comfortable to start 8-1.
Yeah, definitely more comfortable. Of course, ideally 9-0, but none of these players will be able to do that having already dropped a single match. So, heading into our matchup here of Jody Azzarelli versus Baby Singh, taking a look at these teams, I think it's going to be really interesting. Probably a surprise to no one who follows him on social. Jody has opted to go with a Chi-Yu Flutter team, so going for that more specially offensive team against some of these players that we've mostly been seeing a lot of physical attackers. Flutter main, often the only special attacker on a lot of teams, Flutter main or Heatran, but instead going for the Flutter Chi-Yu combo here to boost that power, and of course has the extreme ability to pick up just crazy knockouts with Overheat as well as with Moonblast from that Flutter main.
Yeah, but he has another mode hidden in there as well. He's got a Trick Room Cresselia alongside Amoonguss and Iron Hands able to play on the other side of the speed bracket. And Cresselia's probably not going to do too little damage itself when it's boosted by Chi-Yu as well.
Yeah.
Has 2 offensive moves, both Psychic and Ice Beam, not kind of the slouch offensively that most Cresselia probably are.
Absolutely, and it's going to be interesting to watch which mode Jody decides to bring in each matchup. He will be facing off against one of those teams that I mentioned that's much more physically offensive, only has the Flutter main for offense on Baby's side. So we're going to see a much more standard style Rillaboom, Iron Hands, Chien Pao, Amoonguss, Urshifu, plus Flutter main team here. This should be an archetype that Jody feels very comfortable playing against, or should have at least practiced against something very similar to this during the run-up to this tournament.
Yeah, you have to imagine anyone preparing for this event has prepared against these 6 Pokemon or something very close to them quite a bit, and so it's a matchup that you're going to be comfortable with, but it's a matchup that's still difficult because these are such powerful Pokemon. These are really using some of the best, and so there's a reason that players opt into them, even knowing that all your opponents have prepared there, have thought about this matchup, and are ready for these Pokemon.
Yeah, so I think what's going to be really interesting about this is, we sort of had talked about this ahead of the tournament. I look at a team like Baby's and I see, there's a bunch of switching options here. You have the Amoonguss, you have the Rillaboom, and the Assault Vest Iron Hands instead of the more offensive Swords Dance set like we saw on Aaron's team. And I think, this is kind of a slow team, but it has Chien Pao, and I think you told me once that if it has a Chien Pao, it can't be considered a defensive team.
Yeah, I won't look at any team with a Chien Pao and call that a fully defensive team. That's a Pokemon with Focus Sash. They're trying to put a bunch of immediate pressure alongside the Urshifu that's also there with an offensive Terra type, a Mystic Water to boost that damage even further. There's a lot of defensive Pokemon around it that are about opening up opportunities for those Pokemon, whether that's to slowly weaken them down so that you can actually take the KOs that you need to with Urshifu or Chien Pao, weathering storms when your opponent takes some kind of speed control, or just switching into the moves when you don't have the momentum and you have to take those off the field, but ultimately it's going to feel like a fairly offensive team when Chien Pao is threatening gigantic Icicle Crashes.
Yeah, and across the table from Baby's team is going to be Jody Azzarelli's team, which you mentioned has 3 special attackers, has the Flutter main, has the Chi-Yu, and the Cresselia that has the ability to do some big special type damage. Actually, it has 4, because we are also going to see the Leaf Storm variant of Amoonguss here. This is a Pokemon that really took off in the run-up to Regulation D as a counter to Urshifu Water, the Rapid Strike Water type attacks from Urshifu. This one also is holding the Rocky Helmet, so that's going all in on being anti-Urshifu here.
Yeah, this Amoonguss is as a message to your opponent. Please don't bring your Urshifu or be ready for some pain if you do bring it. I really love the thought process with Leaf Storm. Over the many years of Amoonguss being a relevant Pokemon, it's had Giga Drain, it's had Sludge Bomb, it's had Pollen Puff and it's had sometimes Clear Smog is its only damaging move. But Leaf Storm is the thought that I just need one big attack. I need to Leaf Storm Urshifu once. Other than that, Amoonguss is probably just sporing and maybe Rage Powdering and then getting off the field. But if I can land one really impactful Leaf Storm that gets a KO on an Urshifu, that is way more offensive presence than I expect from my Amoonguss, and it's going to make it more difficult for my opponent to just ignore that Pokemon.
Absolutely, especially with the Rise, when you're running a Chi-Yu team, you're really worried about that, specifically the Water-type Terra, which we've seen be really big on Pokemon like Landorus, as well as, of course, the offensive Water Terra for Urshifu, but also for defensive Pokemon like Iron Hands, which we are going to see on Baby's side. Baby is running the Water Terra Iron Hands, so Amoonguss actually has some really good targets for Leaf Storm if Jody is able to bait out some of these Terras.
Yeah, not just the Water Terra on Iron Hands, but actually 4 out of 6 of the available Terra types on Baby's team are Water type. That is Water type Urshifu, Water type Amoonguss, Water type Iron Hands, and Water type Rillaboom. So almost any defensive Terra he uses is going to open him up to Amoonguss.
All right, well, here we go into game 1. Jody Azzarelli versus Baby Sang. Jody leading Iron Hands and Fluttermane, and Baby will be leading Iron Hands and Chen Pao. So double Iron Hands, double fake out pressure, but of course, really, because of the ghost typing on Fluttermane, not really a lot of fake out pressure coming out from Baby, but really, we immediately have that head-to-head of the Chen Pao versus the Fluttermane. And again, this is choice specs versus the Focus Sash Chen Pao as well.
Yeah, and so this Chen Pao has to watch out for fake out, and so can't too easily go after the Fluttermane immediately here. The Iron Hands on Baby's side does not have something like Heavy Slam that like guarantees a KO here. But probably still is a big threat against this Fluttermane, but immediately just a bunch of damage. No fake outs to be found.
No fake outs, only damage. Icicle Crash picking up the one-hit KO there as well. Not needing the Life Orb, as we discussed earlier on in the day, but actually just that Moonblast plus a Drain Punch enough to pick up the KO onto Iron Hands. So Jody trading his Fluttermane for Baby's Iron Hands, potentially actually a pretty good trade there, depending on Pokemon in the back. You know, you think of something like a Chi-Yu does not want to really be in front of an Iron Hands. If that's there, that's a big threat off the field.
Yeah, if you want to play offensively, trading away your opponent's Iron Hands turn 1 is one of the best ways to kickstart that. It takes away kind of their generic damage-absorbing Pokemon, but Rillaboom, another pretty good generic defensive Pokemon. We might have also got some interesting speed information on the first turn there. The Fluttermane moved before the Chen Pao, does not have booster speed or anything to make that automatic, and so that's a little bit of interesting information. That this Pokemon could be tied, or that could just be a faster Fluttermane than this Chen Pao.
Absolutely, and we are going to see some of the interesting choices here. Rillaboom we've usually seen as just sort of a generic fake-out Assault Vest set. This option that Baby has gone with is actually the Citrus Berry and is carrying Taunt, which matches up really well against this Amoonguss. Of course, also, if Baby is able to bait out that Water Terra, a Wood Hammer would do a good bit of damage to that Amoonguss as well.
Yeah, the Taunt's really nice. You know, sometimes you think about Rillaboom as being a little bit of an anti-Amoonguss Pokemon because it can switch into Spore, but it generally can't do anything after that other than not get its moves Rage Powder. But the Taunt lets it protect your team as well.
Oh, and here is the Ghost Terra coming out from the Chen Pao. Oftentimes I think of Ghost Terra as just a way to avoid fake out, but with the Iron Hand still on the field for Jody, that will block any Drain Punches coming through but from that Iron Hands. But actually, doesn't even matter. Icicle Crash plus the Wood Hammer just picks up that KO.
Yeah, both players just looking for big double targets to take out Iron Hands so far in this game. Neither one won it on the field, and we see a little bit of an interesting defensive Terra play there. What would have been super effective Pollen Puff becomes a resisted Pollen Puff. Gives Chen Pao definitely the potential to get back its Focus Sash here with a couple more turns of grassy terrain because that Pollen Puff did so little damage.
It will definitely take a little bit of time, but could get there. And this final Pokemon being Cresselia means that, like, we're just looking at an Amoonguss and a Cresselia for offense from Jody, and that's not a whole lot.
We talked about some Leaf Storm offense from Amoonguss, but that is not consistent offense, and that's definitely not the offense you need to take down 3 whole Pokemon. Baby just finding opportunities for big KOs and really turning what might have looked from Team Preview like a pretty slow, drawn-out game. Both players just opting for big double targets, allowing them to go through, and we're kind of quickly moving through the health bars here. It's difficult to see at this point. We talked about both these Pokemon as a little bit of attackers, Amoonguss and Cresselia, but not all by themselves.
Yeah, not by themselves, and not compared to Chen Pao, who's Icicle Crash just barely misses the KO onto that Amoonguss. will also be taunted by the Rillaboom, as Cresselia will fire back with a Psychic. Going Ghost type means that Chien-Pao now can be damaged by the Psychic from Cresselia, and there's our first Leaf Storm KO. Knocks out the Chien-Pao, which means that Baby is down to his final 2 Pokemon, the Rillaboom and one more. But really huge damage coming out there from the Icicle Crash means that this Amoonguss is going to need a lot of help to heal back up, and doesn't even have to be Terra'd. And there's big damage in the back for Baby. That's a Flutter Mane.
Yeah, Flutter Mane is definitely the big damage you want in this situation because it's also so bulky, especially. And of course, both of these Pokemon are fairly weak special attackers, especially now that Amoonguss got that -2 special attack from Leaf Storm. I think that turn probably went about as well as it could have for Judy. He got the survival. He Leaf Stormed as he got taunted and picked up an important KO, but it was just too far behind. And so even that turn going as well as possible has to concede the next turn.
Yeah, Jody has to concede that game, recognizing that those trades just did not work out for him. Like you mentioned, both players were going for big double targets, getting some pieces off the board, and it seemed really good. Like you mentioned, if you're going for an offensive type mode from Jody, you want that Iron Hands off the board as soon as possible. Looks like maybe with the Cresselia in the back was trying to get it off the board for potential trick room mode play later on in the game, but Baby just didn't let up, kept picking off KOs, and without huge damage in the back, wasn't able to keep up with the pressure that Baby was putting down, especially with that Chien-Pao, which did so much work, A, by getting those big Icicle Crashes, but also just by existing on the field.
Right, exactly. I think the really pivotal moment there was Baby responding to his own Iron Hands getting double targeted to KO, but going back and doing the exact same thing. If you want to play an offensive game, we can just play an offensive game. And picking up that KO, didn't have the really bulky Iron Hands on the field, so instead had 2 pretty offensive Pokemon. Rillaboom, not the paragon of offense, but does have a Grassy Terrain boosted, really high base power Wood Hammer next to Chien-Pao to make that even stronger, meant that it was enough damage to pick up that KO and leave Judy with very few offensive options, right? Yeah. When you're making that trade of Flutter Mane for Iron Hands, it can't be followed up by more trades of your attackers away.
Absolutely, and just being left with that Leaf Storm, Amoonguss, and the Psychic Cresselia had nothing left in the tank after both the Iron Hands and the Flutter Mane went down. So Jody's going to have to switch it up and is opting to bring in the Landorus here up against the Rillaboom and the Flutter Mane from Baby. So huge switches from both of these players here. Still, now the Flutter Mane is on Baby's side, and we get the Rillaboom out, which is threatening some fake out pressure instead of the Iron Hands, which is potentially leaving Jody a little bit behind. This is actually kind of a fascinating setup here. This Landorus is out here and does good damage with like a Terra Blast, flying type Terra Blast, but it actually isn't really holding an item here because it's holding the Clear Amulet, and that's not going to do anything in this game.
Yeah, there's no Intimidate on the other side. I do like seeing the Landorus here from Judy. I think it's a good adjustment because the Intimidate could have been so valuable in that last game. We saw those big physical attacks coming out. Maybe we're at 3 different physical attackers. And so the Intimidate could be valuable, but it lands here and without that much value. Sees the Flutter Mane on the other side and the Rillaboom that can just U-turn out if it'd like to.
Yeah, well, Amoonguss is actually going to be the one that switches out for Iron Hands, so Jody's bringing the Iron Hands back out onto the field. Hopes that that's a safe switch-in and that you would not go for a Moonblast into the Amoonguss as the Iron Hand switches in, so it's going to be the Shadow Ball. Baby has locked into that, and you can see the difference in damage taking a Shadow Ball versus a Moonblast on an Iron Hands.
Yeah, I mean, a huge difference in damage, and we can see how this game's already shaping up to play at a much slower pace. The Landorus protects itself and stays safe. The Iron Hands comes in, safely absorbs some damage. The Grassy Terrain from the Rillaboom means it starts to heal back. This Iron Hands now is, because it's up against a -1 Rillaboom, isn't as afraid of that big double target as last turn. Of course, still has to worry about fairy moves in the future, but not right now. With the choice specs lock from this Flutter Mane, it won't be able to go after that target and is either staying on the field without a great target or going to be switching.
And the Iron Hands is switching out for Amoonguss. So Jody is the one who actually is opting to do a bunch of switching around here. And it's going to actually be a Terastallization immediately coming out onto that Rillaboom. So that is a water-type Rillaboom now out on the field. And that does a couple of things against this Amoonguss. A, it can now be redirected, it can now be spored, and it is now, crucially, weak to Leaf Storm. As Shadow Ball actually showing that it is very powerful given the right opportunity, deals about 50% damage to that Amoonguss. while Jody has opted to use the U-turn to continue to pivot around in the face of this now water-type Rillaboom.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those defensive Terras that you're playing to be conservative against a very specific option, which is the Terra Blast coming in from Landorus and just dealing a ton of damage to Rillaboom. But when that doesn't happen, that defensive Terra actually puts you in a much worse spot, right?
Yeah.
Not only is it terrible against Amoonguss now for all the reasons you just mentioned, but Iron Hands comes back in and is also threatening super effective damage. This water type is not going to be nearly as valuable for Rillaboom as the grass type would have been in every situation other than taking a Terra Blast from Landorus.
Yeah, and because Rillaboom has opted to carry the taunt, it also means it's no longer carrying the Stomping Tantrum that gives Rillaboom a pretty good matchup against Iron Hands without being a water type Pokemon. So this Iron Hand's actually in a really strong position here. Not a whole lot that either this Fluttermane or the Rillaboom can do. Fluttermane's going to go ahead and just pick up the KO onto Amoonguss. Gets that knocked out with the Shadow Ball. The Woodhammer made sure that that was going to be a KO. Well, Baby has to reposition with this Rillaboom, going to U-turn into the Iron Hands and try to find one of the two options on the back that might be able to do something here.
Yeah, this Fluttermane's getting a ton of value off of just staying on the field and clicking Shadow Ball over and over again. Wasn't forced out by the Landorus, but is now forced out by that Heavy Slam.
It is now forced out by the Heavy Slam.
But yeah, I think it got reasonable value out of staying on the field there. Amoonguss could have been pretty important in this matchup, especially once Rillaboom had gone water type. And so Baby just kind of insisting on that damage. There were no good Shadow Ball switch-ins since Iron Hands was on the field next to the Amoonguss, and so was able to pick up a KO.
All right, here comes the Landorus back in. The Rillaboom, of course, had taken the Intimidate earlier, had now switched out to reset that, but right back in, Landorus getting Intimidates off onto both the Urshifu and the Rillaboom. Of course, again, that does not really matter when you're talking about Surging Strikes, but it does matter when you're talking about priority Aqua Jets, you're talking about close combats here.
Yeah, when you're talking about Wood Hammers, right, like that's a pretty important piece of the damage recipe, I think, here for Baby to pick up KOs against these Pokemon. I don't think Urshifu can do it all by itself. If Landorus goes for the Terra Flying, that would open up a Terra Blast into Urshifu. But of course, fake out options are around, and a lot of different things can happen on this turn.
Yeah, and of course, not having access to the Terra because the Rillaboom was forced to Terra into the water type early means that if Jody is able to get off a Terra Blast here onto the Urshifu, there's nothing really Baby can do about limiting the damage there. The option, of course, is to fake out the Landorus, but this Flying Terra also means that it's no longer weak to the Surging Strikes, so Landorus is going to survive this and have one more turn to do big damage back to either the Urshifu or the Rillaboom with that Terrassalization. Jody will be able to keep going on the offensive here. That Wild Charge now into the Water-type Rillaboom. Not quite enough to pick up the KO, though. So Rillaboom still sticking around, able to eat the Citrus Berry. Should be definitely within range of a Terra Blast here. So Jody likely gets to have his pick of which Pokemon he wants to get knocked out here. But you also are running into some Protect Mind games at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I do have to wonder if that's Aqua Jet KO range for Landorus.
Yeah.
If that just picks up an Aqua Jet KO, things start to look pretty strong here for Baby. The Iron Hands will probably have its choice of KOs, but I'm not sure that's a trade. It depends on what that fourth Pokemon is for Judy, but I'm not sure that's a trade that leads to a great end game. We saw trades not work out last game. Of course, this is a much closer game than that one.
Yeah, it looks like Jody is not confident about Landorus surviving an Aqua Jet even with one Intimidate. This is a Pokemon that absolutely will survive that Aqua Jet, though. Cresselia switching in and finally getting to do something. Tanks that pretty easily, and without the Chien-Pao on the board, that Woodhammer is not dealing as much damage as it had done before. Wild Charge, though, also not quite enough to pick up the KO onto Urshifu, so Urshifu does get to stick around for one more turn here and threaten the big Surging Strikes onto either of these Pokemon.
Yeah, big Surging Strikes, but not a big enough Surging Strikes, probably. This Cresselia should be able to take even the double up of Woodhammer and Surging Strikes, given that the Rillaboom is at -1 attack, and then would have its choice of KO. Well, probably can't KO the Rillaboom, but would definitely be able to take down Urshifu. I think Cresselia is pretty well positioned here. A really good Pokemon where you need to do about 10 to 25% to a few different Pokemon.
You need to be able to survive 1 or 2 attacks and deal about 10 to 25% of damage. That's Cresselia for you.
That's Cresselia right there. Of course, also has speed control options if he wants to like still play a more positional game, doesn't see us like into the end game where it's all just about taking final KOs. That's difficult to do without knowing Baby's last Pokemon. You wouldn't want to Trick Room and have an Amoonguss come out on the field or something. And so a little bit of mystery still making it difficult for Judy.
Okay, well, Baby is going to protect Urshifu here, does not want to give that Pokemon up for free, which means that Rillaboom now gets to knock out the Iron Hands with that Wood Hammer. Take just a little bit of recoil damage because of that as well. We'll have to see if this Cresselia actually has it in it to actually deal damage back. Nope, not into a Protect, that's for sure.
Yeah, this could be a pretty important moment because Iron Hands going down means Landorus has to come back in. Now it is now a -2 Aqua Jet, not a -1 Aqua Jet, but we saw that Judy wasn't willing to try the -1 Aqua Jet here. There's no stopping the -2 Aqua Jet if that's the option that Baby wants. He can just go for it. And we see revealed there on the screen that he can boost that up a little bit and show that last mystery Pokemon with the Chien Pao. You know, Landorus probably can't just go down here. Cresselia is a really good Pokemon, but it's not going to be able to beat Chien Pao if Landorus never lands an attack on it. We're just looking at resisted Ice Beams for way too many turns than it would take to actually have Chien Pao kill Cresselia back. And so a lot could come down to this calculation right here. If Aqua Jet's enough, or if that's even what Baby opts for if he doesn't just find another way through.
Yeah, well, that's going to be Rillaboom out for Chien Pao. Going to make sure that the defense has been dropped on both of these Pokemon. May just be enough of a boost for this Aqua Jet to pick up the KO onto that Landorus. 2 Intimidates is enough to pick up the KO. Landorus goes down, and that's going to be real tough for Jody to come back. I guess there's potentially a world where enough Ice Beam freezes bail you out, but
yeah, I don't see it. I think
that's hard to imagine.
Yeah, I think Cresselia is up against the world here. Judy's put this Cresselia in the same spot twice in a row, and I don't see it coming back. We'll have to see if he plays it out. It would take you know, a good number of attacks from Baby's side to actually deal with this. Especially now with Trick Room up, being able to attack before these Pokemon, but no, just goes ahead and concedes.
Yeah, Jody opts not to play out the rest of that battle. Probably, most likely just saving us all some time there. Great set there from Baby, though, who consistently was able to play around Jody's ability to really do much of anything. And it really felt like, you know, Jody didn't bring the big damage options to this matchup. And, you know, Baby was able to, like, actually capitalize on some of that.
Well, to me, what stood out was we talked before the match that, you know, any team with Chien Pao doesn't feel too defensive, right? And Baby's team definitely did not feel defensive. He was, you know, had no Intimidate, had no super defensive mode, but just kept the pressure on. Didn't bring the Amoonguss, just kept dealing damage and getting big trades. On the flip side, Judy was having to trade away those offensive Pokemon, and instead of bringing a full-on offensive Pokemon, was bringing more of a mix and having them go down in the wrong order. So that Cresselia was left on an island 2 games in a row. After not being able to find safe entry for it earlier on in the game.
Yeah, and I think we saw the clutch survival there from that Urshifu at 11 hit points after taking a wild charge from the Iron Hands. You have to imagine Jody was really hoping that that would go the other way and he'd be able to pick up that KO. Because without the Urshifu on the field, if that had picked up the KO, if you'd done 11 more damage to that Pokemon, you no longer have the threat of Aqua Jet blocking your Landorus from doing anything, and that maybe changes things around, but Urshifu just shrugged it off.
Yeah, maybe changes things around. There was definitely still an unsolved Chien Pao that would have also been faster than that Landorus. And
the classic unsolved Chien Pao.
Yeah, that mystery Pokemon, I think, you know, we talked about it making things a little bit difficult for Judy because it could have gone in such different directions, right? It was the Chien Pao, which meant it was more offense, the ability to boost that Aqua Jet, and meant that Trick Room was a strong option even earlier on in the game, but it was hard to be confident in that and save the right Pokemon.
Yeah, and Baby just never let Jody get a chance. That Cresselia, both games, I mean, it's a really strong Pokemon. We love Cresselia, but it didn't get a chance to do anything. And it started from game 1. picking up these trades, both trading the Flutter main, where Baby was able to pick that up after Jody double targeted the Iron Hand. So making a big trade of one of the defensive pieces on Baby's side, the Iron Hands, for one of the only offensive options in this game one, that Flutter main. And then again, another double up here. That was an Icicle Crash into a Wood Hammer, knocks out that Iron Hands, and with just Amoonguss and Cresselia out here against the Chin Pao that was able to Ghost Terra, against the Rillaboom, he just didn't have enough to go through this game.
Both those double targets were not without risk as well, right? The Chin Pao went ahead and attacked despite the fake out being an option from Iron Hands on the other side. In the second double up, just went for the Terra Ghost and made the Pollen Puff resisted, but didn't go for the taunt on that turn.
Yeah.
That could have been a Spore into Chin Pao on that turn. And so, took his shot, took a moment to go for some big double targets, had them both land, and took a big lead in that game because of it.
Yeah, and that's one of those things about having a taunt on your team is, just even the presence of the taunt sometimes will scare someone away from, like, it feels real bad to go for a Spore and just get taunted, and you're just like, well, what am I even doing here? Why did I bring Amoonguss? It's just going to get taunted every time.
Right, but it's almost like two plays, because if you read that the taunt is coming in, and so you don't want to Spore for that reason, you're also less worried about the double up into Iron Hands, which what ends up happening. And so just the threat of the taunt created really good outcomes onto both slots on Judy's side of the field.
Absolutely, and then in game two, it was kind of the same story. Big trades early on. Fluttermane went down for Baby, but crucially, Baby was able to get that Amoonguss off the field really early, and there's that 11 hit point survival from the Urshifu. Stuck around, able to threaten the Aqua Jet. But I think really importantly here, like you mentioned, we had the mystery Pokemon in the back this whole time. There was a fourth Pokemon. Jody didn't know what it was, couldn't really plan for it, and then it just came out, the mystery Chin Pao, the unplanned for Chin Pao, able to come in here and clean up this game.
Yeah, such a pivotal moment. We had like a bit of detente at the beginning of that game, a little bit more slow play, but then the trades kicked off, and in the same way as game one, once those trades kicked off, they all seemed to be subtly in Baby's favor.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you get to this level, you have to be able to take those slight advantages and turn them into big advantages, and that's exactly what he did, especially leaving Jody just trapped with the Amoonguss and Cresselia at the end. It just feels real bad to realize that, like, oh, I have a Cresselia and a Amoonguss, and you have a Chin Pao and a Rillaboom and an Urshifu.
Yeah, like I'm not that far down in the Pokemon count or the overall health, but in the actual situation here, way too far to come back.
Yeah, way too far behind. And we are actually going to hear from the winner in that last match. Baby Sang is down in the lounge with Sierra. Take it away, y'all.
Thanks so much, you two. I am here with Baby Singh, who has now just stamped his ticket into day 2 here at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. That was a great 2-0 that you're coming off of as well. Such a strong team. You made day 2. How are you feeling, bud?
I'm honestly feeling great. I'm glad I get to beat my friend in the top, or in top cut at least, Gio, or Giovanni Siski. I think he's 8-0 now.
Ooh.
Maybe. Very good. But yeah, I'm happy I'm going to be able to have a chance to play him tomorrow, as well as maybe Justin Tang if he qualifies. And yeah, looking forward to it.
Such exciting stuff. And the team that you brought too, when I kind of think of Regulation D, I feel like this team that you brought kind of encapsulates that. This is just like all the good stuff combined. Was this a team that early on that you were like, I have to be taking this to Pittsburgh, or how did your team come to be?
Well, my team wasn't anything what it looked like before. I was running a Roaring Moon before. I was trying to make that work, but it just didn't work out for me. So I ended up switching teams like 2 weeks ago or so. But yeah, I guess it was just an impulse and it worked out.
And then so far now, I mean, you've been doing great. You're 7-1. You got your day 2 ticket. Now that you've had this team and you made the swap, was there anything out there that kind of caught you off guard, or that you're like, oh man, Roaring Moon might have been good here? Or is this like, no, I have 100%. This team is amazing.
I'm 100% confident in my EVs and whatnot, team and everything. I feel really great about it. But I'd say the one thing I'm worried about is Justin Tang's team, if I play against that tomorrow.
And the player too, right?
Yep, I'm scared.
Well, hopefully it is still Swiss for quite a bit tomorrow. Hopefully you can avoid him for at least until top cut.
Hopefully.
But for yourself too, you did get to have a little extra practice, because I heard that you played in the PC that they had yesterday as well. So tell me how that went for you.
I'd say it went very well. The best of 1 helped me a lot, it felt like. I was just used to playing on console ladder, very similar. except it was open team sheet, which I guess is different. But it was mainly just a confidence booster for today.
That is great, especially too that best of one. Like, you got to get it right the first time. That's going to give you such a leg up in these matches.
Yeah, it's very stressful for best of one.
Oh, I definitely could imagine. But hey, at least you get to get that stress and the nerves out of the way so you could do amazing today. So you played yesterday, you're playing today. What is your goals for this season? Are you trying to go for an invite? Is it something more coming out to see friends? Like, what's the future like this year for you?
I mean, I'm gonna try to get to the World Championships at least. That's the main goal. Other than that, no. I guess I just want to be the very best, as corny as that is.
No, it's what we love to hear. That's what we love to hear. And then I want to go back a little bit on your history because, I mean, we get to see these players that have a storied history of being on broadcast and stuff, and you we haven't really gotten to see too much of. So tell me a little bit about your history with Pokemon and the competitive aspect of it.
I first got introduced to competitive Pokemon a long time ago, probably like 2017. But I've only started playing seriously around like 2020 during Sword and Shield whenever that game came out. And yeah, it's been great. My friend Gio, as I said before, he's really got me into it. And also watching, I don't know if you know Amity, or Graham Amity. Yeah, he got me into the game first, watching his videos. But yeah, that's basically the history. How I got into it.
That's awesome. That means too that this year, especially trying to get to the World Championships, it's a story to write right there. So that's exciting stuff. I know that you've mentioned a couple of friends that have helped you that you're looking forward or not looking forward to playing in terms of Justin and people have got you into the game. Is there anyone else that you'd like to be giving a shout out to or any words to anyone watching?
I'd say the homies at the steakhouse. They know what I mean. They're watching.
You got the support right there. They know that's what's important. Best of luck going on forward for your last match of today as well as tomorrow as well. Congratulations, great accomplishment. Can't wait to see how you do tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. As for us, well, we're still going to be having one more match of the day as players get qualified for day 2. We're going to be taking a short break before we're back with our next round.
Welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, like that setup where it's like you're in Mesagoza and you're like looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community, and yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go! Here comes the ballot, and it goes through! One time, taking this mid game, and is your North America International Champion! Wow, Wadaj! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
Throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout. And even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another Super Rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the International Champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with rapid strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
is going to be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages
It's into the Flutter Mane
again.
Shadow Ball into the Flutter Mane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Flutter Mane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item there.
And that's gonna do it! Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion! And the Gyarados left at this next turn. He is one step away, one Moonblast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
The Iron Hand pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sort of ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
It feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pittsburgh Pokemon Regional Championships. We've had some great matches going on today, and we're so close to finding out all of the trainers that have made their way into day 2 of the competition. Just one round left on the horizon. My name is Sierra Dawn, and I'm joined here in the lounge by Len and Evan. Wait, Evan, where's your plushie? Where's your partner Pokemon?
Just off screen.
Yeah, okay.
We got Yamper.
Are you ashamed, or like you gotta keep him with you, bud?
Look, Yamper's a little camera shy.
Oh.
It happens, but we're getting him through it. He's being very brave, and I think if everyone could give Yamper some support, he'd be very, very appreciative.
Yeah, that's good. You need your partner Pokemon here with you. It's very, very important. But
mine fell asleep.
Ate a little bit too much at lunch,
probably
huh?
so.
It'd be like that. Relatable too. But I thought this would be a good moment and a good chance as we're about ready with our round 9 to take a look over the past rounds that we've had today and kind of talk about the competition, because of course this is our very first regional of the season, and some of the plays and the matches that we've had today have been electric. So let's go all the way back to round 3, the very start of our day. I feel like it was so long ago, but also not really that.
It really does feel so long ago.
Right?
Remember this?
Remember, because this is where we got to see this Iron Bundle coming out from Chuppa. This Iron Bundle that it's a love or hate relationship, but Chuppa was working out so well.
Yeah, Chuppa's Iron Bundle went off this game. It was crazy how much pressure it was putting down throughout this entire set. And, you know, just being able to threaten those big freeze dries and the icy wind speed control has been a big thing this tournament.
Yeah, it had just the right defensive pressure, too, against the Urshifu. Was faster than everything because of that booster and was constantly threatening some super effective damage, some KO that prevented Paul from doing exactly what he wanted to do.
Yeah, and I mean, Iron Bundle has such a bad reputation sometimes from the hydro pumps.
It hit the one hydro pump it tried.
One for one.
That's true. We started off on a good note then. It's all about the ice moves. And of course, being able to start, or at least in your 3rd round, be able to get that win over a trainer like Chua. That's definitely a good way to be starting things out.
Yeah, I mean, what a tough match to have that early on in the day. I've been ranked number 2 and ranked number 3 players from last season in North America up against each other, coming down to that Landers versus Landers in.
I would, if I had that happen to me in one of my round 3 pairings, I would probably just be like, I'm going to save us some time. I'm just going to fill out this match slip and take it back to the hive immediately.
This is where we're taking our lunch break.
Yeah,
There's not a schedule, but it's
eat.
right now. It was such a good match, though, to watch. And looking forward to our round 4 here. This was Andrew going up against Steven. So looking back at this match, quite a high-impact match, because this is where we got to see that tailwind be tailwind, and it was so volatile. It was so exciting every step of the way.
Yeah, we really shifted gears into turbo speed. Pokemon were going down constantly. Big KOs, big self KOs there with the Bramble Gas Shadow sneaking into the Rocky Helmet and knocking itself out, just playing at such a fast pace.
Yeah, and that was such a critical, like, if anyone wants to play a Tailwind team, you need to go back and watch that set just to see what it looks like in the mirror. Because, like, Lynn, as you were talking about throughout that cast, you know, what happened was the Brambleghast team would lose the Tornadus really early on, and then just have multiple strong attackers against a Tornadus that wasn't doing much of anything, and then one real attacker. So it was really felt like an unfair advantage to have 2 attackers out against an attacker and a Tornadus.
Yeah, depending on your matchup, it is not a bad thing to just lose that Tailwind setter immediately, because it lets you take much more advantage of those 3 turns. If you're not playing a game that's going to like largely wrap itself up in 3 games, then maybe you need to be more conservative with the Tailwind setter. But in a mirror match like that one, not always so bad.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, and I don't know about y'all, but Bleakwood Storms on Tornadus, that is my existence right there, I'll tell you.
It has been bleak for Bleakwind Storms this weekend so far.
Yeah, so please, if I'm playing Tailwind, go ahead and KO that Tornadus. Let me get something else in, please. I beg of you. But if we want to keep going on the high-impact matches, well, we have to be looking at our round 5 as well, because there was a couple of top players that we were looking at coming into this weekend, and we actually got to see them face off. Kyle Livinghouse going up against Justin Tang, and this one was definitely a roller coaster. A couple of really key misses as well during going on during the match. It happens when we get to see these Chiyus out there.
Yeah, definitely just a part of the Chiyu mirror match to have those crucial misses that feel like they might have swung the game one way or another.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing the big impact of having like 90% accuracy instead of 100% accuracy in this set. But honestly, really well played by both of those competitors. So, you know, that's just part of how this works is, you know, you have a Pokemon like Chiyu that is so extremely powerful. It's kind of balanced out. We talked about this with Iron Bundle too. People don't like clicking Hydro Pump. It's an extremely powerful attack, but it's kind of balanced by it not being that reliable. Like that's just part of how it works, and you have to kind of understand that and be able to roll with that, as both of those players have shown that they are more than capable of doing throughout their tournament careers.
Yeah, I think we heard Chuppa talking about it in the interview after winning and hitting his one Hydro Pump, that to be able to play moves like that, you have to just be ready to roll with those punches, to click them because you know that they're good in that situation, and that you're going to accept either outcome because they can be game-winning, match-winning, tournament-winning moves when they do hit.
Absolutely.
Reminds me of people who run sleep powder, honestly. It's like, well, 75% of the time, like, I will win this, but 25% of the time, well, we just GG go next. But
we don't talk about those times.
We don't talk about those times. You know, everyone has to lose once in a while. But all right, as we're going along our day, next round up, that would be our round 6. This was Riley Factura going up against Santino. And I mean, I feel like there's a trend too with these Pokemon that we're really getting to see get that usage and make these runs in these tournaments so far.
Yeah, and Landorus has had a really good tournament so far. We see Landorus just doing big damage back and forth across this entire tournament, picking up some huge KOs with the stomping tantrums there. But this one was really just all about these water terrors. That's also been a huge part of the tournament. It's a very good defensive typing unless you're up against Iron Hands, which was the 3rd most common Pokemon in the format.
Very high up there, that's for sure. And I believe this was the one too where we saw the Amoonguss that actually had some hands with this grass knot.
Yeah, it had the grass knots tripping up its opponents.
Yeah, definitely a real downside of a Water Terra in this tournament. We've seen enough offensive Amoongusses, and not generally a Pokemon you worry about opening yourself up to the offense of. But if you have to trade away your Landorus because Amoonguss took the KO while you were getting a KO elsewhere, that's not going to be helpful in the match.
Yeah, and I got to say, I love these offensive Amoonguss that are out here in the field. For anyone wondering, that's why I chose Amoonguss as one of my caster predictions. I don't care about this Protect, Spore, Pollen Puff, Rage Powder Amoonguss set. I want to see some Leaf Storms. I want to see those Grass Knots. Throw me a Sludge Bomb if you got it out there, because I think this Amoonguss able to deal some real damage out here in addition to just being a pivot point.
You're also just one of those people that's like, You know what? I'm going to take this Pokemon that's actually proven to be really strong and pretty common, and I'm going to predict it as like, hey, maybe it might find success. I see you over there. You're not slick.
Oh, I'm so slick.
My next predictions are going to be Fluttermane, Urshifu, and Amoonguss, I think.
Don't forget the Iron Hands.
Oh, true.
Gotta have the hands.
You gotta have the hands. Then going along, I'm losing count here. I think this is round 7 now.
Yeah, we're on
going
round 7.
To. Yes. This is where we got to see Aaron Traylor go up against Grant. Grant bringing the tailwind with that Regidrago. Regidrago, not the most common of Pokemon, but it can catch someone off guard. I mean, obviously, at the 6-0 record, once we got into this round, it could definitely do some damage.
Yeah, we saw it played 2 different ways. Once in the lead to put the initial pressure, and once out of the back in order to try to close the game. It fell just short in both of those responsibilities. Did not take the KOs in the open, did not get the KOs at the end to close it out, and Aaron was able to just bridge those gaps. But it was a close thing. We had that 1 HP survival from Urshifu, 5 HP survival from Rillaboom. If the Regidrago was doing just a little bit more damage, that match would have gone differently.
Yeah, we're talking about 6 hit points combined amongst those 2 attacks that really turned that second game, as well as, again, some bleak windstorms out there. Grant not able to land those with that Tornadus.
Whoever named that move did a fantastic job.
Because he really needed the bleak wind storm damage double up alongside Regidrago to close out those KOs. And
yeah, great job by the Station team on that.
For real. And then, of course, we'll talk shortly about the last round that we just got to see, of course, as this was a pretty quick one. Baby Sing, I mean, the team just screams Regulation D here, and we got to see a really commanding game here to secure his spot into day 2.
Yeah, some really just great aggressive play, finding the targets, picking up the KOs, and moving through the game. No hesitation, no like trying to pivot around with Landorus and Intimidates or anything. These were just big damage.
Yeah, and Jody tried to play a slower game there, and Baby just didn't give it to him. Just constantly exerting that pressure, even there at the end, bringing the Chien Pao that was hiding in the back that whole time, boosting that Aqua Jet damage, and then of course just still having the Chien Pao. You know, I can admit when I'm wrong, and Len, you're right. If there's a Chien Pao on a team, it's not a slow team, it's not a defensive team. That is an offensive team, and we really saw the power of it in that set, especially with the Sword of Ruin helping pick up that KO in the first game, the double up for the Icicle Crash and the Woodhammer.
Yeah, we really saw the difference in mindset at the end of game 1 when Judy still had Cresselia and Amoonguss left. Because I'm sure when those Pokemon were brought, I was expecting like a longer game where they pivot in, they pivot out.
Right.
They don't just show up on the field for the first time when all the attackers have already gone down.
Well, at this point, we've gotten to see so many great rounds of Pokemon, and we have one more coming up. This is going to be our final round of Swiss for day 1 of our competition. So it's time to be kicking it off right after this break.
Hey, Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense plus 3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z-move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit! It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and they crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here for our round 9 coverage of the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, our final round of Swiss here on VGC. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder. And Celesteela is not the only one that has one last chance, because our 2 trainers that we're going to showcase on stream this round have one last chance to make it into day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, if you can move on from day 1 of Swiss, only taking 2 losses the entire day, you can move on to day 2 of Swiss. Records are not reset, so that's still something you have to worry about, but your tournament will not be over. And that's the exact position that we find both Shi Liang Tang and James Beck in as we get them ready for this next match.
Yeah, but before we get there, let's look at the breadth of the whole field and see what's going on. Giovanni and Riley are our only 8-0 players. That means they're going to face each other. We'll have one undefeated player going into day 2 tomorrow. We just saw Aaron Traylor have that great victory. Justin Karras, a lot of great names on this list.
Yeah, and some newer names as well. I know Baby Singh, who we also saw in a previous round, got top 8 in the PC yesterday. Zachary Weed, Stephen Mia. There's so many incredible players that have locked in their ticket to compete tomorrow. And there's even more on top of that. Rajan Ball, Brendan Zhang, James Evans. This is going to be such an exciting day 2 of Swiss, but there are still opportunities for players to get in, and that's exactly what we're going to see play out on stream.
Yeah, shout outs to Rajan starting the season off strong here with a guarantee into day 2 in Pittsburgh. And we have a couple of notable pairings, as a lot, as this is the last round. You can see so many of these trainers we've had on stream so far today, but this, the most important game, the win and in, Xiliang Tang versus James Beck.
Yeah, it's interesting to see some of these trainers who are going to move on to day 2 facing off in this round 9 of Swiss. As unlike Worlds, day 2, you cannot change your teams. So this is a great opportunity for a lot of these trainers to get information that'll help them in their quest tomorrow to make it into Top Cut and make it to that final championship round. But again, we still have to determine who is going to be moving on today. And it's exciting for me that we get to feature Xiliang Tang finally, as he was the 3rd of 3 on that graphic we showed at the beginning of the show of trainers to keep an eye out for, and I think we're going to see why.
Yeah, we definitely lucked out there. We had Justin Tang and Kyle Livinghouse face each other. We're like, wow, that really worked out for that 2 for 1, yeah. Right? And then now we have Xiliang in the last round, and I feel confident in Xiliang's performances over the last 2 seasons, and if he can start off Pittsburgh very well and continue that momentum, that Xiliang Tang could become, widely considered one of the best players in North America. And I don't mean like top 30, he could be one, if he continues on this tear, who knows, he could crack top 10, top 5 in North America. Like, the sky's the limit. That's how talented Xiliang is as a trainer.
Yeah, but he has a tough opponent on the other side of the table. James Beck, multiple Worlds qualifier. I believe he's actually Top Cut Worlds a couple times as well. Done incredibly well in regionals and ICs. Like, he is definitely a trainer to keep an eye on for as well. So it's interesting. I think that James Beck and Xiliang Tang were both very consistent players over the past year or so. More so for James Beck, I think. But it's so cool to see them face off in this upcoming matchup, because I think it's really an opportunity for both of them to sort of, start their season off on that right foot. Say, yes, I am here. I have that consistency. I'm making my bid for the World Championships this year as well, and I'm someone you got to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, and I think, James and consistency are really synonyms there, because back in 2019, James was a player that really liked the Tornadus Kyogre core.
Yes,
and he just played the same team for like 8 months straight and continued to top cut everything and top cut the World Championships without a Mega, like in a format that allowed Mega Evolution. So he's a great player, and there are some regular Pokemon that you can expect in this matchup, but one of them that we get excited for every time, even though it's becoming more meta and more relevant, and can't say it's a spicy pick anymore after Emilio dominated the World Championships with it, but it's that Brambleghast on James's end.
I still feel like it's a little spicy, I'm not going to lie. Not because of the fact that it's unexpected. I think you're right. It did so well at Worlds. You have to factor it in when you're looking at your possible lines and matchups for a regional championships, but because it's just unexpected. I mean, when Brambleghast was announced as a Pokemon, I was like, okay. Like, it didn't necessarily have...
There's a live Wo-Chien reaction,
yeah,
and then there's live Gabby style reactions. Okay.
Like, it seemed like it was a cool idea, but at the same time, I don't think there was really any, like, wind mechanics in the metagame that made it worthwhile to run. But, here we are in Regulation D, and it's really paying off. And it's just so cool to see this Pokemon have its moment, Like, this is potentially what it was Pokemon for.
Right, well, this is you are certainly right, Gabby.
I am wording right now. It's great.
There you go. I think what is interesting about the Brambleghast situation is that it's hard out here for a grass type. It's hard in this metagame with a Moongus on every team, and it's just, I don't know what to do. I'll just slap an Amoonguss on the team. Oh, there's my grass slot. I don't want to have 2 grass. And now Rillaboom comes back, and we're going to try to have a non-Rillaboom, non-Amoonguss grass Pokemon on our team, right? So that's what's hard with team building. But when you're able to build the team and have it operate in such a specific way that the Bramblegast is not for every matchup, right? Yes. It is for specific teams that are really reliant on those weather-based attacks. And, you know, it also, you have Shadow Sneak to deal with Flutter Mane. If there's a really fast Flutter Mane on the other side, it has a specific role. So it's not a catch-all Pokemon. It's not like it's not a Flutter Mane that you're going to bring to 97% of your matches if you play 100 matches with this team, right? But the amount of games you bring, the specific games you do bring Bramblegast, it will be incredibly effective.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that we'll see a little bit of that play out in our final match of the day. I know we had Bramblegast on earlier as well. It's also like a nice opportunity to just sort of celebrate Regulation D as the next event that'll happen, at least for the United States, for the North American region, is going to be Peoria in a couple of weeks, and I believe Regulation E will have kicked off by that point as it starts October 1st on the in-game ladder. So by then, who knows if Bramblegast is going to even be relevant anymore. I mean, we don't really know too much about the DLC yet, but it does drop this week, and yes. I'll be refreshing the eShop
we will be on call. We'll be trying to figure out which Pokemon work well with Armarouge and Regulation E.
Oh yeah, of course.
As we are, you know, it's Gabby and I tend to do, but there's some other Pokemon just as we're casually looking through the pairings every round, right? There's a couple of trainers that have a chance to win in that are using Enamorus.
That just blows my mind. Like, Enamorus is a Pokemon. I was so excited about it when it was first released as a part of Legends Arceus. It had Trick Room. It was immune to Spore. Like, you could do all this cool stuff with it, and then it just went nowhere. So I'm really hoping that we get like a little bit of an Enamorus moment for day 2 tomorrow. Best of luck to those trainers in this round. We will not be seeing Enamorus on stream though. Not yet.
No,
There's still
not
hope.
yet. Fingers
There's
crossed.
still hope.
You don't know, because it was Brian Collins and Matt Tidd were the ones I saw that were had a chance here with their Enamorus teams. One of them was a Bruxish style team where Bruxish, like, I think that's taking Bramblegast slot as the niche, you know, counter meta Pokemon because it blocks priority. It has Trick Room. It's an awesome Pokemon.
It
doesn't
completely
look awesome. But,
oh well, okay.
You know, it is awesome.
I just can't believe that it's just one of those Pokemon that it comes out, you're like, okay, there's some cool potential here, but like, you know, I'm a Cresselia user at heart. If I want to use Trick Room, it's Cresselia, like 9 times out of 10, the other 1 of 10 being Dusclops back in Sword and Shield when that was like in its moment. But Bruxis as your Trick Room setter, it makes so much sense, but it's just not something that I would have thought of prior to seeing it do well at Worlds.
Right, for sure, because there's so many Pokemon, there's so many fringe viable Pokemon at that level that you can understand how they work, but can they hold up to the Rillabooms and Iron Hands of the world? And we're going to see in this matchup how the more conventional Pokemon are going to play out with James Beck and Shiliang Tang. The big thing I see here in round 9, there's Bramblegast and Golden Go on James's end, but Shiliang has the Iron Bundle and the Sui and Arcanine and a Heatran, double fire.
Yeah, double fire is an interesting pick for sure right now, knowing, especially seeing how much Terra Water there's been throughout the day. But also shout outs to James with that Golden Go and the Fluttermane and Chi-Yu combination as well. You know, he's taken that very, very solid core that we keep coming back to, the Tornadus, the Urshifu, the Fluttermane, thrown a Chi-Yu on there to do more special attack damage, not just from that Fluttermane, but also from that Golden Go. And I know that Golden Go is one of the best special attackers, provided you can support it in the right way. And if you have a Tornadus to help with the speed control and then the Chi-Yu to help with damage output, so you don't necessarily have to commit to a nasty plot to get that damage, you're going to be good as gold.
There you go. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Gabby. And I think, yeah, Golden Go is going to be huge in this matchup, especially with that choice specs item.
Yes. Oftentimes,
you're not even clicking special attacks with it. You're clicking Trick and giving a physical attacker on the other side a choice specs item to hold as a detriment, right? So it's a very viable choice locked Pokemon that many other choice band landers or something like that doesn't do the same thing. But when you look on Shi Liang's end here, I think what can be really cool is the Terra Water Rillaboom. Now, many other things in the format terrestrialize into water or grass so they can resist Urshifu, Rapid Strike. Rillaboom already resists the Rapid Strike, so this Terra Water is strictly, I would imagine, for those fire Pokemon that might be threatening it.
Exactly, and I think it's probably also just so it's a little bit more bulkier as well, as I feel like water typing just gets great neutral damage against a lot of things. It's interesting to look at these two teams as like sort of this head-to-head view as these trainers are getting into their team preview phase. I think the other thing that really stands out to me about Shi Liang's Tang's team is that there are two choice items on his side of the field. You have the choice band on the Arcanine alongside of Extreme Speed, but no Terra Normal. It's actually going to be Terra Water as well. And then you have a choice scarf on the Landorus Therian, which also knows Rock Slide. So it feels like Shi Liang could start things off very, very aggressively with the choice scarf Landorus Rock Slide plus something else. And I think that's something that James really needs to factor into his game plan. Fortunately, because he does have Prankster Tailwind available to him via his Tornadus, I don't think he has to be as concerned about it, but you do want to make sure you can lead something that will not only outspeed that Landorus after a Tailwind, but maybe doesn't have to worry as much about a Rock Slide as well.
Yeah, and as you see, this Landorus is Terra Flying, which we saw much more prevalently at the World Championships last month. At least the meta so far in our stream matches here in Pittsburgh has been Terra Water on Landorus, so I wonder how Shi Liang is going to position this matchup. And the double Intimidators on his end are not going to really do too much to an Urshifu critting through the Intimidates every time.
No, it won't, but on the other hand, you can just hit it with a super effective Terra Blast for flying typing, so you have an out there. It's just maybe not what you'd expect.
All right, let's get into our round 9, our last matchup of the day. Day 1 of the Pittsburgh Regional Championship. Shi Liang Tang with Iron Hands and Heat Rain on his side of the field against Tornadus and Chi-Yu for James Beck.
All right, so kicking things off with a Fake Out plus a Heatran. This is great positioning for Shi Liang as he doesn't have to worry too much about that Chi-Yu. He can use his Fake Out to stop the Tornadus from going for a Tailwind or otherwise, just sort of stop from James getting that setup that he probably wants in this situation, and then go ahead and get some decent damage down with that Heatran via an Earth Power in particular.
And that Heat Wave Brambleghast would be immune to on that end, so Shi Liang would have no fire attack that would be able to hit him with there. So there's the Tornadus with Tailwind, going to double James's Pokemon speed on their side of the field for the next 4 turns, and importantly, activate that Wind Rider ability, making it do even more damage. Earth Power is ineffective into that slot. It does get a special defense drop, meaning it's going to be a little bit riskier the next attack it takes. But here is the Wild Charge from Iron Hands. It's Tornadus. That's a free one-hit KO, but it does give James the free switch to utilize Tailwind.
I think that actually works out better for James exactly for that reason. That Tornadus was not going to be dealing a lot of damage with Bleak Wind Storm in this situation. It already has the speed control up, so it doesn't need to use its Scary Face, and there's nothing really worth taunting on the opposing side of the field. So just remove it from play, get your Urshifu in, and now you're able to threaten big damage regardless if your opponent protects or detects at this point in time, which is great. It just brings that board position and just goes straight for the knockout onto Heatran.
Yeah, no Terra from Heatran. It's Terra Fairy for Shi Liang, so it's not the grass type that would resist these surging strikes. Shi Liang, understanding Heatran, was just going to have to take one for the team in that spot and get knocked out. So let's see what Shi Liang can do to adjust here. Brambleghast with the same Strength Sap as well to lower Iron Hand's attack and get a little bit of recovery as well. So a pretty strong turn from James here, but the Wild Charge with the lowered attack does not matter as Urshifu, because of a critical hit, gets taken out.
Yeah, it's great that the Brambleghast is back at full health thanks to that Strength Sap, but that critical hit came through exactly when Shi Liang needed it. Now James is down to his final 2 Pokemon of the Chi-Yu and the Brambleghast. And interestingly enough, the Brambleghast is a physical attacker, so it's really only the Chi-Yu that'll be taking advantage of this Beads of Ruin ability from here on out. Fortunately, Chi-Yu is staring off against a Rillaboom and a Iron Hand, so there is some potential for some big damage here starting in a couple of turns. For now, though, James does have to be very careful about the Fake Out plus a Drain Punch combination from Xi Liang.
Yeah, that's definitely, at this point, you don't have any maneuverability left. You're not able to switch your Pokemon around or anything like that, but what's really interesting that I find in this matchup, that Rillaboom with Terra Water is in a really difficult predicament, because if you Terastallize to get away from the Chi-Yu's damage, you are now opting into being weak to Bramble Gas.
Exactly, and that is not something you want to try and call when you are the final round of Swiss and you have to win, but Xi Liang is going for it, committing to that Terra Water. I wonder if this means that this Rillaboom has a plan to take down this Bramble Gas.
Let's see what happens here. The Heat Wave does connect onto both of them, not a knockout onto either. Looks like no burn either to those slots of Life Orb recoil. But the Power Whip goes into Iron Hands instead. That will knock it out, meaning the only attack on Xi Liang's end will be from this Rillaboom, and it is a Wood Hammer into the Fire-type Chi-Yu. Wow, that ineffective text is lying to us.
I know, it just does so much damage given that it's base 120 base power. There's the grassy terrain as well, boosting it, in addition to the same type attack bonus from Rillaboom. So overall, one of the most powerful moves in the game. Chi-Yu not known to be bulky either, but able to take that attack. Now that Landorus is on the field, though, we mentioned this briefly during team preview, this Landorus is Choice Scarf. Tailwind is still up right now, but this Landorus may be able to outspeed and go for some damage unless this Overheat shuts it down.
Can you calc against Overheat from Chi-Yu? No, Xi Liang is not able to. Landorus knocked out before it can even attack, and now it's just the Water Rillaboom on Xi Liang's, and the Power Whip misses. Oh, that would have been a huge knockout, but instead the Wood Hammer will take down James's Chi-Yu, so it's a one-on-one scenario, and Brambleghast has been intimidated.
Brambleghast has been intimidated. The Rillaboom also can only use U-turn if it wants to try and hit that Pokemon super effectively. That also being said, I think because of the Wind Rider ability and the Tailwind, this Brambleghast is at neutral attack overall, which means I think a Power Whip should be enough to knock out the Rillaboom prior to the Wood Hammer or the U-turn knocking out the Brambleghast.
If it lands, which it looks like it's going to miss 2 turns in a row. Brambleghast is not having a great time in this matchup. That is an ineffective attack, whether you like to believe it or not. That's how much damage it's doing, and it crucially heals Xi Liang even more because of the Citrus Berry.
It does, but I think overall the recoil plus the Citrus Berry puts this Rillaboom approximately 1 grassy terrain heal up from where it was previously. So there still is the opportunity now for James to find an opening here. And I think he's actually going to go for a Strength Sap, which will lower that Rillaboom's attack, give him his health back, and buy him more time. It's possible another Wood Hammer would put this Rillaboom into KO range from a Power Whip.
And James is at full HP, and you can see just it did a little bit less damage there thanks to the 1 attack drop, and you're going to get a little bit of grassy terrain recovery as well. So should James just stay on the Strength Sap train, or I guess you're just going for the Power Whip right now?
Oh,
it misses again! 90% accuracy, Power Whip missing 3 times in a row, and Brambleghast is in the red.
James just needs to land an attack this turn. I think that this is probably... I don't think a Strength Sap would heal up this Brambleghast enough to make a difference. You could certainly
Well, the
go
grassy
for
terrain
it.
is gone, so he lost some base power.
That is very true. The issue with Strength Sap, though, is that every single time you use it, you heal less because your opponent's attack power goes down. As you can see here, it's still more than enough to heal that Brambleghast up to full, which is great information for us moving forwards. This means that in a potential Game 2 situation, James can just rely on that Strength Sap a little bit earlier on in the matchup and ensure that he has plenty of time to land the Power Whips, which finally came through.
Brambleghast says nobody misses Power Whip 4 times in a row. Finally connecting, and that got a little scarier than I think James wanted it to, because the first 2 turns could not have gone any better for him. The Tornadus gets knocked out, you have Tailwind, you set up Wind Rider, you have the availability, and it still came down to such a scary position like that from Xi Liang.
I know. It's what makes moves like Power Whip so terrifying to watch, because if you were to just sit down and do the math, it's very, very statistically unlikely to miss 3 times in a row at 90% accuracy, right? But given just how many games of Pokemon that are played over a weekend, over a tournament, over a season, chances are you're going to hit one of these where it just does not work out in your favor. But I think that in terms of adjustments, the fact that Xi Liang knocked out this Tornadus so early on in the matchup worked out in James's favor. That got it out of the way, like you were saying. It meant that the Urshifu could come in and deal some damage. Ultimately was also knocked out thanks to the Iron Hands. But overall, I think that was part of his game plan. As a possible adjustment going into the next game, I think Xi Liang can't knock out that Pokemon for him, assuming James decides to lead it again.
Yeah, I mean, this is just crazy seeing the Power Whip miss so many times, and the intricate back and forth, Gabby, of the Strength Saps and the recoil from Woodhammer activating the Citrus Berry and just trying to play to your outs there. Obviously, like, you know, one critical hit again from Xi Liang in this Rillaboom situation, and he walks away with the victory in game 1.
Yeah, and that's also the risk, I think, to relying more on Strength Sap up front to try and find more time for your Power Whips to connect. You're just giving your opponent more time to land a critical hit. And again, mathematically speaking, throughout a season of Pokemon, you're gonna hit that one game where all your moves miss and your opponent gets crits and everything. Unfortunately, it just happens. You have to play to minimize those chances as much as possible. And hopefully James made some adjustments for that going into game 2.
All right, so it's gonna be James with a different attacker next to his Tornadus. This time around, it is Urshifu. He has the lead here going into game 2. Xi Liang with Heatran and Iron Hands yet again.
Yeah, we saw this Urshifu get an early knockout on the Heatran in game number 1. Honestly, I would not be surprised to see that happen again now in game number 2. That being said, I think Xi Liang's adjustment here is not going to be in lead. I don't think he's going to wild charge and knock out that Tornadus, because that is exactly what James wants him to do. Let it sit on the field for a little bit. Let's, you know, let that Tornadus have to go for those Bleak Wind Storms to try and deal some damage.
So this fake out is going to stop Urshifu from attacking this turn, but obviously it's going to be incredibly fast for the next 3 turns. There's the Flash Cannon from Heatran, bringing Tornadus down under half. Just like you're saying, don't knock out Tornadus. Do not give James the free switch.
Yeah, put it at such low health that something else can come in, and as long as it's able to connect and attack against it, it's able to pick up that KO. And that's exactly what this Heatran just did. Flash Cannon to bring that Tornadus down into yellow. Now it swaps out, and oh, that's an interesting adjustment. An Iron Bundle is taking its place.
Iron Bundle is a Pokemon that has really dropped off in its prevalence in the metagame from, you know, throughout the series we've had in Scarlet and Violet. So Xi Liang having it in this round 9 matchup could prove crucial, especially if you have Icy Wind to try to lower those speeds on the other side from the tailwind. But the Bleak Wind Storm will lower the Iron Hand speed. That doesn't matter since he's already very slow, and the Heavy Slam goes into the Protect. So this Iron Bundle is on the field. Took a little bit more damage than Xi Liang probably wants, but he's in a strong spot to try to go for a spread attack.
Also opting for Heavy Slam rather than Wild Charge against that Urshifu. I think he was anticipating that Bramble Gas coming back onto the field once again.
Bleak Wind Storm is not enough to knock out Iron Bundle. Looks like James really felt he had his chance there, but because of the speed drop, Surging Strikes is going to go first. Iron Bundle falling victim to Bleak Wind Storm speed drop.
That is so unfortunate for Xi Liang, as a Icy Wind would have been more than enough damage to pick up the KO on that Tornadus, but fortunately it's not you know, the only Pokemon knocked out this turn, or Urshifu following as well.
Yeah, and I think that's something that, you know, Xi Liang on the last 2 turns has had that opportunity where the first turn was a fake out into Urshifu, and then this time around he finally wild charges the Urshifu slot. I feel like there was a chance that you could forego the fake out to get the 1-hit KO. Like with the Heatran situations, like if you want to hit my Heatran, you're gonna have to trade for this wild charge.
Yeah, and now we're in such a different position because the Bramble Gas is almost stuck on the field with that Heatran out for Xi Liang. James has to go for Terrestrialization here if he's worried about that Pokemon being knocked out this turn. Here comes the Bleak Wind Storm. We get another speed drop, but I don't think it's on the Pokemon that it needs to be. And Power Whip again.
Wow. Power Whip is currently at 20% accuracy in this set, as it has missed 4 times in 5 tries. But thankfully, that hit doesn't miss onto Tornado's Flash Cannon. Is going to hit every time. And James is down to his last 2 Pokemon. This Wild Charge is going to go into the Grass type there, but Brambleghast is not really too tanky, so he is down to half of his HP remaining. Tailwind peters out at the worst time now that you don't have Prankster Tailwind to reset it up.
I'm honestly surprised to see the Heatran go for the KO on the Tornadus there, just because Bleakwind Storm wasn't really doing much damage, and yes, you do have to worry about the speed control factor, but given that James's Pokemon are just naturally fast at this point, I don't think that necessarily was the worst thing. Chi-Yu, as his last Pokemon now, is really gonna struggle against the Heatran and the Iron Hand, so it didn't end up mattering too much, but had that been a different Pokemon in that spot, that could have been a misplay for Xiliang.
Well, we're gonna get Terrestrialization here in Game 2 that Chi-Yu is going to be a problem if Heatran cannot deal with it, and there is Xiliang terrestrializing into a Fairy type just in case. You know you can't hit it with a fire attack, so if you're going for Dark Pulse into Heatran, it's going to be resisted. There is the Flash Fire. Of course, it will knock out the Iron Hands, so you do trade over the damage boost to Heatran to knock out the Iron Hands, though. That was a Life Orb from the Chi-Yu, so Strength Step as well from Brambleghast. What is the Heatran going to go for? That attack drop does not matter here, even though Brambleghast is going to recover its HP. Flash Cannon into the Brambleghast, and
Sash
you're right,
back.
Gabby, hanging on at 1 HP.
I was going to say, it's holding a Focus Sash. Maybe his out here is to try to heal up to full, because he hadn't used it yet. And then you're able to take a Heat Wave, you're able to take a Flash Cannon, you know, whatever attack your opponent throws at you. That was great, just health management from James. Still is in a very tough spot here, as he can't really deal any damage to that Heatran, especially with the Flash Fire ability and the Fairy Terra typing, but a great way to ensure that his Brambleghast is around for one more turn.
Yeah, this Heatran really is just saying, I do not care about Chi-Yu whatsoever at this point. I'm immune and resisting both of Chi-Yu's available attacks. So what can James do with a 1 HP Brambleghast that's really on the ropes right now, especially when you have Choice Scarf Landers?
Yeah, exactly. Choice Scarf on the Landorus, it's going to move first this time. There is no Tailwind in play for James anymore. It can have its choice. You know, you could go for the Rock Slide and just try and get, you know, damage on the Brambleghast for the knockout, and then the Chi-Yu, you could go for a single target attack with Stomping Tantrum to get some big damage down. If you're Ghost Terra type on Chi-Yu, you're not going to be taking super effective damage from either of those, but you know, I think it's still going to do a lot of damage.
All right, let's see what Shadow Sneak does. It brings Heatran down to under half HP. Here is the Rock Slide connecting on Brambleghast, but now you're not a Fire type. You're no longer weak to that on the Chi-Yu. Does Chi-Yu break through the Rock Slide flinch chance? Yes, into Heatran, but he's a Fairy type.
But
it's not enough. Xiliang hanging on with the Heatran. That's through the Life Orb and Bead of Ruin. Chi-Yu's knocked out, and we're going to Game 3.
You know, I like that James played to his best possible out there. That Dark Pulse, if it had critical hit, that would be one way to get it. Had the Dark Pulse also gotten a flinch, which it has a very small chance of doing, that could also be a potential out there. Instead, though, just a very, you know, safe play from Xiliang, going for the Rock Slide plus the additional damage, and ultimately winning that game. Very, very well played.
We essentially have a standoff here, Gabby, between Heatran and Brambleghast and Chi-Yu, because Brambleghast stops Heatran, but then Heatran stops Chi-Yu, especially when you terrestrialize it, and they're just kind of back and forth right now. We're trying to these trainers are trying to figure out how to win without their pivotal Pokemon in the match.
Yeah, I think James, though, has an easier time leaving Brambleghast behind, whereas Xiliang, I think, has a very tough call to make in terms of that Heatran. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights from the match previously. Being able to knock out this Iron Bundle before it was able to deal any damage was a huge initial lead for James, and Xiliang really had to fight his way back from that.
Yeah, for sure. Those speed drops, you didn't care every time it was on Iron Hands, but the one pivotal time you didn't have it there, it hit the Iron Bundle instead, and there is the miss. But the Flash Cannon, it's important for
Heatran to have another attack here besides Heat Wave, right? Because you don't want Brambleghast to stop it, so you can hit it with that flash cannon, bringing it down. That was a neat turn, the strength sap to get the focus sash back. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit too late for James in that matchup.
Yeah, and going into game 3 as well, I love just how that picture, this board position right now, if you ignore the Landers, is those 3 pivotal Pokemon that you were just talking about. You know, I think that Brambleghast is a really fun tech, and I think that it has a great matchup against the Urshifu in particular. But overall, it feels like it would be easy to sort of leave it on the bench and just bring Chi-Yu again and maybe partner it with a Golden Go or the Flutter Mane instead if you're looking to try and deal a bit more damage. Xi Liang on the other side of the field, I feel like Heatran is such a good Pokemon into this matchup. It's really tough to leave behind. But if you decide to leave it behind, you do have the option of bringing the Hisuian Arcanine to still at least give you some sort of fire-type coverage. But then you also get the extreme speed as well. And given that James seems to only be terrestrializing the Chi-Yu at the last possible moment, you could probably use that to deal some significant damage.
Yeah, it could be one of the techs that Xi Liang has been hiding in this set, is saving Hisuian Arcanine for last. He's finally going to switch up the lead as it's Iron Bundle and Iron Hand on Xi Liang's end, and Tornadus and Urshifu Rapid Strike for James. The winner of this match will move on to day 2 here in Pittsburgh.
Know that the Iron Bundle as well is just out on the field initially and getting that speed boost from the booster energy. I feel like this puts a ton of pressure on James, as a freeze drive from this Iron Bundle is going to do significant damage to the Urshifu or to the Tornadus. Xi Liang could easily go for a fake out plus a freeze dry play here into the Tornadus before it could go for a Tailwind, but instead it looks like he did target down the Urshifu, at least with fake out.
Yeah, so that is going to stop that turn. You're not going to get any damage onto Urshifu here, and that Tailwind will be set up successfully for James. The freeze dry goes into the protect, so a great turn from James there to keep his Urshifu safe.
Yeah, a very passive turn for sure, but if you are trying to prioritize getting your damage dealers and just keeping them on the field, I think going for the Tailwind is exactly what you want there. Overall, Xi Liang wants to remove that Urshifu because it is one of the scariest Pokemon that James has on the field, being able to deal those 3 critical hits with Surging Strikes, being able to use close combat as well for some really big damage. It is the Pokemon to try and KO, and James just recognized that, kept it safe for 1 turn, and now it's probably going to get a knockout.
And the Iron Bundle had access, it had a chance with a Terra Ghost to be immune to close combat, but instead he's just going to allow it to get knocked out. Iron Bundle really has not performed well in this set in these 2 games that's been brought. It does get to lower the defenses on James's Urshifu to help out one of Xi Liang's Pokemon in the back, or even right now, as the Wild Charge is enough to knock it out. So this is what I talked about in game 2, Gabby. The spot, you want to knock out my left to slot Pokemon. It was Heatran before, it's Iron Bundle this time around. I'm going to trade that with the Wild Charge, and your Urshifu is way more valuable than my Iron Bundle.
It really is, and that was the perfect trade for Xi Liang. Once again, we are seeing that James brought the Brambleghast into this matchup, so should be able to, stick around on the field. And also now that the Landorus Therian is on the field, it is going to threaten some really big damage. It has Rock Slide, it has that Terra Flying, Terra Blast combination, and it has Choice Scarf as well, which essentially negates a lot of that Tailwind. Not all of it. It is possible that Tornadus will outspeed and then go for a Sleekwind Storm, get that speed drop once again, and allow Brambleghast to try and land a Power Whip, but we're going to switch some Pokemon around first.
Yeah, Heatran will switch into that slot as a resist to the Bleakwind Storm, so he's not going to take too much damage. And the Landorus gets a speed drop, so the Choice Scarf is gone. The Power Whip knocks it out before Landorus ever gets a chance. You still had Tailwind on the field anyway, so Brambleghast was still going to move first on that turn.
It's unfortunate that Brambleghast missed 4 Power Whips so far in this set, but when it counted, it was able to land that damage, and that's exactly what James was hoping for in that turn. Xi Liang does have Fake Out available, could try and go for a flinch onto the Tornadus and then do something with that Heatran, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough. I think you have to ignore the Tornadus, ignore these Bleakwind Storms, and focus in on the Brambleghast. It is currently Ghost and Grass, so you can't flinch it. You have to go for maybe a Wild Charge plus a Flash Cannon and just hope that you're able to lock in that KO. And I think James, recognizing that that is the win con for his opponent, just locks in that Ghost Terra right away.
Yeah, so you now have gotten rid of the grass typing, just a ghost type now, meaning Wild Charge would do more damage, but Bleak Wind Storm connecting yet again. For all the power whips that he missed, Bleak Wind Storm has really been making up for it by connecting every single turn. Here's the Terra Blast to have the same type attack bonus as a Ghost type. Into Heat Rain, that's a pretty solid amount of damage, bringing it low. Here's the Flash Cannon though. Will it bring it down to the Focus Sash? Yes, it does. And if the Iron Hands follows into that slot with any type of attack that does damage, it will be able to knock out the Brambleghast. There is the Wild Charge, and you also take no recoil.
Exactly. That honestly works out better for the Iron Hands, because you're going to take, like, what, 1 HP of damage of recoil because it rounds up? That is a very fair trade to get that Brambleghast off the field and reveal James's final Pokemon. But this is yet another adjustment that James made going into this Game 3. It's going to be the Fluttermane with a booster energy, which will be boosting, wait for it, its special attack. So this Fluttermane is ready to go here. If Bleak Wind Storm misses the knockout on the Heatran, the Fluttermane can follow it up with a Dazzling Gleam. It can go for bigger single target damage with a Shadow Ball or a Moonblast. James is in a fantastic position because all the chip damage from the Bleak Wind Storms have just added up so that it is very easy to knock out his opponent's Pokemon.
Xiliang has to Terastallize into a water type in here to lose that weakness to the Fluttermane, but the question is, thanks to the booster energy increasing Fluttermane's special attack, will this be able to knock it out? James looking a little flustered at that Protect, so did he go into that slot? No! Moonblast into the Iron Hands. It's not enough. It's up to Bleak Wind Storm to connect, and it's going to go into the Protect on Heatran. Iron Hands does not dodge it. Iron Hands is down. Xiliang is down to a low HP Heatran against 2 huge Pokemon on James's end. All of the misses early on in the set make up for it with all of these connections on Bleak Wind Storm here in Game 3.
Unfortunately, that is just how it goes for Xiliang. I love how he played his win condition at the end there, hoping that the combination of the 2 attacks would not knock out his Iron Hands, probably trying to go for some big damage onto that Fluttermane, and then hoping that Bleak Wind Storm would miss an additional time to pick up the knockout on the Tornadus. Unfortunately, though, it was the consistency of damage from that Bleak Wind Storm throughout that Game 3 that really set James Beck apart and is moving him on into competition tomorrow of day 2 of this tournament.
Yeah, congratulations to James, and I guess, and that emotion on James's face, that he wasn't flustered, he was relieved that the Heatran protected since the Moonblast went into the Iron Hand slot. So it's actually a sign of joy or excitement. It's like, yes, I've made the correct decision, and that's no easy feat against a player like Xiliang Tang.
It really isn't. It's possible that going for the double-double, the Dazzling Gleam plus the Bleak Wind Storm would not have been enough damage to knock out that Iron Hand. We did see a lot of damage at the beginning of this game number 3 with the close combat Wild Charge knockouts. We saw a Power Whip finally connect from this Brambleghast to knock out that Landorus. It was such a close game, and there was so much damage being thrown. It's really interesting that it just came down to the minutia damage from that Tornadus overall that gave James the win.
That's the ironic part, is all set. We're saying, don't knock out Tornadus. It doesn't do enough. It's not enough. It's not viable enough on the team. Deal with the other threats. But then because he's not knocking out Tornadus, which we thought is the right approach, slowly but surely, all of that chip damage that Bleak Wind Storm provided is what was crucial for James's victory.
Well, if you think about it too, it wasn't just the Tornadus and the chip damage, though that really was a huge part of the decisive factor. It was the combination of that plus the Fluttermane. I mean, that Fluttermane is such a great closer Pokemon. It does so much damage even before you take into account the photosynthesis ability boosting its special attack. Because those Pokemon were at less than half of health, I think it was pretty safe for James to assume that the Fluttermane could pick up the knockout on either of those Pokemon, and it was just a matter of picking which Pokemon to target down on. Do you go for the 2 spread attacks and hope that you just catch no protects, or do you just double into the Iron Hands, which is ultimately the scarier Pokemon in that specific turn, and just hope that you're able to catch it off guard.
Yeah, and James did not have Fluttermane in game 1 and 2, so he
Yes.
made that adjustment. Chiyu is not going to be here for the long haul, so going to leave that one in the back and let Fluttermane clutch it out. But let's look at this replay as we got into the set right away. He got the tailwind into the knockout, but this critical hit we thought was going to be really huge for Xi Liang, but James was still able to pick out the victory in game 1.
Yeah, and it all came down to those attacks landing when they needed to land. Overheat to pick up the one-hit knockout on Landorus. That is still an absolutely wild damage calculation, just to keep in mind. And then, eventually the Power Whip knockout on the Water Terra Rillaboom as well. It's also just so interesting how James was able to force that Water-type terrestrialization, knowing that the Bramblegast had one of the best Grass-type moves, barring Woodhammer, ironically, to take that Pokemon down. And really, just despite the fact that its back was against the wall, given the accuracy concerns that it had, it just was really exciting to see it play out.
Honestly, Yowie, I hope our friend Scott's watching to see all of those 90% accurate moves, because I've never felt more vindicated in saying 90% accuracy is 50% accuracy. It either hits or it doesn't.
I mean, at the end of the day, isn't that kind of the Schrodinger's box that we stare into? Pokemon moves either hit or they don't. Exactly.
Thank you. I'm glad to have you back, Yowie.
I'm glad to be back, Joe. It's great to be here.
Yeah, that was just such a crazy first game. All of that 20% accurate, 90% accurate move there, and for that to not change up like James's mental strategies of like, he can't say I'm worried it doesn't connect, because he has to stay there. He has to maintain composure and still go for the optimal play.
I mean, and if you want to talk odds as well, all these speed drops from the Bleakwind Storm. I mean, I know that it is a spread move, so technically you're doing 2 different probability rolls, but it's only a 30% chance to get that speed drop. And the fact that it came through, that gave him the knockout on that Iron Bundle. The fact that the Tornadus was knocked out really after it had done its job at that point in time. Even though James ultimately lost this game number 2, and we did go into game number 3, it felt like he was able to sort of still pivot the game the way he wanted it to go. It was just ultimately the Heatran with that fairy terrestrialization, the Rock Slide able to get the knockout here, just was really well done.
The Heatran was almost too good for Xi Liang's liking, because it was so good at walling Chi-Yu that James didn't bring it in game 3. Like, it was almost like you were too effective with it. Now I'm going to switch up my strategy with Fluttermane, and then you didn't have as many answers for Fluttermane as you would have Chi-Yu.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it was, actually, now that I think about it. It just was such a immediate shutdown. And yes, Fluttermane does struggle to deal damage to the Fire and the Steel-type Pokemon Heatran, but it does have access to Shadow Ball, which does great neutral damage against it, and had that Heatran terrestrialized again, it would have just been a Fairy type, which meant that the Fluttermane would have also been able to do big damage against it. You're still relying on that super powerful special attacker. You're just relying on the booster energy to boost your special attack rather than the Beads of Ruin to drop the special defense on the field.
Yeah, and then we can get into the decisive game 3. And in this spot, I wonder how this game plays out if he terrestrializes into a Ghost type, and then he's immune to close combat, and Iron Hands can knock out Urshifu.
I feel like it would have been a little bit different for sure, because I agree, the Iron Hands would have gone for the KO on the Urshifu no matter what, so that Iron Bundle was probably targeting down the Tornadus with a Freeze Dry. I'm assuming that's really close to a one-hit knockout, if not a one-hit knockout outright. And at that point in time, James is potentially down 2 Pokemon against Xi Liang's 3. That being said, that wasn't the game we saw. We did see a Ghost Terrestrialization, but it was from the Bramblegast ultimately here, which did allow it to take this damage a little bit nicer, and again, open the door for all of those Bleakwind Storms that add up once the Fluttermane was finally on the field.
Yeah, that Iron Hands was just not able to take the combination. He kind of needed that Bleakwind Storm to miss, which is a move you would anticipate missing more than the, the Power Whip would. So Xi Liang felt like maybe the odds were in his favor, but you see, once it connects, he understands that the game is over there. And James Beck, a no stranger to day 2's at a regional championship, will move on here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, still a very strong performance from Xi Liang, though. Definitely going to get some decent championship points from from this. And I think, honestly, still a trainer to keep an eye out for, because you could see just how close those games were at the end of the day.
Yep, so that's going to do it for us here in round 9. But before we go, we're going to have a winner's interview with Sierra over in the lounge with James Beck. So Sierra, take it away.
Thanks so much, you two. I am here with the winner of our last round of Swiss of day 1 here at Pittsburgh Regional Championships, James Beck. What a series, and it was an exciting series to watch. It looked like the most stressful series to be playing, but you made it through. You're on to day 2. How are you feeling?
I mean, it's more than I expected. I realistically was just like coming here, I didn't feel confident in the team. Like, I didn't really have much prep. I actually came back from Japan, like the World Championship, like a little bit over a week ago, so I really didn't have time. And I was like, you know, Emilio, pass me your team. It seems fun. And like, I didn't have high expectation with like how the meta seemed to be developing, but like, it's honestly been like so good.
The team is just honestly incredible if it hits its moves.
Yes.
Which we got to see in that series was, I mean, that was the reason for the excitement. So we'll talk about that game 1 first, because those power whips, you missed 2 of them in a row, then you're finally like, I gotta switch something up, go for the strength set, and then you miss a 3rd one. Are you just sweating at that moment? Has it been like that throughout the entire day, or they have to been at least a little bit more reliable?
So I think round 1 numbed me. Like, late the first game, I missed 3 moves like in a row on like an Iron Hands, which was like a pretty big deal. So like, I was pretty much numb at this point. Like, most of the games that I lost today were basically due to misses, but that's just the nature of the team, right? You have so many like inaccurate moves, power whip, heat wave, overheat, bleak wind storm. It's a really strong team if you're able to hit your moves, but like, you can't expect it to hit all the time. So it's just the nature of the team.
And then the fact that you were really just not too confident coming into this event, and you're picking up someone else's team, which is always then you have to have that first little hurdle of like, oh, I gotta kind of learn this. Are you happy ultimately with this team decision?
Yeah, I'm really happy with it. I feel like it plays to a lot of my strengths. I played a lot of Tailwind Tornadoes back in like the 2019-2022, where I had like my strongest results. And it's been proving really well. It's done extremely well. Like, I haven't actually faced that many Torns, and so having the Tailwind advantage has been really nice. And Brambleguest has actually been like an MVP. I've pretty much brought it every set, and it's just been fantastic throughout.
All right, and then now that you do have your ticket into day 2, is there anything that you have seen out there that is like, oh, this Brambleguest and my team is not going to like, or is this just going to be a winning team if you hit the moves?
I think it just depends on the field too. Like, I've had a really strong day 1. I actually got to play 4 players who were day 2 at the last World Championship, like in Japan. So had a pretty evenish score 2-2. I missed some moves against like the losing sets, but that's just the nature of the team. But overall, like, they were some really great sets. Like, I've really had a blast using the team. Just again, it's not much expectation, but I've been playing some of the best Pokemon that I've been playing like in the past couple of tournaments, so been really happy with the result. And no matter what team, I'm just like happy to play and just hopefully have some really good sets. I love playing high-level competitive games.
Well, I'm definitely excited to see then how you're doing tomorrow, because this team is definitely in very capable hands. So congratulations on making your way into day 2. Before I let you go for the evening, do you have any final words, any shout outs?
Yeah, shout outs to Emilio Forbes, the original creator of the Brambleguest, and my boy Steven Maya, who's also been running the team with me. So we saw him on stream earlier. And yeah, just like my friends, family, any supporters out there, Gaz, who is basically, this is the team we brought in. It's been incredible. So yeah.
Well, congratulations once again. Best of luck going on for tomorrow. As for us, it's been such a fun day of Pokemon, and it's time to be wrapping things up. So we're taking a quick break. We'll be right back.
Did they cut me?
This entire season had led to this. Trainers from around the world gathered in Yokohama, Japan for the 2023 Pokémon World Championships after earning their invites through fierce competition. In Day 1, trainers battled over 7 rounds of Swiss. Players with 5 wins qualified to compete in Day 2, where the Day 2 invited players were added into the mix to compete over 7 more rounds of Swiss to determine the asymmetrical top cut. Most of the meta was as expected. Fluttermane dominated the usage charts with over 70%, but Iron Hands, Rillaboom, and Urshifu Rapid Strike weren't too far behind. Despite the fact that Pokemon were familiar, trainers pulled out all the stops to make sure their teams were unique enough to stand out and beat their competition. Ahead of the event, Japan was favored to win the whole thing, having shown unique techs leading up to the event. The top cut was no different. We had things like Cursed on Dozo and Taunt Urshifu, which surprised many and saw major success. In juniors, we had Kohei Ukai and Sora Ibisawa, each bringing similar styles of teams leading into the Tailwind offense with a touch of bulk. Sora got the upper hand, getting KO after KO to take the title. In seniors, it was Tomoya Ogawa versus Robbie Scry. Tomoya used more creative Pokemon like Sylveon and Zapdos to grab the win versus Robbie's more standard team of 6 with smart leads, board positioning, and impressive reads. And finally, in the Masters division, it was newcomer Michael Kelsch versus veteran Shohei Kimura. Both trainers had such impressive seasons, and it came down to this final best of 3. All eyes were on Michael's Dragapult, a unique but complex addition to his team. Shohei was relentless though, putting Pokemon to sleep and setting up for a fantastic endgame in a tough matchup. With that, Shohei Kimura became the 2023 World Champion and finished a clean sweep for Japan of each age division title. And now, we look forward to the 2024 season and a brand new chapter to qualify for next year's Worlds. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out how you can get involved and maybe become the next World Champion.
Hi there, I'm your host Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023 and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's